His name is Max, a 5-year-old beggar. He has 8 stunning sisters. However, he doesn't want to see them at all. The 8 sisters are very successful in their respective fields. The eldest sister is Zhao, a businesswoman who holds great power, is overbearing and cold. Sister is a legend in the army, commanding millions of soldiers and commanding great power in the frontier. The halos of the other sisters are equally dazzling, covering the fields of medicine, literature, technology, etc. As for the other sisters, I won't introduce them one by one because it would be too much to mention, because he had never seen them. 5 years ago, he lost his only adoptive parents and had to depend on his grandfather, who made a living by collecting waste. Before his death, his grandfather gave him a jade pendant, saying it was the only clue to his life experience. He was still young at that time and didn't care about the meaning of the jade pendant at all. He just regarded it as a commemoration. He was still young at the time and didn't care about these profound family stories. From then on, he became a wandering orphan with no one to rely on. In an accident, the jade pendant was accidentally lost and was picked up by a fat woman who sold it to a jewelry store. The jewelry store's appraiser immediately reported the situation to the Schur group, and thus the Schur family learned of his existence. It turns out that his biological family is not an ordinary family, but the Schur family, a top wealthy family famous in Kyoto. From being abandoned to suddenly becoming an orphan of a wealthy family, his life was turned upside down in just one day. The Zhao family sent a large number of people to look for Max, and finally, he was found on a busy street. However, his return was not a fairy tale. Although his 8 sisters dote on him very much, the family's undercurrents, power struggles, and external crises followed one after another. Even his second sister encountered a life-and-death crisis while guarding the border, and her life and death were uncertain. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, and if you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. On the busy street, a little boy was holding a dirty little white dog in his arms, his expression full of fear and anxiety. He stood in the middle of the crowd and asked the soldier next to him if he could leave. The soldier gently but firmly told him that his family would come to pick him up, which confused him. He had no family in his heart. His grandfather had passed away long ago, and these people were obviously wrong. However, before he could think clearly, a deafening roar suddenly sounded, and several black cars rushed towards him quickly, followed by a Maserati, which made people stop. The door of the Maserati slowly opened, and a beautiful woman in a black uniform appeared in front of them. She had long legs and a firm step, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Her beauty was so stunning that he dared not look directly at her. She was cold and noble. At that moment, he was shocked to find that this woman was walking towards him. When she squatted down and looked at him tenderly, he still couldn't believe his eyes and whispered, "What a beautiful sister." The woman responded softly, "Max, be good, come to your sister." Everything suddenly became complicated, and he began to doubt whether he had recognized the wrong person. She took out a purple jade pendant, put it on him gently, and told him that she was his sister Zhao Siki, and that he had been replaced 5 years ago. The little boy, who once forgot his family, felt indescribable at this moment. He lowered his head in disbelief, looking at the familiar jade pendant, tears welling up in his eyes. He finally realized that he was not alone. He had a sister who was so beautiful and gentle. Zhao Siki's doting smile on him seemed to promise a brand new future. Sister will take care of you in the future and will never let you suffer again. This sudden turn of family affection made him feel warm. However, he still wondered, will my sister think I'm dirty? He looked down at his dusty hands, looking extremely uneasy. Zhao Siki answered without hesitation, "No matter what you look like, sister will never despise you." Her firmness and gentleness gave him great comfort. They went into a high-end shopping mall in the city center together, and she bought him 20 sets of children's clothes without hesitation. The lavish spending style amazed the people around. Max still couldn't believe that these luxurious clothes would belong to him, but Zhao Siki firmly told him, "These are all for you. Sister will definitely give you the best in the future." As the motorcade slowly drove into the manor, Max leaned against the car window, his eyes wide open like bells, and asked excitedly, "Sister, is this our home?" Zhao Siki smiled and nodded, and replied gently, "Yes, the whole manor is ours." He was amazed and praised repeatedly. "Sister is amazing. It turns out you are a rich woman." Zhao Siki saw his innocent smile, and her heart was filled with tenderness. She secretly made up her mind that from now on, her brothers every day would be filled with happiness and peace. After the convoy stopped, the housekeeper Aunt Lon came up to them, and when she saw the two of them, her face was full of relief and excitement. Auntie Lon said in a trembling voice, "Miss, you are back, and the young master is finally home. I will arrange lunch now." Zhao Siki responded gently, "No need, Auntie Lon, we have already eaten. You should first arrange the young master's room and make it cozy." Aunt Lon agreed and turned around to tell the other servants to prepare. Walking into the villa, Max was shocked by everything in front of him. The spacious and bright living room, the low-key and luxurious European-style furniture. Every detail was exquisite. Although he was not fully accustomed to it, his heart was filled with novelty and amazement. Zhao Siki squatted down, held his face, and said gently, "Little brother's sister has to go to work. You and Aunt Lon play for a while." Aunt Lon took him to familiarize himself with the new home. He was attracted by a giant TV, his eyes full of surprise. Faced with such a luxurious home, he couldn't help but ask, "Is this TV expensive?" Aunt Lon replied with a smile, "This is the young lady's daily necessities. Would you like to try it, young master?" He sat on the sofa, watching the cartoons on the children's channel, immersed in them and completely relaxed. Meanwhile, Xiaohei was rolling around in the garden, digging in the soil and playing. Gardener Xiao Lu tried to chase him away, but was stopped by Aunt Lon. "This is the young master's dog." Aunt Lon took Xiaohei back and warned Xiao Lu not to offend him again. Xiao Lu was so scared that he apologized repeatedly, realizing the special status of this dog. As time went by, Max entered his room and saw an exquisite children's room full of warmth and toys. He threw himself on the bed excitedly and said happily, "This place is much better than the bridge tunnel." Aunt Lon touchily rubbed his hair and said softly, "Have a good rest. Ring the bedside bell anytime." However, after the room became quiet, Max began to recall the cultivation formula that his master had taught him. He calmed down, closed his eyes, and sank into the sea of consciousness. There was a ball of light and a silver ring floating there. He touched the ring carefully and felt its mysterious power. He entered the sea of consciousness again to explore the treasure left by his master. He found 6 balls of light and a ring floating in the sea of consciousness. The solemn voice of his master could be heard from all around. "Max, the gift that master left for you is right here. These balls of light require your spiritual power to open, and this ring seals 9 layers of space. As your cultivation level improves, the seal will gradually be unlocked. Remember, conceal your strength and don't reveal it easily." He took his master's advice to heart. When he touched the ring, it shrank by itself and fit onto the ring finger of his right hand. He slowly injected spiritual energy into it, and the inside of the ring turned out to be like a huge basketball court, filled with medicinal herbs and utensils. The most conspicuous thing was the 3 floating light balls. As his breath approached, the ball of light instantly merged into his consciousness, and a huge amount of memories flooded into his mind like a tide. After a period of absorbing, he learned 3 inheritances. One is the secret book of medicine Jiao, which is the art of curing diseases and saving lives. The second is the divine book of heavenly craftsmen, which is the skill of creating wonders of heaven and earth. The third is the art of chaos fusion of heaven, a peerless practice method. His face was full of excitement. "It turns out that I'm such an amazing kid." He immediately calmed down and practiced. The spiritual energy slowly gathered in his dantian, surging with warm and powerful power. A few hours later, he finished his practice and felt full of energy. He planned to speed up his practice by refining qi-absorbing pills, but the problem was, where could he find a furnace for refining pills? He was frowning after writing down the recipe. Just then, Aunt Lon knocked on the door and called him to eat. He had to put aside the alchemy for the time being and followed her downstairs obediently. The dinner table was filled with delicious dishes, braised spare ribs, spicy chicken, homemade tofu. He stared at them with his eyes wide open, muttering to himself, "Sister 7, do you want to stuff me to death?" Zhao Siki put a piece of fish into his bowl. "Brother, just eat enough. You don't have to eat it all." He bit his chopsticks and asked, "What should we do with the leftover food? Will it be wasted?" When he heard his sister say that someone would take care of it, he finally felt relieved and concentrated on enjoying the food. After a while, he sat down, touching his bulging belly, and asked about his birthday. He was looking forward to his birthday when he learned that he would be 6 years old on October 9th. As night fell, he began to think about alchemy. He remembered that the rice cooker in the kitchen might be a substitute for the alchemy furnace. So he sneaked into the kitchen while his sister was taking a bath. He brought a bench, put the herbs into the rice cooker according to the recipe, and started the operation mode. He was fully focused, carefully using his spiritual energy to guide the herbs to merge. However, 15 minutes later, a loud bang suddenly came from the kitchen, and the sound of the rice cooker exploding shook the entire villa. Thick smoke billowed, and Zhao Siki hurried downstairs in her pajamas to check. Aunt Lon and several maids walked into the kitchen tremblingly and saw a small figure through the smoke. When they saw that the black child was him, everyone was stunned. He was embarrassed and smiled shyly, showing 2 rows of white teeth. Seventh sister, Aunt Lon, the rice cooker exploded. He was covered in dust and looked funny and innocent. Zhao Siki was both angry and amused. She carefully checked whether he was injured and said softly, "Brother, don't touch these things next time. It's too dangerous." He lowered his head like a child who had made a mistake, but secretly rejoiced in his heart. "I almost got caught. The alchemy technique that Master taught me must be kept secret." The rice cooker exploded. In the kitchen, thick smoke gradually dissipated, and everyone stared in amazement at an electric rice cooker that had been blown to pieces. The lid even flew to the top of the shelf. The dark kitchen and him standing cautiously beside her made Zhao Siki's mouth twitch slightly. This kid really has some talent for cooking. She secretly complained in her heart, but her face showed a bit of helplessness. "Brother, how can you cook with a rice cooker? It's too dangerous." Zhao Siki couldn't help but raise her voice a little more seriously. Her head began to ache at the thought of the kitchen exploding again next time. As she spoke, she quickly pulled him over and checked him over, fearing that he was injured somewhere. "It doesn't matter if things are broken. My brother's safety is the top priority." He lowered his head, looking pitiful as if he had done something wrong, and whispered, I just want to learn how to cook a meal for my sister." This soft explanation warmed Zhao Siki's heart, and the anger just now disappeared without a trace in an instant, and was replaced by a feeling of being touched. What a sweet little guy. The farce was soon calmed down, and Aunt Lon brought people over to clean the messy kitchen, while Zhao Siki took him to take a hot bath and change him into comfortable pajamas. After returning to the room, he jumped onto the bed like a little loach, drew the curtains, and couldn't help laughing secretly. He almost got exposed. Master said that I must never tell anyone about cultivation. He thought to himself that he had failed in refining the elixir just now, and the rice cooker exploded. If his sister hadn't stopped him in time, he would have been exposed long ago. At this time, Annie Lon, who was cleaning the kitchen, accidentally picked up a piece of paper that was blurred by black smoke. After a closer look, it was full of scribbled handwriting, which seemed to be some kind of prescription, but it was difficult to recognize clearly. In the room, he took out the pills he had just made from his storage ring like a thief. He counted them, and a look of disappointment suddenly appeared on his face. Didn't they say that one furnace can produce 10 pills? Why are there only 4? If other alchemists heard this, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. A child who is not even 6 years old, without an alchemy furnace, can actually make 4 pills for the first time? And you dare to complain that it is not enough? However, at this moment, he had no idea how precious this talent was. He just stared at the 4 round pills and muttered complaints. After putting away the 3 pills, he sat cross-legged on the bed and swallowed one of the chi-absorbing pills. The pill melted in his mouth, and a boiling hot current instantly surged from his abdomen, turning into a strong spiritual power rushing through his meridians. He quickly practiced his energy to absorb it, and immersed himself in cultivation the entire night. The next day, the early morning sunlight shone into the room through the gaps in the curtains. He ended a full night of practice, stretched himself, and felt full of energy. He felt that the spiritual energy in his dantian had accumulated by 20%. If he continued at this rate, he would be able to break through to the middle stage of chi refining within a week. Just as he was deep in thought, Aunt Lan's voice came from outside the door. "Young master. Young master. Get up. Come and wash up." Annie Lan's voice sounded outside the door. He put on his slippers and ran to open the door. "Annie Lan, good morning." Aunt Lan smiled and took him to wash up. While brushing his teeth, he was still thinking about where his sister was. Aunt Lan told him that the young lady had washed up and was waiting for the young master to have breakfast. After washing up, he was taken downstairs to have breakfast with Zhao Siki. At the dining table, Zhao Siki was wearing a black casual suit, looking cool and domineering. "Brother, don't stay at home later. Go to the company with your sister." He nodded obediently. After the meal, he said goodbye to Xiaohei and got in the car to set off. Magic City, Tinshui District, Zhao Group. Martha parked at the company gate. One adult and one child got out, and Xiaoyan drove the car to the underground parking lot. Zhao Siki held his little hand and walked into the building. Hello, Mr. Zhao. Hello, Mr. Zhao. Passing staff greeted Zhao Siki one after another, and she responded one by one. Entering the special elevator, he couldn't help but ask, Seventh sister, is this building yours? Zhao Siki found it interesting and joked. This building is yours. You are the boss here. Arriving at the top floor, the two walked into the president's office, followed by Xiaoyan. Zhao Siki was sorting out the piles of reports and plans. Seeing Xiaoyan coming in, he thought for a while and arranged the itinerary for today. Xiaoyan, I'll ask you to do 3 things today. First, get my younger brother an ID card. Second, buy him a cell phone. Third, buy him some nice clothes. Xiaoyan thought she had heard wrongly. As the CEO's personal secretary, she now acted like a nanny. Zhao Siki specifically told Xiaoyan to remember to buy a cake because he wanted to eat it yesterday. Okay, CEO Zhao. Zhao Siki pulled Xiaoyan over and gave her a few instructions, then let Xiaoyan lead him downstairs. Arriving at the garage, Xiaoyan did not drive the Maserati, but drove out of the company in a Mercedes-Benz E300. She did not like to be too high-profile, so as not to attract attention. In the car, he sat in the passenger seat and looked around, looking very cute. Young master, do you want some milk tea? He nodded and said yes, so Xiaoyan stopped the car to buy it. When he came back, he was holding 2 large bags of snacks, including milk tea, various fruit plates and desserts, and a piece of exquisite cake. Xiaoyan opened the milk tea and handed it to him along with the small cake with a pig pattern. He was in a good mood after taking a sip of the sweet milk tea. He looked at the exquisite cake, but couldn't bear to eat it. Xiaoyan explained, Young master, there is still a lot of cake. Feel free to eat it. He picked up the spoon and scooped a spoonful into his mouth. Wow! The sweet taste and the sweetness of the cream stimulated his taste buds, as if he was on a cloud, soft and sweet. The cake is delicious. Do you want some, Sister Xiaoyan? Xiaoyan quickly refused and patiently reminded him to eat less sweets, as it would cause tooth decay. However, he didn't take it seriously, thinking that when he reached the foundation building stage, he would be able to transform from a mortal to a spirit, and by then he would be immune to all diseases, and tooth decay would be a minor problem. At the household registration office, Max and Xiaoyan entered the household registration office smoothly, but the people queuing around them began to be dissatisfied. Some people complained why they were standing in line outside while the two of them could go in directly. The administrator responded coldly, These two are our director's distinguished guests. As everyone's anger turned to silence, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. 20 minutes later, Max walked out with his ID card and looked at the people in line excitedly. Everyone's eyes were full of sharpness and displeasure. Max asked Xiaoyan in confusion, They don't seem to like us. Xiaoyan explained with a smile, They just envy you for being so cute and want to kidnap you. Max held Xiaoyan's hand tightly, looking extremely helpless. After leaving the household registration office, the people in line were still dissatisfied, laughing and complaining. The administrator walked up to them, coldly drove them away, and reminded them of their identities. Finally, the administrator angrily scolded the two people. Do you know who they are? The young masters of the Zhao family in Magic City. The two people were completely confused. How did they offend such a powerful background? Then, Xiaoyan took Max to the Apple flagship store. When the saleswoman saw Max, she was surprised. Max didn't understand the functions of the mobile phone. He asked curiously, What can a mobile phone do? When the salesperson saw Max using the brand new Apple 14 Pro, he was amazed that this little boy who looked only 5 or 6 years old could buy such an expensive mobile phone. After the two left the store, Max was full of curiosity about the mobile phone, but still didn't quite know how to use it. So he asked Xiaoyan how to make calls and video calls. Xiaoyan patiently taught him, and the functions of the phone made him more and more interested. At this time, Max realized the great value of this phone, but a bigger surprise was waiting for him. At noon, Xiaoyan brought Max to the Paradise Hotel. The waiter initially refused to let them into the box, but when the manager learned that they were distinguished guests of the Zhao family, he immediately changed his attitude and respectfully took them upstairs. Max enjoyed unprecedented honorable treatment. Only then did he realize how powerful the Zhao family he belonged to was. While the two were dining, a group of people suddenly broke into the private room and asked them to leave. Max followed his sister's instructions and handed the phone to the middle-aged man. On the phone, Zhao Siki calmly instructed Lu Guiqiang to leave. Lu Guiqiang panicked, began to admit his mistake, and promised to leave immediately. This scene shocked everyone around him. Max inadvertently demonstrated the powerful influence of the Zhao family. After dinner, Max became interested in the alchemy furnace and asked to go and see it. Xiaolian agreed and took him to the gym. Max saw the alchemy furnace. He showed great interest and even wanted to take it away. Xiaolian had no choice but to discuss with the Taoist priest whether she could buy it. At Xianyan Dojo, Max finally saw the alchemy furnace he had been dreaming about. The yellow and black furnace, about 1 meter high, exuded a heavy smell, which made him unable to resist approaching. The old Taoist in the middle had a sly look on his face. His eyes were closed, as if he had fallen asleep. Max stood in front of the alchemy furnace, wondering if he could take it away. Seeing that the Taoist priest was unable to move, a bold idea flashed through his mind. Why not knock the Taoist priest unconscious and take the alchemy furnace away directly? This sudden idea surprised even him. Xiaolian approached and asked him softly, "This is the alchemy furnace. Although its quality is not yet top-notch, it is good enough for use." Max nodded in agreement, but his inner obsession did not disappear. He said to Xiaolian firmly, "Sister Xiaolian, I really like this alchemy furnace. Can I take it away?" Max hugged the alchemy furnace, showing a determination not to give up until he took it away. Xiaolian sighed helplessly, thinking that other children were crying because they couldn't buy toys, but her young master was pestering her for an alchemy furnace. Faced with Max's persistent attitude, Xiaolian knew she couldn't easily refuse. The alchemy furnace was the private property of the gym, so she couldn't ask to sell it. But the young master's insistence made her feel helpless, so she could only walk towards the Taoist priest helplessly and ask politely, "Master, I wonder if this alchemy furnace is for sale?" She said earnestly, "We promise that we will not affect the interests of your museum, and the price can be negotiated." The Taoist priest opened his eyes slightly, glanced at her, but he already knew it in his heart. This alchemy furnace. Max's eyes sparkled with excitement. He couldn't help but touch the heavy furnace, thinking about how to start his alchemy plan. In the hall, the old Taoist held out his hand, his eyes flickering, as if waiting for something. Xiaolian asked curiously, 100,000. What do you think?" The old Taoist's eyes showed a cunning light, but he was already secretly proud in his heart. 100,000 is 100,000 anyway. This furnace will just pile up ashes. Who wants it? He pretended to be profound and said, "I think you have a destiny with this ancestor's furnace. Take the 100,000. It's a good deed." However, Max keenly noticed the malicious smile in the Taoist's eyes, and he felt uneasy. "Sister Xiaolian, this is too expensive. I don't want it." He let go of the stove with regret and turned to leave. "Wait!" The old Taoist hurriedly chased after him, his tone full of urgency. "Young donor has a connection with the alchemy furnace. The price can be negotiated." Seeing that Max intended to leave, the old Taoist watched the golden duck fly away and quickly stood up with a smile on his face. 50,000 is 50,000. You can take it." Max turned around, a teasing smile on his face. 3,000, no more." The old Taoist was stunned and shocked. The price difference was too big. From 50,000 to 3,000. This was not bargaining. This was naked robbery. But he didn't dare to offend and gritted his teeth and said, 4,000. It can't be any lower. 4,000 is 4,000, no negotiation." Max waved his hands, not giving the old Taoist any chance at all. The two sides started a crazy price showdown like the Annie's bargaining in the vegetable market. "Okay, 40,000, you can take it now. I want 4,500. If you don't sell it to me, I'll leave. 8,008. The old Taoist gritted his teeth. He was so angry that he was about to explode, but he had to give in reluctantly. Xiaolian was stunned, shocked that Max could bargain with a shrewd old man like a bargaining horse. She almost laughed out loud, thinking that this little cutie was really good at it. A price war finally ended with Lao Dao's compromise. The alchemy furnace was successfully moved to the Zhao family manor. However, Max developed a new interest in the furnace. While eating, he was thinking about how to use this treasure to start making elixirs. Zhao Siki was busy with work and didn't notice Max's little plan. So he took the opportunity to run into the president's office and fiddle with the alchemy furnace that looked extremely heavy. "Let's get started today." Max smiled and patted the furnace. It was so heavy that it was hard to believe that a 6-year-old child could move it. But he didn't hesitate at all and easily moved the furnace to the center of the room. Amazing, he couldn't help but shout. With a heavy breath coming, Max began to start his alchemy journey. He took out the herbs from the storage ring, circulated his spiritual energy, and began to draw a complex fire control array. However, repeated failures gradually made his forehead sweat and anxiety spread. But Max did not give up. After many attempts, he finally drew a successful formation. Success! He finally breathed a sigh of relief. After controlling the raging fire, Max began to devote himself to the process of refining the elixir. The medicinal materials changed under the high temperature, the impurities were decomposed, and the essence gradually condensed. He was focused and calm, like an experienced master. After several efforts, finally, bang, the alchemy furnace made a loud noise. Max staggered to his feet and looked at the furnace. 10 pills, he exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with undisguised pride. I'm a genius too. Max's breakthrough was like a myth. This time, he not only broke through the bottleneck of chi refining, but also refined 10 pills at one time. This kind of enchanting talent made him feel unprecedentedly proud. The pills in the alchemy furnace were more colorful and radiated a dazzling light. Their quality simply surpassed all previous achievements. He sat by the bed, contentedly put away the pills, and packed up the furnace, ready to enjoy his own rest time. On the second day of the training, Zhao Siki found that Max was full of energy and spirit early in the morning, and seemed to be more energetic than before. Little brother, you got up so early. You're really good. She pinched Max's face and smiled gently and dotingly. Max pouted, feeling a little wronged, but unable to resist. His sister's mischief and doting made him feel warm and panicked. However, today's arrangement surprised Max a little. Zhao Siki told him that he would not go to the company today, but stay at home to practice. Max was thinking in his mind that he would take the opportunity to accelerate his breakthrough to the middle stage of chi refining, so that he could refine the rejuvenating pill and give it as a gift to his sisters. As he practiced more, Max's progress became more significant. 6 days later, he finally broke through the bottleneck and reached the middle stage of chi refining. But the breakthrough process was not smooth. Several consecutive failures almost exhausted his spiritual energy. He did not dare to give up and tried again and again. Finally, he burst out a powerful spiritual energy in the last attempt, tearing apart the invisible barrier and successfully breaking through. Bang! With a loud noise, the breaking airflow caused amazing changes in Max's body, and his dantian expanded 3 times. The dirt in the body was discharged. His height also quietly increased by 2 centimeters, and his skin became smoother and more delicate. Max took a deep breath and felt lighter than ever before, as if he had been completely reborn. The next morning, Aunt Lon came to call Max to get up, but she got no response. She couldn't help but feel anxious. Did the young master oversleep? She took out the spare key and opened the door. After entering the room, she suddenly frowned. Max's body exuded a fishy smell. Max hurriedly explained that he had secretly gone fishing last night and got himself dirty. Aunt Lon could only shake her head helplessly. After washing off the dirt, Max put on new clothes, walked to the dining table, and sat down, pointing at the fruit without hesitation. Sister, I want to eat this. Zhao Siki was stunned. She never expected that he would suddenly become so mature. She looked down at Max, and her heart suddenly skipped a beat. He was no longer the carefree little brother in front of her, but a little guy who exuded a mature temperament that was inconsistent with his age. Max, how did you become so cute? Zhao Siki couldn't help but hug him and kiss him. Max was a little confused by the sudden kiss. At this time, he was taller, his skin was whiter, and his temperament seemed to have changed dramatically. Zhao Siki held him tightly, her heart filled with wonder and joy. Before she could recover from Max's transformation, Aunt Lon handed him a mirror. Max was suddenly thinking about something. It turned out that the changes in himself were so amazing. He couldn't help but laugh at himself. He seemed to be no longer the 6-year-old child. When breakfast was over, Zhao Siki did not rush to the company, but decided to take Max out for a walk, taking advantage of this rare time to accompany him and enjoy this rare, intimate time. Shall we go to the amusement park later? Zhao Siki asked with a smile. At first, Max had no interest in the amusement park. After breaking through the middle stage of chi refining, he no longer had eyes for the fun of childhood, and his mind was no longer on the amusement projects. Zhao Siki noticed her brother's indifference and decided to change her plan and take him shopping. Unexpectedly, This time, Max became her little follower, carrying a bag in his hand and glancing at the goods from time to time. He is no longer the little brother who only knows how to play, and he has already planted more far-reaching goals in his heart. As they walked, they stopped at a jewelry store. Zhao Siki casually looked at the merchandise and was about to leave when suddenly an uninvited voice came from behind. "Hello, beautiful lady." She turned around and saw a young man with yellow hair and extravagant clothes. He smiled confidently and obviously did not intend to give up easily. "Miss, I know a lot about jade. Would you like me to help you choose?" Zhao Siki raised her eyebrows, obviously sensing ill intentions, and responded coldly, "Not interested." The man was unwilling to give up, with a smile on his face, ready to continue to display his charm. However, just as he was about to speak, Max suddenly interrupted. "Sister, don't you like this brother? Is he not worthy of you?" Max's words were like a bombshell, causing the entire scene to fall into silence. The young man's face froze, and his awkward smile instantly froze. The crowd around him also began to chuckle. Zhao Siki looked at Max, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. She secretly admired her brother for always being able to save her at critical moments. What a guy who doesn't know his own limitations. Zhao Siki sneered and pulled Max away, leaving the yellow-haired man standing there in a daze. During the rest of the trip, Max's eyes were attracted by the milk tea shop. He took his sister's hand and asked impatiently, "Sister, I want milk tea." Zhao Siki smiled and nodded. Unexpectedly, Max suddenly took the initiative to say, "Sister, I have money. I can pay." Max took out a fruit phone from his pocket and walked towards the counter holding it. Customers around him looked at the little boy paying with the latest phone, their eyes full of surprise and admiration. Even the milk tea shop clerk couldn't help but sigh. This child is really sensible. 20 yuan for 2 cups of milk tea, the female clerk asked with a smile. Seeing Max paying seriously, she couldn't help but smile. What a sensible child. Zhao Siki felt relieved. Seeing her brother making herself proud, she felt a surge of love in her heart. However, what surprised Zhao Siki and Max the most was yet to come. The two continued to stroll to a jade shop, and Max's eyes suddenly lit up and pointed to a stall. "Sister, I want to pick a few stones." Zhao Siki looked at him in surprise. "Okay, pick it." Max walked to the stall and scanned the rough stones with his sharp eyes. He already knew the inner qualities of each stone. He selected a few and pointed at them without hesitation. "I want these." The stall owner was stunned for a moment, but soon regained his composure and quoted the price. 50,000 apiece. "If you want to buy it, buy it. If not, forget it." Zhao Siki raised her eyebrows and looked at the stall owner's thoughts. "Okay." She nodded without hesitation and prepared to pay. However, the stall owner's expression changed, and a sly look flashed in his eyes, hoping to take advantage of the opportunity to make more money. He quickly said, "This stone is 50,000, but I won't sell it alone. You have to pick another one." Zhao Siki smiled coldly, and a powerful aura instantly emanated from her. "You black-hearted boss, how dare you ask for such a high price for a piece of broken stone?" The stall owner's face suddenly changed, and he immediately squatted down. "No, no charge, free. Free." He looked as if he was afraid that something bad would happen to him soon. At this time, Max looked at the black gold ore in front of him and smiled slightly. "Sister, don't let him suffer a loss. Take it back." Zhao Siki patted his head, secretly sighing in her heart. She didn't expect her brother to be so smart. She smiled faintly. "I'll pay for it and take it back." The two turned and left, and the stall owner looked regretful. Zhao Siki walked in front, followed by Max, looking through every stone, as if looking for his own treasure. Just as they were about to leave, the gambling area next to them attracted Max's attention. There were sounds of excitement and disappointment all around. Some people were lucky enough to get jade, while others went bankrupt in an instant. Max's eyes became serious. "Sister, I want to try it too." Zhao Siki raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, "Okay, it's okay to play for a while." But the staff stopped him unkindly. "Children are not allowed to play. Go away." Max showed a trace of grievance on his face and turned his head to look at his sister for help. Zhao Siki snorted coldly. "Let him choose, I'll pay." In that grand stone gambling field, the onlookers looked at the young brother and sister with teasing eyes. They are young and look like small-time consumers. 2,000 yuan can satisfy their gambling needs, right? Who knows they can pick stones? They're just some insignificant trinkets. The staff member was also a little embarrassed. He walked to Zhao Siki and whispered, "Miss, can you verify the funds first? I'm afraid that after the money is cut, you won't be able to pay the bill. It's really difficult to deal with." Zhao Siki calmly took out a card from her bag and handed it to the staff. There was laughter at the scene. "Just pick up a card without even looking at it. I guess it doesn't even have 200 yuan. Haha, she dares to come and pick stones with 50 yuan? I want to see how much she can withdraw from the card. Don't say that. If there really is 100, I will stand upside down and eat the raw stones." Zhao Siki glanced around coldly, her eyes as cold as ice, instantly stopping the laughter, and the air seemed to freeze. Her aura instantly suppressed everyone present. Soon, a beautiful woman in Cheongsam came hurriedly and politely handed the card back to Zhao Siki. "Miss, please keep your card. I apologize for the offense just now. The balance on your card is over 100 million. Please follow me to the VIP seat." 100 million? The whole place was silent instantly. The laughter solidified into a silent stone. No one could believe what was happening. The faces of those who had just made fun of him turned pale instantly. Some people lowered their heads and quietly slipped away, fearing that they would be recognized. Zhao Siki's brother Max saw that his sister had made all the arrangements and began to select the rough stones. He walked slowly around the gambling field with sharp eyes and quickly identified more than a dozen rough stones. The prices of the stones he selected ranged from 2,000 to 200,000, including both low and high prices. After the selection was completed, the staff laboriously moved the stones to the cutting table, and Zhao Siki signed a waiver agreement and paid the total amount of 1.876 million yuan by credit card. Seeing her nonchalant look, the staff could not help but look at her with admiration. "He's so generous, spending nearly 2 million. It's really extraordinary." The onlookers at the scene were even more curious about the background of these two young men that allowed them to spend large sums of money so easily. "Let's do it right now," someone suggested, and everyone started to cheer, and the atmosphere instantly heated up. Max smiled and said it was okay. With the announcement of the staff, the on-site gambling activity officially began. The stone-cutting master operated the cutting machine to separate the raw stones into pieces. After the first piece of raw stone was cut, a part of the green surface was exposed inside the jade. Although it was not the most expensive, its large size and medium quality were eye-catching. The auction started, and the price soared. In the end, the rough stone was sold for 140,000 yuan. Although it was only the worst rough stone selected by Max, it also made him a lot of money. The second rough stone was all good. After it was cut, it turned out to be top-grade black jade. Bidders in the audience made bids one after another, and the price kept rising until it was sold for 200,000 yuan. More and more raw stones turned out to be good products, and the atmosphere on the scene became more intense. Everyone was amazed at Max's good luck and vision. After the third raw stone was cut, it turned out to be top-quality blue-white jade, which even triggered a crazy bidding and was finally sold for 1 million. With each piece of raw stone revealed, Max was like opening a treasure box, showing surprises to everyone. The fourth piece of raw stone even revealed ice-type white jade, and the bidding price on the spot kept rising and finally sold for 2 million. However, the most shocking moment was the unveiling of the last few rough stones. When the stone cutter cut a piece of raw stone, no one expected that this raw stone would reveal a billion-dollar imperial Zhao blue jade. This piece of jade was as white as snow, with a deep blue light, which stunned everyone. The bidders in the audience went crazy, and the price went up round after round. In the end, the jade was sold for 15 million. The audience was stunned. They didn't expect there would be such a huge fortune. Everyone was turned into a live broadcast of wealth from gambling on jade. Max remained calm and composed, as if he had expected all this. Every cut seemed to pave the way for his success. One knife cost 10 billion. Who wouldn't go crazy? He stared at everyone coldly. He would show no mercy to anyone who dared to approach. Zhao Siki stood up. If there was an emergency, she would protect her brother. After the security guards maintained order, everyone started a new round of scramble. 300 million. The bidder was the younger brother of the Li family's patriarch, the second in command of the Li family. 350 million. The bidder this time was the eldest son of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Xiao. Don't hesitate. Everyone knows the value of this jade. I bid 700 million. Gao Jejun, the president of Gao's group, said calmly. He is determined to get this precious jade. Chapter 17. I am Zhao Siki's younger brother. Who dares to touch him? 1 billion. Gao Jiejun's sharp voice broke the silence, and the entire mall fell into a dead silence. 1 billion. The price of the Emperor Zhao blue light jade was pushed to the peak, like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart. Max, not for sale. A clear voice rang out from the stage, shocking everyone. Before everyone could recover from the madness of the auction, they were stunned by this sentence. Not selling. Gao Jiejun was so angry that his face turned blue. This brat actually dared to play tricks on him. He lowered his voice and ordered his men, "Bring that brat to me. If I don't let him cry and beg me today, I will write the name of my Gao family backwards." A dozen black-clad bodyguards rushed around, and the mall was in chaos. Just as they were about to approach Max, a cold but intimidating voice came. Who dares to touch him? All eyes were on the owner of the voice, Zhao Siki, the seventh daughter of the Zhao group in Magic City and the ice goddess in the workplace. "This is my brother. Anyone who dares to touch him will be an enemy of the Zhao family." For a moment, Gao Jiejun's face turned pale, and the onlookers took out their phones and took photos frantically. It's confirmed that the iceberg goddess dotes on her brother. This wave of friend circle will definitely explode. The Gao family's bodyguards were scared. After all, more than 50 Zhao family bodyguards had already surrounded Zhao Siki and Max. Gao Jiejun snorted coldly and retreated in disgrace. Max and his sister were about to leave. The stonecutter cut out the last piece of raw stone, and the whole mall was filled with a dazzling green light. Grandmother Emperor Zhao Lu. Even the stonecutter's voice was trembling. Zhao among jades. It is rare to be handed down from generation to generation. Zhao Siki immediately stopped the auction and took the 2 top-quality jade pieces home. The mall was already in chaos, with onlookers scrambling to grab the remaining raw stones that Max had picked out. The stonecutter shook his head secretly. These were all waste. Back at the Zhao family villa, Max quietly hid in the room, holding a piece of black gold ore. He had already begun to imagine the scene of flying with a sword in his mind. Was busy putting her grandmother Di Zhaolu into the safe, thinking about how to make the jade into gifts for her sisters. But Max didn't know that the Gao family had already set their sights on him, and undercurrents were surging. And a greater crisis was hidden in that shadow. Chapter 18. Dominating the hot searches, Kyoto Zhao family, hidden background, and emerging talent. In the Gao family study, Gao Jiejun leaned on the armchair, his face gloomy. This sudden appearance of Zhao Max not only made him lose face, but also disrupted his carefully arranged plan. The Zhao family's child. He sneered and picked up the pen on the table. He knew more about the theft of the Zhao family's orphan 5 years ago than anyone else, and even knew that the power behind it far exceeded the power of the 4 major families in Magic City. "Come here." The female secretary walked in slowly, and Gao Jiejun put a letter into a sealed bag and handed it to her. "Send it to the person in Kyoto. Hurry up." The female secretary was about to leave, but he took her into his arms. "But don't worry, accompany me to cool down first." At the same time, inside the Zhao family manor, Max was studying the black gold, where he had just obtained. He was about to put it into the alchemy furnace when the door was suddenly pushed open. "Brother, what are you doing?" It was the 7th sister, Zhao Siki. She leaned against the door frame. Her eyes narrowed into a line, obviously not believing his perfunctory explanation. I just want to see the alchemy furnace. It's pretty nice." Zhao Siki didn't ask further questions, but just smiled and changed the subject. "From today on, you and your sister will sleep together." "What?" His eyes widened. What kind of weird brain circuit did this sister have? Could it be that a handsome face really had such a strong killing power on the sisters? "No, I'm already 5 years old." Max refused righteously. "I want to be independent." "Stop making trouble. It's just one day." Zhao Siki smiled like a fox. "You can sleep by yourself tomorrow. Sister keeps her word." Max reluctantly agreed and was escorted to his sister's room. The spacious room was filled with warm yellow light, and the soft carpet and exquisite furnishings exuded warmth. But Max was in no mood to appreciate it. He secretly complained in his heart that today's training plan was ruined. "Brother, do you know why someone would steal you?" Zhao Siki leaned against the head of the bed and stroked his head gently. Max shook her head, sighed, and continued. "This is all related to our grandfather." He was listening intently, but his sister fell asleep. He was so angry that he wanted to hit the bed, but his sister held him tightly, and he couldn't move. The fragrance of the girl filled his nose, and Max had no choice but to lean on his sister's arms and fall asleep. In the early morning, the sun shone through the curtains on his face. Max woke up rubbing his eyes. After a night's sleep, he felt comfortable all over and even thought more highly of his sister's room. But as soon as he went downstairs, he was startled by his sister's serious expression. There was a mobile phone on the table, and the screen was full of hot searches about him. Hashtag a 5-year-old boy gambles on $1 billion gemstone hashtag. Hashtag the IC CEO protects his brother with his domineering attitude hashtag. Max blinked his eyes. Is it necessary to be so nervous? Zhao Siki glanced at him and didn't explain. She just quickly contacted the PR team. Put it on the hot search list immediately. The trending search has been suppressed, but the storm has not subsided. In the meeting room of the Zhao family in Kyoto, several elders gathered around the photos of Max and Zhao Siki, their eyes deep. The child from 5 years ago is still alive. At the Zhao family manor, Max was practicing martial arts facing the artificial lake. He made a hand seal, gathered spiritual energy on his fist, and suddenly blasted out 9 fists of red flame. A huge fist of fire cut through the sky, and the lake's surface exploded instantly, with heat waves rolling and white smoke rising directly from the lake water. Xiao He, who was standing next to him, was so frightened that his fur exploded, and he stared blankly at the dead fish floating in the lake. Oh no, we're in trouble. Max slapped his head, picked up Xiao He, and ran away, leaving the confused security guards staring at the lake in a daze. When the man and the dog returned to the room, my sister happened to go back to the company to handle work. Putting Xiao He on the ground, he looked at Xiao He seriously. Xiao He, would you like to practice with me? Woof. Well, I was right about you. With a slight movement of consciousness, Max took out a chi-gathering pill from his storage ring and broke it into 2 halves. He swallowed half of it himself and stuffed the other half directly into Xiao He's mouth. He just sat cross-legged to practice, while Xiao He curled up in a ball, seemingly asleep, with starlight emanating from his body. Period. Max's phone suddenly flashed. It was a message from Lin Xiaoxiao. Chapter 19, Kidnapping Max? I don't want to hit anyone. The kidnapping scene takes a turn. Who is the real prey? At noon, Max finished his training and felt bored, so he opened his phone. As soon as he clicked on the message, a message caught his attention. Max, I'm sorry to bother you. My mother has advanced stomach cancer, and no hospital is willing to accept her. I really have no other options. The message from Lin Xiaoxiao made him look solemn. In the advanced stage of gastric cancer, ordinary hospitals might be powerless to save the patient, but Max was different. The medical skills taught by his master had helped him to turn the tide countless times in critical moments. He replied, "Send me the address, I'll go right away." He quickly went out and stopped the housekeeper Annie Lan. "Give me a complete set of silver needles." Annie Lan refused without hesitation. Children are not allowed to play with these dangerous things. Max curled his lips and went straight to the driver Xiao Lu. "Come with me, I want to buy some silver needles." Xiao Lu scratched his head. "Master, silver needle? Stop talking nonsense and drive." The Rolls-Royce started the engine and roared. With a step on the accelerator, the car shot out. Countless eyes on the street followed the luxury car, but Xiao Lu's face was full of confusion. What on earth is the young master going to do? Soon, the car stopped at the door of the medical equipment store, and Max bought a pair of small and exquisite silver needles. Back in the car, he sent Lin Xiaoxiao's location to Xiao Lu's navigation, and the car sped towards Yanbei district. They didn't notice that a van was quietly following them. The people in the van smiled sinisterly. The target has taken the bait. As soon as he arrived in Yanbei district, Max ran into a milk tea shop to buy a drink, but was caught in a sack and dragged away by the kidnappers who had been waiting for a long time. Xiao Lu hurriedly chased after him, but was suddenly stopped by several charming girls in front of the luxury car. "Handsome guy, where are you going? Come play with your sister for a while." Xiao Lu roared in despair. "Get out of here!" He kicked the girl who was approaching him and hurried back to his car to chase the van, but was still left behind. In the abandoned factory paddock, Max sat proudly and said, "Young Master Zhao, hey, this time the boss is to give us a big red envelope." A chuckle suddenly came from the sack. "Forget about the red envelope. But there is a big trouble." As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of spiritual energy vibrated out, and the sack shattered instantly. Max stood up leisurely from the wreckage, holding the milk tea he had just bought in his hand, looking harmless. Oh my God! Is he a human or a ghost? The kidnappers retreated back in fear. At this time, A hot woman came from the depths of the factory, surrounded by bodyguards. She looked at Max and sneered. Teske, the little girl is pretty, no wonder she is spoiled by the Zhao family. But you can't leave today. She waved at the bodyguard. Tie him up and take him away. Max raised his head and tilted it. Sister, can I ask, who asked you to arrest me? The woman scoffed. Don't ask such questions, child. You will know soon enough. Max sighed softly. I really don't like hitting people, but no one believes it. As soon as he finished speaking, his clothes moved without wind, and a powerful pressure swept out from him. The kidnappers' faces changed drastically, and the few bodyguards who had just stepped forward were shocked to the point that their legs went weak, and they all fell to the ground. The fiery woman's smile froze instantly, and her voice trembled. You, what kind of monster are you? Max calmly took a sip of milk tea and said in a baby voice, Since you won't tell me, I'll have to beat you up first. The next second, he stomped his foot hard, and the entire factory floor cracked like a spider web. The kidnappers looked at each other and finally realized that this was not a prey, but a Shura they had provoked. Chapter 20. Max kills the kidnapper and saves the man. Inside the abandoned factory, Max looked at the bodyguards who had gathered around him with a calm expression. He raised his hand slightly, and the stones on the ground began to float up. Swish, swish, swish. More than a dozen stones accurately hit the bodyguards' acupuncture points. These burly men suddenly froze in place, motionless. What kind of witchcraft is this? The hot woman Chin Chu Chu was so scared that she stepped back repeatedly and quickly took out her cell phone for help. Max walked closer with a smile. Sister, can you tell me now who asked you to arrest me? Brat! Chin Chu Chu gritted her teeth and raised her hand to grab him, but Max slapped her in the face with his backhand. Pa! A crisp sound echoed, and she covered her swollen face and cursed angrily. You dare to hit me? Snap! Snap! After several slaps, Chin Chu Chu's face swelled up like a pig's head. At this moment, a sudden break sound was heard, and a burly bald man strode in with a dozen bodyguards. Black Bear, quickly catch this brat, Chin Chu Chu shouted, her voice becoming unclear due to the swelling. Black Bear snorted coldly and looked at Max. Little kid, I'll give you a chance. Just surrender, or don't blame me for being rude. Max tilted his head and looked at Black Bear. There was a trace of spiritual energy fluctuations on this person, although it was weak, but it was obvious that he was not an ordinary person. Without waiting for his reply, Black Bear waved his hand and ordered his men. Go! The bodyguards swarmed over, and Max flashed, moving as fast as a ghost. With one punch, a bodyguard flew 3 meters away. Bang! Bang! In just 1 minute, all the bodyguards fell to the ground wailing. I already told you I don't want to fight. Max muttered. Black Bear looked grim. He was not that easy to deal with. He stomped his foot, causing the floor to shake. He rushed towards Max with great momentum and swung his fist as big as a sandbag. Boom! Max raised his fist nonchalantly to meet the attack, and the Black Bear was immediately shocked and retreated repeatedly. His right hand trembled slightly, as if the bones were broken. Who asked you to arrest me? Max looked up and asked coldly. The Black Bear didn't answer. He suddenly rushed forward again. Max shook his head in disdain, disappeared in an instant, appeared in front of the Black Bear the next moment, and kicked him. Bang! The Black Bear crashed into the wall like a kite with a broken string, rolled to the ground, and lost consciousness. Max clapped his hands gently and looked at Chin Chu Chu. What about you? Can you tell me now? Under Max's cordial discussion, Chin Chu Chu tremblingly revealed everything. The Gao family was the mastermind behind the scenes, and some big shots in Kyoto were also involved. After confirming the information, Max clapped his hands, turned back, and told the kidnappers, Drive quickly and take me back. The kidnappers looked miserable and nodded quickly. They handed coke to Max while driving, fearing to anger the little monster. After returning to the city, Max went directly to the address Lin Xiaoxiao sent. When he saw Lin Xiaoxiao, she was waiting downstairs in the community, looking haggard, with hope in her eyes. Where's my sister? Lin Xiaoxiao asked in a low voice. Don't worry, she'll be here soon. Max replied with a smile. Entering the house, a strong smell of Chinese and Western medicine hit me. Lin Xiaoxiao's family was sitting in the living room, and they were obviously not very welcoming to Max. Sister, why did you bring a child here at this time? Lin Xiaoxiao's brother asked coldly. Lin Xiaoxiao replied with red eyes. You guys don't have any solution. Why not? I want to try. Just when the atmosphere was tense, Max raised his head and said in a baby voice, Don't worry, Annie can still be saved. After the words fell, the room was silent and everyone was stunned. Chapter 21. Max's skillful acupuncture saves the desperate situation. Lin Xiaoxiao grabbed Max's shoulders, tears streaming down her face. Max, is there any way to save my mother? I'm willing to do anything. The living room was completely silent, and everyone looked at the little boy with a baby voice, their eyes full of suspicion and a glimmer of hope. Max frowned, thinking about how to perform the treatment without exposing his secret. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Lin Xiaoxiao's brother hurried to open the door, and an old man in a white robe came in, with a strong smell of traditional Chinese medicine. Dr. Li is here. Lin Xiaoxiao's father forced a smile. How is your lady doing these days? Dr. Li asked, stroking his goatee. Alas, she has been in so much pain lately that she can't even get out of bed. Father Lin choked up, his eyes full of self-blame and helplessness. Such a good woman, who has suffered all her life. How could she? Dr. Li sighed and said, take me to see it. He carried the medicine box into the room. Max was about to follow him in, but was stopped by Lin Xiaoxiao's brother. Dr. Li is treating patients. Children should not go in and cause trouble. Max glared at him and said in a baby voice, my sister is the vice president of the first affiliated hospital of Magic City. She can help arrange treatment. I need to see the situation before I go back and talk to her. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao's brother hesitated for a moment and finally made way, but he did not forget to remind him, don't make trouble. After entering the room, Max immediately sensed the chaotic atmosphere. Mother Lin, who was lying on the bed, looked pale, her breath was weak, and her lips were purple. Dr. Li, thank you so much for your help. Mother Lin forced a smile. Dr. Li waved his hand, took out the silver needles, and prepared to start acupuncture. Grandpa, the first needle cannot be inserted into the Bai Hui point. Max suddenly spoke. Dr. Li frowned and rebuked in a cold voice. Don't talk nonsense, you ignorant boy. Just as he was about to insert the needle, he found his hand was firmly grasped. He looked up and saw Max's young face full of seriousness. If you can't treat it, don't do it. This is a life. Dr. Li struggled hard to break free, but found that he was unable to shake the small hand at all. The next second, Max took out a box of silver needles from his pocket and began to perform acupuncture with great agility. The silver needles flew out in the air and pierced the acupuncture points accurately. This flying needle? Dr. Li widened his eyes in shock. Flying needle was a technique that he had studied for more than 10 years before he had a basic understanding of, and yet a child was playing with it like a duck to water. Max said softly to Lin's mother, don't be afraid, it won't hurt soon. As the silver needle penetrated, a trace of spiritual energy flowed into Lin Mu's body, and the blood congestion gradually loosened. Lingyu Dabai Gong Sun. After all 18 needles were placed, Max withdrew the needles and asked, Annie, how do you feel now? Mother Lin smiled and said, my stomach feels warm and the pain is gone. I feel so comfortable. Max nodded with satisfaction and quickly wrote down a prescription and handed it to Dr. Li. Follow this prescription, and Andy's illness will be mostly cured in 2 weeks. Dr. Li looked at the prescription and was stunned. Snake tongue and gentian can be combined like this. This is a magic trick. After checking on Lin's mother, Dr. Li returned to the living room and laughed loudly. Don't worry, madam is getting better. This young genius doctor has brought her back to health. I am really ashamed of myself. What? The Lin family was shocked and ecstatic. Father Lin had tears in his eyes and took Max's hand and bowed deeply. Little miracle doctor, you are the benefactor of our whole family. Max was a little embarrassed and muttered, Uncle, hurry up, I just helped a little. After politely declining the Lin family's invitation to stay, Max insisted on leaving. Lin Xiaoxiao saw him off to the door and asked in confusion, how are you going back? No one is picking you up? Max scratched his head and lied. My sister brought me here. She went back to the hospital temporarily. Then I'll go back with you. Lin Xiaoxiao pulled him into a taxi. When they arrived near the Zhao family manor, Max pointed to the intersection outside the manor and lied. My house is just in front, and my sister will come to pick me up when she sees me. After watching Lin Xiaoxiao leave, Max turned around and walked back to the manor, letting out a long sigh. This lie is so tiring to tell. Chapter 22, The Sisters' Competition for Favor, makes Max in a dilemma. In the Zhao family manor, Xiao Lu knelt in the middle of the hall, trembling. Zhao Siqi's anger was like a huge wave, making the air in the whole hall a little colder. You stole a sports car, took the young master away, and watched him get kidnapped. What do you do for a living? Zhao Siki gritted her teeth, veins throbbing on her forehead. Why would the Zhao family keep a loser like you? Xiao Lu burst into tears and kowtowed repeatedly. Miss, please spare my life. Spare my life? Zhao Siki sneered. Sure, get out of the Magic City, or go to my second sister's place for some reformation. When Xiao Lu heard the words second sister, his face turned pale. That was the eldest sister of the Zhao family, who guarded the frontier war zone. The people under her had never had a good life. Xiao Lu was so disheartened that he could only bow his head and accept his fate. At this moment, a hurried intercom voice came from outside the door. The fourth young lady is back, holding the young master in her arms. Zhao Siki stood up suddenly and rushed out the door in 2 steps. As expected, she saw Zhao Wenya, who was wearing a black jumpsuit and looked elegant and cool, walking into the manor with Max in her arms. Fourth sister. Zhao Siki's eyes widened. Why is my brother with you? Oh, seventh sister. It's really unreliable to leave my brother to you. Zhao Wenya snorted coldly. Luckily I got there in time, otherwise I wouldn't know where my brother is. Zhao Siki was speechless and could only smile and say, Okay, I was wrong. You are the boss now, so whatever you say is right. Zhao Wenya nodded with satisfaction and rubbed Max in her arms. But my little brother is so cute, I really don't want to let go when I hold him. Max sobbed and struggled. Fourth sister, I can walk by myself? No. Zhao Wenya refused decisively. You are the younger brother. Whether you are 5, 10, or 18 years old, you are still the younger brother. It is only natural for your sister to hold you. Zhao Siki couldn't help rolling her eyes. Fourth sister, don't force me to turn against you. While the two were bickering, Max finally escaped and threw himself into Xiaohei's arms. However, before Xiaohei could be happy for a few seconds, Zhao Wenya kicked him 2 meters away. There's a dog! Zhao Wenya screamed. This is my little black. Max quickly ran over and picked up Little Black, stroking its head lovingly. Little Black, are you okay? Xiaohei wagged his tail to show that he was fine, but he was wailing in his heart. My dog. How did I get into trouble with this family? Zhao Wenya scratched her head awkwardly. Fourth sister didn't mean it. That night, the manor was full of warmth and joy. The 2 sisters were chatting animatedly on the sofa, while Max was watching cartoons quietly while holding Xiaohei. However, Max's ears caught the whispers of the 2 sisters. The master has been very active recently, especially targeting Max. Zhao Siki whispered. Humph! Do the Zhao family of Kyoto really think we are easy to bully? Zhao Wenya sneered. If you touch Max again, my Zhao family of Magic City will never show mercy. Max frowned. It seemed that his sisters were even busier than he thought. As night fell, Max thought he could finally practice alone in peace. But just as he sat down cross-legged, there was a familiar knock on the door. As soon as the door opened, Zhao Wenya came in holding a notebook and sat on the bed without any hesitation. Brother, I heard that you are afraid to sleep alone. Sister will sleep with you. Max's forehead twitched. I am not afraid. Before he finished speaking, there was another knock on the door, and Zhao Siki pushed the door open and walked in. Fourth sister, why are you here? I am taking care of my little brother. Oh, you failed miserably in taking care of me, haven't you? Zhao Wenya refused to give in. Zhao Siki didn't say much and dived straight into the bed. Max was instantly sandwiched between the 2 sisters. On the left is the hot body of the 4th sister, and on the right is the cool temperament of the 7th sister. Max froze like a statue. Sisters, I really can sleep alone. Stop it. Sleep. The 2 sisters said in unison, hugging Max tighter. Max looked at the ceiling silently, wailing in his heart. When can I sleep alone? Chapter 23. Slime Nightmare and Sister's Surprise. In the early hours of the morning, Max was fighting a group of slimes in his dream. The slimy green monsters crazily climbed onto his face, and he struggled desperately. He woke up with a start and found himself lying in a familiar room. He breathed a sigh of relief. It was just a dream. But his face felt inexplicably wet. He turned his head and was stunned when he saw it. The 7th sister was hugging him, her cherry lips pressed against his face. On the other side, the 4th sister's red lips were also pressed against his other side, and she was even drooling. Max couldn't help it anymore, grabbed the little dinosaur doll on the bedside, and ran to the sofa on the first floor angrily and lay down. He tried to calm himself down, thinking that the two sisters were too horrible. On the second floor, not long after the sisters' awkward confrontation, Zhao Siki and Zhao Wenyao woke up at the same time. They stumbled toward the middle of the bed and found it empty. "Where's your brother? Why is he gone?" The two sisters quickly sat up and looked around. Finally, they found Max sleeping on the sofa. Strangely, there were two saliva marks like tear marks on Max's white face. Seventh sister, did you do something to your brother last night? Zhao Wenyao was the first to speak, with a questioning look on her face. "I was just about to ask you. Why are there saliva marks on your side too?" Zhao Siki frowned and fought back. The two of them fell silent for a moment, and the air was so awkward that it froze. "Maybe my brother is sleepwalking." Yes, he must be sleepwalking," the two of them said in unison to hide their embarrassment, then ran to wash up together and hurried downstairs to have breakfast. Practice in the back garden and the generous gift from the elder sister. Max finally got rid of the entanglement of the elder sisters and took Xiao Hei to the back garden to start practicing. He sat cross-legged in the pavilion, and the spiritual energy slowly entered his dantian, while Xiao Hei lay beside him and slept soundly. During the practice, Max sighed in a low voice. "Oh, at this speed, how long will it take to practice to the late stage of qi refining?" He secretly decided in his heart that after his strength increased, he must set up a spirit-gathering formation in the manor, so that the efficiency would be much higher. Just as he was lost in thought, the phone rang. The voice of the seventh sister came. "Brother, there is a banquet at the Gu family today. After lunch, let your fourth sister take you to dress up." After hanging up the phone, Max returned to the villa helplessly, only to see a mountain of gift boxes. Fourth sister Zhao Wenyao smiled and said, "These are shipped to you from Country M by my sister. Go and open them." Max's eyes widened. So many. He opened the gifts one by one. There were remote-controlled robots, toy racing cars, golden hoop sticks, and even a small sword decorated with gold. "Wow, what a cool sword. I love it so much, sis." Hearing the compliment, Zhao Wenyao felt elated and couldn't help but rub Max's head again. "As long as you like it." Bathing incident before the banquet. After lunch, Zhao Wenyao picked up Max and said, "Come on, sister will help you dress up and take a bath first." "Wait, why are you carrying me to the bathroom?" Max became alert instantly. "I have to wash it for you," Zhao Wenyao said as a matter of course. "No, I can wash myself." Max blushed, broke free from her arms, and stood at a safe distance. "Why are you shy? Your sister washed you when you were a child. How old was I then?" Max's face flushed, and he resolutely guarded the bathroom door until Zhao Wenyao had no choice but to leave. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief and lock the door. While taking a shower, Max's mental perception was tense the whole time. He muttered in a low voice, "My sisters are too scary. Next time, I must be on guard against them breaking in again." Chapter 24. Max debuts at the banquet. After taking a shower, Max carefully poked his head out. Seeing that his fourth sister seemed to have left, he breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to go back to his room to lie down for a while. "Hey, why is the bed so soft and warm?" He turned over comfortably and was about to close his eyes, but he found that he was in the arms of his fourth sister. "Max, be good and change your clothes quickly. I picked out a very handsome dress for you." Zhao Wenyao smiled and held up a goose yellow robe with gold edges beside the bed, which was shining like glass. Max changed his clothes reluctantly. The goose yellow robe and black straight pants made him look like a flawless jade, delicate and cute. "So handsome." Zhao Wenyao looked at him with stars in her eyes. "Come on, put on these jewels, and you'll be even more perfect." With a diamond necklace, a silver bracelet, and several rings, Max stood in front of the mirror, looking like a little Zhaozi. Zhao Wenyao quickly took a photo and sent it to her group of sisters. "Look at our baby brother. Envy him." Packing up Max, Zhao Wenyao also started to change her clothes and dress up. It will only take 10 minutes. However, these 10 minutes lasted for 3 hours. Women's mouths are full of lies. Max couldn't help but mutter in the room. Sisters set off, banquet storm. In the afternoon, Zhao Siki finally returned home and dressed up with Zhao Wenyao. One of the two sisters wore a black princess dress, charming and charming. The other wore a green dress, cool and elegant. After the two sisters finished dressing up, the three of them set off with the carefully prepared birthday gifts. On the way, Zhao Wenyao kept nagging. "It's all your fault that you packed slowly. We arrived later than others." "Fourth sister, you're not much better yourself." Max pouted, causing Zhao Siki to chuckle at the side. Fourth sister, I've made fun of you. Zhao Wenya glared at her. Shut up. The car drove smoothly into the Gu family's gate. The Gu family's villa was decorated with lights and colorful decorations, and luxury cars were parked outside. The open space was filled with glass tables, desserts, and drinks. From a distance, the hall was already full of people, and the guests had gathered. On the red carpet, the three of them attracted all attention as soon as they appeared. The Zhao family from the demonic city has arrived. An announcement was made, and everyone looked at the three people at the end of the red carpet. Oh my God, who are those two beauties? They are so charming. I heard they're the eldest and seventh daughters of the Zhao family. The little boy next to them is so cute. He is the young master of the Zhao family, who was found recently. There was a lot of discussion in the hall, and many people looked at Max with curiosity. Max followed closely behind the two sisters, not affected by the gazes at all. His delicate features and childish face made people want to take a second look. At this moment, Max keenly sensed a familiar aura. He raised his head slightly and saw Gao Jijun and Chun Chuchu talking in a low voice in the corner of the hall. Interesting. Max raised the corner of his mouth slightly, thinking to himself, today's banquet may not be that simple. Gu Biao on the second floor had already noticed them, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Chapter 25, Gu Family Backyard. Max assassinated. Zhao Siki and Zhao Wenya took Max to the inner court of Gu's house. There were many rich and powerful people gathered here, but Max's attention was all on the desserts on the table. He tried to sneak back to the outer court several times, but was stopped by the sisters. At this time, a man with scars all over his face and deep eyes came over. Max instinctively felt a little oppressed, but he was relieved when he heard the sisters calling him Uncle Biao. Haha, this is Max. Your father discussed with us before naming you. Gu Biao patted Max's shoulder and called the little girl behind him. Yeah, take your brother to play. Uncle has something to discuss with your sisters. Gu Qinyue took Max's little hand and said in a sweet voice, Come on, I'll take you to the backyard to play on the swing. The two quickly ran to the backyard, where the moonlight shone on the swing and the surrounding lights were soft and quiet. Max sat on the swing and enjoyed the cool breeze. Woohoo, he shouted happily, and Gu Qianyue pushed him vigorously from behind. The two of them laughed and took turns swinging on the swing. Tired of playing, the two sat on the steps and looked at the moon. Gu Qianyue suddenly asked, Are you in school? I'm going to the second grade. Max shook his head. My sisters haven't made any arrangements yet, but I'll be there soon. As the two were chatting happily, Max frowned, feeling a strange chill. He subconsciously pulled Gu Qianyue aside. Swish, swish, swish. Several silver needles carrying poisonous gas pierced the place where he had just sat. Go back to the hall and find my sister, Max shouted in a low voice. Gu Qianyue was so scared that she rolled and crawled back to the villa, while Max tightly grasped the small sword in his hand, and his spiritual awareness spread rapidly. He soon captured a black-clad killer hiding in a tree. Who sent you? Max looked up. His voice was childish, but so cold that it made people tremble. The man in black was stunned for a moment, then sneered, pulled out a dagger, and rushed towards him. Max tapped his toes, jumped up, and instantly approached the man in black with his sword. A flash of cold light flashed, and the sword pierced the other person's heart accurately. The killer's eyes were filled with disbelief, and he said weakly, How? Is it possible? Max drew out his sword, his fingers trembling slightly. It was his first time killing someone, and he felt a little flustered, but he quickly forced himself to calm down. He used spiritual fire to turn the killer's body into ashes, which were then blown away by the wind. Master said that I will show no mercy to those who want to kill me. Max murmured, his eyes gradually regaining calm. At this time, there was a sound of hurried footsteps coming from the back door. He looked up and saw his sisters rushing in with their bodyguards. Chapter 26, If I Don't Marry Her, I Won't Go to Kindergarten. Max's night crisis. As night falls, the Gu family banquet is in full swing. Just as Max and Gu Qianyue are playing in the backyard, a sudden flying needle makes him alert instantly. He hurriedly pushed Gu Qianyue away, and several poisonous needles brushed past her and headed straight for her. Max drew out the small sword given by his sister without hesitation to block the attack, forcing the enemy into a desperate situation. Go back and find your sister, he ordered urgently. Gu Qianyue hurriedly ran towards the villa, and Max followed closely behind, cutting off the poisonous needles that were chasing her with a sword. Finally, the enemy showed up, a man in black hiding in a tree. Max's eyes turned cold, and he rushed towards him mercilessly, stabbing him with a sword. How? How is this possible? The man in black's eyes were full of shock, and he fell to the ground, motionless. Max stood aside, his hands trembling slightly. He felt a little uncomfortable because of his first kill, but he quickly calmed himself down. He turned the enemy into ashes, making sure no trace was left. At this moment, hurried footsteps came from the back door, and Zhao Siki and Zhao Wenyao hurried over with their bodyguards. Max glanced at them, and the tension in his heart eased a little. "Brother, are you okay?" Zhao Siki asked nervously, pulling Max to check. "We just saw a man in black. He threw needles at us, but we dodged them," Max said weakly, with a slightly frightened look on his face. "That was a close call." Zhao Wenyao and Zhao Siki's faces turned serious instantly, and Gu Biao quickly took the bodyguards to search the backyard. A few minutes later, Gu Biao came over, his face livid. "It's safe for now. I'll increase patrols. The banquet is about to start. Go in first." Zhao Siki nodded slightly and took her brother back to the villa. The atmosphere in the banquet hall gradually heated up. Gu Ping'an was speaking and the scene was very lively. Max returned to his seat and suddenly felt a strange gaze. He subconsciously looked over there and happened to meet Gao Jijun's eyes. He couldn't help but wonder, did the Gao family send someone to attack him? But soon, Max shook these thoughts off and listened attentively to the opening of the banquet. "Thank you all for coming." Gu Ping'an picked up the microphone, his words revealing confidence. "It's the birthday of the old man of the Gu family. Thank you all for your congratulations." As his voice fell, many families presented generous gifts. Hearing, the Zhao family of Magic City presented God Zhao Longguang a jade pendant, a Tang poem, and a helicopter. Max couldn't help but pull Zhao Siki. "Sister, does our family have a helicopter?" Zhao Siki was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, "Of course, we have several at home, usually parked on the tarmac." Max was surprised and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It turns out that there are so many secrets hidden in this house. After the banquet, Gu Biao was still thinking about what happened just now, and his face was gloomy. Zhao Siki comforted him. "It's okay. Our brother is not injured, don't worry." On the way back, Zhao Wenyao joked, "Max, you have stolen Gu Qinyue's heart. Look how disappointed she is. Now it's time to discuss the child marriage. How about Uncle Biao being the in-law?" Zhao Siki said with a smile. Max was so frightened that his face changed and he waved his hands hastily. "Sister, I don't want to be engaged to Sister Qinyue." Zhao Siki gently touched his head. "Don't worry, the sisters support you, no matter what you want to do." However, these words did not completely put Max at ease. He silently said to himself, "The sisters always joke too much." However, when the car drove into the Zhao family manor, Max finally breathed a sigh of relief. After entering the room, he was about to relax when there was another knock on the door. The fourth sister came, and it was obvious that she wanted to sleep with him. Then the seventh sister also appeared. 3 people squeezed together on the bed, and Max felt that he could hardly breathe. "Sister, do I have to go to school?" Max asked in a low voice. Zhao Siki gently pinched his cheek. "Well, I have already registered you for kindergarten." "Kindergarten? Can I go to elementary school?" Max's eyes lit up. Zhao Wenyao smiled. "If you can solve the first grade problems, go to elementary school." Max was secretly delighted. "This little test is so easy for me." At night, after finally breaking through his sister's encirclement, Max ran into Zhao Siki's room, eagerly swallowed the chi-receiving pill, and began to practice. In the flashing silver light, a ray of black light suddenly passed by. What made him suddenly feel so nervous? Chapter 27. Brother, you are ready to go to elementary school. Early in the morning, Zhao Siki and Zhao Wenyao opened their sleepy eyes and looked at each other, and an awkward atmosphere suddenly spread. The two hugged each other tightly. Their pajamas were a little messy, and the scene was a little awkward. "Ahem, I'll go wash up first." Zhao Wenyao coughed dryly, immediately woke up, put on her shoes, and quickly walked out of the room. Zhao Siki sat up, looked around, and found that her younger brother Max had disappeared early in the morning. Max on the 3rd floor had just stopped practicing, his eyes flashing with determination. "Swordsmanship is the most suitable for me now," he whispered to himself, and decided to start practicing a set of swordsmanship. Attaching spiritual energy to weapons and using it can not only increase combat power, but also greatly reduce spiritual energy consumption. After getting out of bed and washing up, Max excitedly ran downstairs with his sword in his hand. He saw his two sisters already sitting at the dining table, and Aunt Lon was about to call him to eat. "Brother, come and have dinner." Zhao Siki frowned slightly, looked at the small sword in Max's hand, and asked, "Is this a toy sword?" Max scratched his head and innocently pulled out a small sword. The blade was silver and extremely flexible. Zhao Siki looked at the sword and frowned. "This thing is too dangerous. How can you play with such a sharp weapon?" "Max, this is a toy sword I bought specifically for my younger brother. It has no blade and won't hurt anyone," Zhao Wenya explained gently. Despite the explanation from the fourth sister, Zhao Siki still didn't believe it and insisted that her brother hand over the sword. So, Max and Zhao Siki started a chase, running around the room several times, which made everyone laugh. Finally, Max grabbed the sleeping Xiaohei and rushed out of the villa and ran to the backyard. Zhao Siki chased after him breathlessly, while Zhao Wenya chuckled beside him. After breakfast, Zhao Siki opened the sister group and found that the fifth sister has been doing well in the entertainment industry recently and was even selected as the most popular actress. She sighed. It seems that the fifth sister paid a great price to make time. Zhao Wenya reminded him, "Oh, my second sister has arranged for a warrior to come and protect my brother." When Max heard the word warrior, he was immediately curious. What is a warrior? Is it someone who practices martial arts? In the backyard, Xiaohei continued to sleep soundly after swallowing the qi-gathering pill. His hair was as white as snow, and his belly was round, like a cute snowball. Max was practicing basic sword moves on the side, swinging the sword and repeating simple movements. Although his wrist was sore, he always had a determined expression on his face. When Max finished his practice and was about to take a shower, he suddenly thought of brother Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu had disappeared since the fourth sister went home. He said to himself, "Did Xiao Lu go fishing?" In a military camp far away from the magic city, Xiao Lu chewed a steamed bun with big mouthfuls, tears flashing in his eyes, thinking in his heart, "My family, who understands? I don't want to stay in this crappy place for even a second." Max came to the hall and saw two sisters playing chess. He walked over, patted the table, and said excitedly, "Sister, I'm here to challenge you. Didn't you say yesterday that if you can solve first-grade problems, you can go to elementary school?" Zhao Siki nodded, and Zhao Wenya agreed and began to prepare for the first-grade test paper. Max first saw the math test. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. 5 plus 3, 18 plus 8. These questions were simply an insult to his IQ. He quickly finished the test and turned around to start writing the Chinese test. Max in surprise and found that his handwriting was so neat that he didn't look like a 5-year-old. After checking the test paper, he got full marks in math and Chinese. Awesome! The two sisters exclaimed at the same time and gave their brother a thumbs up. Zhao Wenya smiled and said, "Then we won't go to kindergarten. We'll go straight to elementary school when school starts." Max jumped up excitedly and shouted happily, "Yeah, I'm an elementary school student now." After lunch, the three of them went shopping. Zhao Siki and Zhao Wenya, two elegant goddesses, brought Max and instantly attracted a lot of attention. But Max regretted it. After shopping for more than 200 sets of clothes, the two sisters were not tired at all, but he was exhausted. Finally, he looked forward to the end of shopping. Then, Zhao Siki suggested going to the amusement park. Max felt depressed. For him, the amusement park was a place for children to play, but he did not expect that after entering the amusement park, he found that there were exciting rides such as roller coasters and pirate ships. Max was nervous at first, but once he got on the pirate ship, he was no longer afraid and even shouted happily, "Woohoo!" When the pirate ship stopped, Max almost fainted, but the excitement made him feel extremely happy. Chapter 28. 1 month to reach the late stage of chi refining. Max felt a strong spiritual energy surging in his body, and this violent fluctuation almost made him bite his lip. He could clearly feel his meridians expanding under waves of pressure, and the spiritual energy in his body was accumulating restlessly. Faster, faster, Max muttered in his heart, his fists clenched tightly, his face turned pale. After swallowing the Na Yuan Dan, his cultivation instantly gained a huge improvement, and his body seemed to be surrounded by an invisible force, as if he was fighting against the power between heaven and earth. At this moment, a black light suddenly flashed in his mind, and an intense pain came from his meridians, as if to tear him apart. Max endured the pain and worked hard to circulate his internal energy. The spiritual energy in his body almost burst out. He knew that this was the last level of breakthrough. As long as he passed this level, he would be able to officially advance to the late stage of chi refining. The reserves of spiritual energy would be greatly increased, and his strength would be further improved. Hold on, it will be fine soon, Max muttered to himself. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his face turned pale as paper. Time seemed to grow long, and every second seemed like a century. Finally, with a slight explosion, the intense pressure in his body suddenly disappeared. Max felt the restraints on his body disappear instantly, and his spiritual energy became unprecedentedly smooth. He finally broke through the middle stage of chi refining and entered the late stage of chi refining. Success! Max breathed a sigh of relief, a satisfied smile on his face. Although he was still a little weak, he knew that this was just the beginning. His strength was no longer the same as before. Just then, there was a light knock on the door. Max immediately regained his composure and whispered to himself, just in time. Zhao Siki's voice came from outside the door. Max, it's time to eat, come out quickly. She didn't seem to notice Max's practice just now, and just came to call him to eat as usual. Okay, I'll be right there. Max cleared his throat and returned to his familiar babyish voice. He stood up and felt the changes in his body. With every step he took, the power under his feet was abnormally full, as if he had become stronger. Xiaohei also walked into the room, as if he had noticed something, and stood beside Max, staring at him with eyes full of wisdom. Let's go eat too. Max reached out and touched Xiaohei's head, with a strange light flashing in his eyes. He walked out of the room and stepped onto the stairs. Zhao Siki and Zhao Wenyao were already sitting at the dining table. Seeing her brother coming over, Zhao Siki smiled and said, "Finally, you came out. Why are you so late today?" Max grinned. "Sister, I practiced swordsmanship in my room for a while." Zhao Wenyao glanced at him casually, with a slight smile on her face. "You have made rapid progress recently. Have you made a breakthrough again?" She obviously did not doubt her brother's practice. "That's about right." Max was slightly pleased in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. "Let's eat. After we finish eating, we'll go buy you new clothes and go to the playground." Zhao Siki looked at her brother with a hint of worry in her eyes. "Don't stay in your room all the time. You should go out for a walk." "I understand." Max agreed obediently, but in his heart he thought that he had become stronger and the next challenge would be more interesting. Chapter 29: Flying flowers and fallen leaves can hurt people. The night at the Zhao family manor was so quiet that it seemed as if everything was immersed in a dream. However, for Max, this night was not peaceful. In the room on the second floor, he was concentrating on practicing for a breakthrough, and the spiritual energy around him was winding like a stream. Today's breakthrough was more difficult than the last breakthrough in the middle stage of chi refining. That barrier in the late stage of chi refining was like steel, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not break through. Damn it! Max clenched his fists and swallowed the fourth Na Yuan Dan. His spiritual energy was replenished, but the progress of the breakthrough was still slow. Until suddenly, a black aura emerged and spun rapidly, like some uncontrollable force, and quickly hit the solid barrier. What is this? Max looked at the black gas in his body in astonishment. It spun uncontrollably in his dantian, like a sharp arrow, breaking through the barrier of the late stage of chi refining. At this moment, the spiritual energy surged in, and with a loud bang, the breakthrough was completed. Max immediately felt a warm force filling his body, his spiritual energy overflowing. His consciousness quickly expanded to 100 meters away, and his dantian expanded tenfold. He knew that he had entered the late stage of chi refining. This was a huge leap, and his small body was filled with infinite power. The next morning, Max opened his eyes. The spiritual energy in his body was still surging. He couldn't help but sigh. Finally, a breakthrough. He stood up and walked towards the mirror. The self in the mirror exuded a different glow than before, like a little fairy child, with whiter and more delicate skin and more outstanding temperament. "Xiaohei, I want to practice swordplay today." Max made up his mind secretly, and when he went downstairs, he did not forget to use his spiritual energy to gently wake up Xiaohei, who was still sleeping. The dog whined, obviously unhappy about being disturbed, but Max had long been accustomed to his violent awakening method. Arriving at the back garden, Max excitedly began to practice swordplay. The small sword in his hand danced like the wind, and each strike made a sound of wind, and his movements were skillful and swift. As he performed his sword skills, leaves fell, and each of his swords had tremendous power, even able to penetrate stone pillars. Seeing his sword skills becoming more and more advanced, Max felt extremely excited. However, just as he proudly picked up a fallen leaf, he suddenly felt a dangerous breath coming towards him. Max reacted quickly and dodged quickly. It turned out that during his training just now, there was an invisible murderous aura approaching. Max's keen perception allowed him to notice the changes around him. He looked down at the dog. Xiaohei seemed to have noticed this as well and began to look around nervously. Xiaohei, we have to be careful, Max whispered, then turned and ran out of the manor, disappearing into the night. He secretly decided that although this breakthrough was powerful, it also meant that more dangers were about to come. He must be more vigilant and always be prepared to face unknown challenges. Today, the tranquility of the Zhao family may be completely changed because of his new power. Chapter 30 School starts, Grade 1, Class 1. Max walked onto the stage, and the students in the audience immediately quieted down, all focusing their attention on the new boy. His big eyes scanned the classroom with a confident smile on his face. Although he was only 5.5 years old, the maturity revealed in his eyes made people look at him with admiration. Hello everyone, my name is Zhao Max. I am 5 years old. His clear voice echoed throughout the classroom. His words were brief, but polite and confident. I like swordplay and reading. I hope to have fun with you all in the future. His self-introduction did not have any fancy rhetoric. It was simple, yet it carried an aura that could not be ignored. The students in the audience were a little stunned. Especially the boys who were whispering before, their expressions became more complicated. For a moment, the classroom was silent, as if everyone was waiting for Max's next move. Max smiled slightly, nodded to the students in the audience, and then turned and walked down the stage. Du Zimo looked at him and smiled unconsciously. Although he was a little shy, he couldn't help but applaud him. Wow, that's cool. Ding Yiran whispered, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and admiration for Max. Applause gradually rang out in the classroom. Although it was not loud, it was enough to prove everyone's recognition of this new student. Teacher Liu also showed a satisfied smile, looked at the students in the audience, and said humorously, "It seems that Zhao Max is very confident. Everyone should learn more from him in the future." Max gently sat back in his seat, feeling somewhat proud, but more excited about the upcoming challenges. Today was the first day of school, but he knew that the days ahead would be more exciting than this. However, the interaction with his classmates did not let him down. His attention soon returned to the real problem that troubled him, bodyguards. These people are really annoying, Max muttered softly, quietly using his spiritual sense to sense the movements outside the classroom. For some reason, he always felt that the two bodyguards were standing outside the classroom, guarding him at all times. Although their spiritual energy was not too strong, they were monks with some cultivation after all, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. At this moment, Zhao Siki's phone rang, and she told Max that she would pick him up from school at noon. Remember, no matter what happens, tell your sister. Max pursed his lips and thought, today's start of school is so lively. The sisters actually protect him like little Zhaozi. As the morning classes continued, new friends gradually integrated into the group, and Max also slowly adapted to this campus life that was not much different from his peers. But he knew that the real challenge was still ahead. He had to continue his practice while dealing with this group of bodyguards. This battle of life had just begun. Chapter 31. Fighting on the first day of school. On the first day of school, when Max walked into the classroom, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Although he was only 6 years old, the students around him did not dare to underestimate this new classmate with a group of bodyguards. His calm and steady appearance obviously exceeded the cute label that his age could bear. The pace of the school in the morning was much slower than he expected. The course content was simple and boring, especially the math class, which almost made his head explode. From addition to subtraction, Max looked at the numbers on the blackboard and wanted to skip them all, but his eyes always wandered around the classroom, looking for inappropriate entertainment. Finally, it was lunchtime. Max went to the cafeteria with his chubby classmate Du Zimo. He thought he had a big appetite. As a result, Du Zimo at the side ate 3 plates of rice in one go. Max sighed. It seems that I have never seen such a big eater before. However, eating with Du Zimo was not an ordinary school life. Just as the two walked out of the supermarket, Max's spiritual sense suddenly captured a breath not far away. He was stunned for a moment and turned to look at his personal bodyguards. Although they were wearing security uniforms, the flow of spiritual energy could not be hidden at all. Max thought to himself, they really didn't even let him go to school. It's okay, just pretend I didn't see it. Max decided secretly in his heart. Although his practice has been going on quietly, he obviously doesn't want everything to be exposed too obviously. However, bigger troubles were approaching quietly. When the two went to the toilet, they met a group of senior students who were smoking. Faced with these challenges, Max was always calm. He noticed that the yellow-haired boy glared at him and shouted disdainfully, "Little brat, dare to look at me?" Max just smiled faintly. "Get out of my sight in 3 seconds." "What? How dare you say that to me?" The yellow-haired boy roared, trying to threaten Max. However, Max's eyes showed a calm and firm look, and he reached out and grabbed the yellow-haired boy's collar. An invisible force threw the yellow-haired boy into the dirty pool next to him. Looking at the other students who gathered around him, Max counted to 3 in a low voice. The others had no time to react and were easily subdued. When they wanted to retaliate, they saw 2 burly bodyguards suddenly appear behind him, shocking the whole scene. All the chaos and threats were completely vulnerable in front of these powerful bodyguards. After school, at the school gate, a legend about Max spread like wildfire on campus. It was said that even the 6th grade gangster Zhang Hao was dealt with by a 1st grade kid, which immediately attracted countless attention. Max, what an amazing guy. Max smiled with satisfaction while watching the students talking about him. Although there are many naughty students in the class, he knows that this day is just the beginning for him. When returning home that day, Max suddenly asked the 2 bodyguards in confusion while sitting in the car, "Who are you to my second sister?" The bodyguard smiled slightly and responded respectfully, "Young master's sister is our general, and we are her subordinates." This answer surprised Max even more. General? He suddenly realized that he had strong support behind him, and all this was just the beginning. Chapter 32 Sister, the alchemy furnace also exploded. At the Zhao family manor, Max rubbed his eyes, still feeling a little excited. Today was his first day of school. Although the class content was like a toy to him, he was still a little nervous. After all, this was his first time to officially step into the gate of the Magic City attached primary school. After breakfast, the motorcade set off in a mighty procession. Zhao Siki and Zhao Wenyao led him, followed by a large group of bodyguards, a total of 5 cars. Max couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking, I'm not going to fight monsters. Why do I bring so many people? He didn't like these overly complicated protection measures, especially when he was watched by these people every day during his practice, which made him feel a little constrained. When they arrived at the school, the motorcade attracted everyone's attention. Rows of luxury cars were parked at the gate. The school gate of Shanghai Affiliated Primary School was crowded with people. Parents were talking about it. Max didn't pay much attention to it. He just wanted to get into the classroom quickly to see if there was anything that could challenge him. As he walked into the classroom, he scanned the surrounding students with his spiritual sense and found that they were all very afraid of him, the new class monitor. They all tacitly did not dare to approach him. Max just smiled slightly, sat down, and casually looked around. He was already used to the gazes of the crowd. At lunch, he went to the cafeteria with the fat Du Zimo. He was shocked by Du Zimo's appetite, as he ate 3 plates of rice in one go. Max felt that his appetite had always been just like that, and maybe he should try to eat more. However, when they went to the supermarket to buy snacks, his phone suddenly reminded him. The qualification for the birthday celebration lottery has been confirmed. Max was stunned. Could this mysterious celebration be related to his birthday? He immediately scanned the QR code and successfully obtained the qualification to participate. He jumped up excitedly and felt that he was so lucky today. However, just as he was about to return to the classroom, he and Du Zimo passed by the toilet and encountered a group of 6th graders. Several senior students who were smoking looked at him provocatively, especially the yellow-haired boy, who even dared to yell at Max. "Little brat, dare you look at me?" Max smiled and said coldly, 3 seconds, disappear from my sight." "What? You dare to threaten me?" The yellow-haired boy shouted loudly. Just as he was about to attack, he was frightened by Max's calmness, so he rushed over with a punch. However, to everyone's shock, Max used only one hand to throw the yellow-haired boy directly into the urinal next to him. With a loud bang, the yellow-haired boy fell directly into the dirty water, and the whole toilet was filled with wailing. "Just wait, you'll see what happens after school," the yellow-haired boy shouted angrily, but this only caused more laughter. Next, 2 junior high school students wanted to teach Max a lesson. but they were kicked away by two tall bodyguards. The two bodyguards were like gods descending from the sky and instantly scared the crowd besieging Max and made them flee in all directions. Fatty and other students were stunned, watching Max walk out of the toilet unscathed, and they couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts. "Max, you were so awesome." Duzimo looked at him with some admiration. He never expected that this new classmate was so awesome. In the school, the atmosphere calmed down a little, and everyone was quietly discussing the new student, Zhao Max, who could actually scare away the 6th grade students. That night, Max returned home, ready to devote all his attention to training. Although he was happy about the victory just now, he still felt that it was just a small challenge and his goal was much bigger. However, he didn't expect that his sisters seemed to have anticipated his ability. Even when he was practicing flying sword, the room exploded. When Zhao Siki arrived, she saw her brother covered in dust and said helplessly, "Brother, you made another explosion. Are you learning how to make a bomb?" Zhao Wenyao also laughed and said, "So my brother has this talent, haha." Max could only lower his head in embarrassment and secretly swore in his heart that he must be more careful in the future. After all, even he himself did not expect this explosion. Chapter 33. Creating a Spiritual Weapon, Daily Life in Primary School. In the bathroom, Max took a hot bath. Although the alchemy furnace exploded, he didn't seem sad, but in fact his heart was bleeding. He only had an alchemy furnace, and now the treasure he had obtained with great difficulty was destroyed by his own explosion. Max buried his head in the bathtub sadly, gurgling and spitting bubbles. After taking a shower, he was not in a hurry to go out. Just after he had refined the flying sword, he hurriedly wanted to hide it so that his sister wouldn't find it. Unexpectedly, before he put it into the storage ring, the flying sword directly penetrated into his sea of consciousness and hovered in the air. With a thought, the flying sword appeared out of thin air in front of Max. The sword was about 3 feet long. The blade was black and gold with golden patterns, and the hilt was made of brass alloy. The entire flying sword gives people a sense of spirituality and mystery, as if it were a sword possessed by an immortal, wandering in the mortal world. Max nodded. Such a domineering sword looked pretty good. At least he was very satisfied. He said to the flying sword, "You are made of black gold spirit iron, and your color is also black and gold, so you should be called Xiaobai." The flying sword bent its blade in dissatisfaction, as if protesting against the name Xiaobai. Does such a childish name match the handsome and mysterious thing? The flying sword, out of Max's control, carved 2 words in the air, Golden Crow. Max suddenly realized that the flying sword wanted to be named Golden Crow, although he was very reluctant. But under Fei Jian's strong request, he had to give up the name Xiaobai. He silently, sarcastically said in his heart, "What a broken little sword. I really don't know how to appreciate it." Before Max could continue to learn about the flying sword, Aunt Lon urged him to eat and go to school. After putting away the Golden Crow, Max went downstairs to have breakfast. After a lot of trouble, Max took Zhao Wenya's car and rushed to school. The second day of school. There are still many parents sending their children to school. Max got out of his 4th sister's car and said goodbye to his sister while carrying his small school bag. Then he ran towards the school. Uncle Fu also put on his security uniform and entered the school to start a new day of protection mission. When Zhao Wenya was taking the bus home, she received a message from her 7th sister on the way. "It's my turn to pick up my brother tonight. Don't make this trip in vain." She smiled softly and ignored the message from her 7th sister. Whoever received it would get it anyway. There were no rules. Back to class. Max was one of the students who arrived earlier. He put his small school bag in the drawer and lay down to sleep. The students around him were all studying their textbooks seriously, but he seemed out of place. Dingling! It's time for class, and the Chinese teacher walked up to the podium with textbook in hand. He is a rather young male teacher who looks gentle, elegant, and easygoing. Zhao Max sleeping soundly, and his blood boiled in his heart. "Max Zhao, get up!" The Chinese teacher spoke quite loudly, but it did not affect him. Du Zimo quickly patted Max's thigh and whispered to him, "Hey, wake up, the Chinese teacher is calling you." Max stood up in a daze. Under everyone's surprised gaze, he asked his Chinese teacher what had happened. The Chinese teacher frowned in dissatisfaction. He hated students who had no ambition and just came to school to waste time the most. In his opinion, Zhao Max is such a child, a typical example. He spoke coldly. "We learned an ancient poem yesterday. You recite it once. If you can't recite it, copy it 10 times. The Chinese teacher gave a wicked smile. He had plenty of ways to deal with students like this. Max yawned and recited the poem, Quiet Night Thoughts, skillfully and quickly. After memorizing it, he also translated the poem and explained the background of its writing. The students were shocked. Wasn't the monitor sleeping all day yesterday? Was he pretending to sleep? The Chinese teacher was also shocked and waved his hand to let him sit down and listen to the class. After class, Max was about to go out to buy some snacks. A large group of classmates gathered at the door. His spiritual sense spread out, and he actually discovered a familiar person, Gu Qianyue. Gu Qianyue at the door smiled warmly and glanced at someone in the class. "Hello!" Max yelled behind her, causing her to scream as well. Max was laughing at the side. He knew that Gu Qianyue was in the second grade, but he didn't know that she also went to the Magic City Primary School. "Max Zhao, you are so annoying." Gu Qianyue spoke angrily. She just came to say hello to Max. Her father told her yesterday that her younger brother Max also goes to school here. She was a little surprised at the time, because Max originally said he wanted to go to kindergarten. The two chatted for a while, and then Gu Qianyue left, followed by a large group of children. Max realized that Sister Gu had so many followers, but he didn't have any. After going to the supermarket to buy snacks, he returned to the classroom to continue his classes. His mind was wandering far away during class. He was thinking, I can go to the library later to borrow some books to relieve my boredom. I've already learned all the knowledge for this grade. After lunch, Max dragged Du Zimo to the school library. The library is very large and occupies an entire building by itself. The first floor is filled with illustrated books and storybooks, and as you go upstairs, the variety and quality of the books increase. Sitting at the counter was an old man who was also the librarian. When the administrator saw such a cute child, he asked, "Little guy, what kind of books do you want to read? Grandpa can help you find them." Max shook his head and replied that he would look for it himself. Then the two of them ran to the fourth floor, and the administrator smiled and said that the children were very naughty. He thought that the two were just strolling around casually, and they probably couldn't understand the books on the fourth floor placed in front of them. After a while of choosing and selecting, Max already had 6 books in his hands. Each book is very thick and is 8 centimeters high. Du Zimo looked at the Siku Kwanshu in his hand with a complicated expression and couldn't help muttering, "I know all these words. Why can't I understand them?" The two walked downstairs, and Max placed 6 thick books on the desk at the front desk. Max with a flushed face and asked in confusion, 5 years of simulation and 3 years of college entrance examination? The detective stories of Sherlock Holmes? A collection of life maxims? Stop making a fuss, kid. You can't understand this. Go get the storybook next to you. After saying that, the administrator kindly pointed to the storybook shelf on the first floor. The administrator complained silently in his heart. If a first grader wants to read this kind of book, he or she will not be able to understand it at all. Max shook his head stubbornly and insisted on taking the books. Finally, the two returned to the classroom with the books. Max spent the whole afternoon studying the borrowed books, and his mind accumulated more and more knowledge. But in Du Zimo's opinion, what can be seen from the speed of Zhao Max turning a page in 2 seconds? The last class was a self-study class, and because there was no teacher on the podium, the class was extremely noisy, especially the group of boys at the back, who were laughing and playing all the time. Max was annoyed by the noise and slammed the table. "If you keep making noise, get out." A sound of milk echoed in Class 1, Grade 1. He stood up and glanced coldly at all the boys and girls in the class. A sense of intimidation emanated from him. Suddenly, the class fell silent and no one dared to speak. When the head teacher arrived, he found the class was quiet and the students were studying quietly. She praised her classmates with a smile on her face and then announced a piece of news. Since there is a major event in Magic City on October 9th, everyone will have a day off. This made the students very happy, as they could have fun at home again with this extra day of vacation. Max out alone. Amid everyone's confusion, Max stepped out of the classroom. When he arrived at the office, the head teacher asked him to sit down with a kind face. "Max, if you have any questions or requests in the future, please tell me. If you are bullied, Teacher Lu will help you vent your anger. If you feel unwell one day, remember to call the teacher and ask for leave." Listening to Teacher Lu's endless chatter, Max immediately thought of his fourth sister. Did fourth sister threaten Teacher Lu? He thought to himself, no matter what, Teacher Lu cares about me very much, so I will cooperate more with him. When he came out of the office, it was time to go home from school. Max ran back to the classroom excitedly, put on his small school bag, and walked out of the school. Uncle Fu and the other man continued to follow the young master at a leisurely pace, but they deliberately avoided other people's sight so as to make it difficult for people to notice them. At the school gate, many students gathered together. I saw a cool and beautiful woman leaning against the front of a Maserati, scanning the crowd, as if she was looking for something. Next to her, there is a hot, elegant, and beautiful woman wearing glasses. She leaned lazily against the door of the Rolls-Royce, also watching the crowd going out. Many boys had stars in their eyes and wanted to touch such a handsome sports car. Suddenly, the two beauties perked up and shouted at the door at the same time. "Brother, come to your sister. Little brother, come to your sister." Chapter 34, Flying Sword, Golden Crow. Max at the door felt his face burning with embarrassment. How come the fourth and seventh sisters blocked the car at the school gate? In fact, at the beginning, Zhao Siki was driving and waiting for her younger brother to finish school. Unexpectedly, Zhao Wenyao also drove over to pick me up from school. What's even more annoying is that she deliberately leaned towards the door. Of course, Zhao Siki was reluctant, and then she stepped on the accelerator to overtake Zhao Wenyao's car. The two overtook each other and were getting closer and closer to the school gate. The security guard at the door ran to stop them, but the other party simply told him to get out. It was obvious from looking at the car he was driving that he was not an ordinary person, so he could only admit defeat. Finally, when the two cars were almost entering the school, the two men stopped overtaking. Max coughed twice and hesitated in front of his fourth and seventh sisters. If I choose one of the sisters, the other sister will definitely be very sad. What should I do? Seeing her brother hesitate, Zhao Wenyao called out to him twice. "Brother, didn't you say that fourth sister is the best? Come to fourth sister." Max hesitated for a moment and walked towards the fourth sister. Zhao Siki stamped her feet angrily and spoke to her brother. "Brother, do you remember who took you home? It was your seventh sister. Your fourth sister has sent you home several times, but you didn't let your seventh sister pick you up even once." At this point, Zhao Siki looked pitiful with tears in her eyes. The boys nearby couldn't stand it anymore and really wanted to beat this heartless brother to death. "Forget it, my brother doesn't like seventh sister. You go find her, and I'll go home alone." Max's heart sank, and he finally turned a corner and walked to Zhao Siki's side. The chubby little hands pulled on seventh sister's clothes and spoke in a coquettish manner. "I like seventh sister. Don't be sad, seventh sister. I will go with you." Then he turned around and told the fourth sister that he was sorry to take the seventh sister's car home today. After Max got in the car, Zhao Siki made a mocking expression towards Zhao Wenyao. After the two got in the car, he stepped on the accelerator and the sports car left the school with a roar. Zhao Wenyao waved her hands angrily. Seventh sister was so despicable that she actually deceived her brother's sympathy. I should learn more and use more in the future. Buzz! The Rolls-Royce started and left the school, kicking up a cloud of dust. The students watching the scene felt jealous. Why were they not that boy? Why don't I have two beautiful sisters? Why don't I have a sister who drives a luxury car? Unfortunately, there aren't that many whys. Opposite the school, two mysterious men were watching the scene at the school gate from inside a car. Then the vehicle slowly left this place and headed west. A Maserati is driving on the street. Although luxury cars are everywhere in Shanghai, the Maserati dream worth tens of millions still attracts the attention of passersby. Max was sitting in the passenger seat. Usually, the bodyguard drove the car, but he didn't expect that seventh sister would come to pick him up in person this time. The brother and sister got along very well along the way, talking and laughing, and he even patted his sister on the face. This made Zhao Siki very happy, and she felt very happy. Thinking about her fourth sister going home alone, she felt even happier. Return to the manor. Max wanted to watch TV, but the news was still playing on loop. He couldn't help but complain. Is this TV controlled by someone and can only broadcast this piece of news? At the same time, Magic City TV. This place controls the channels of the entire city, but a big incident happened recently. A mysterious tycoon spent $50 million to buy out all the TV channels in the city just to broadcast this news on a loop. The TV station's complaint phone was almost blown up, but the boss insisted on broadcasting the news regardless of the outside world. At the same time, all media companies in Shanghai received a big order. That is to push the trending searches for Shanghai's October 9th birthday party to the top. Hundreds of media companies, large and small, worked overtime overnight. This was the first time in the history of Shanghai's media industry that they had cooperated. Not only that, bakers from cake shops across the city also received high-priced invitations at the same time. I hope to be able to participate in making the cake for the banquet on October 9th. There are also costume designers, makeup artists, sound effects designers, 10,000 per person per day. All industries were shocked. Who is this rich man who bought out people from several industries? This layout alone will cost 500 million, and this is just a conservative estimate. Inside the villa, Max was feeling a little depressed because he couldn't watch TV. Seeing Xiaohei still sleeping soundly, he pulled it and ran to the backyard. The power of the golden crow refined this morning has not yet been tested, so now is a good time to give it a try. Xiaohei reluctantly used the foot brake, foreleg brake, but there was no way he could do anything about the huge difference in strength. Arriving at the back garden, Max immediately released his spiritual sense to cover an area of 100 meters. Although it is a bit wasteful, it is also for safety reasons to prevent being seen by others. With a slight thought, the golden crow appeared in front of the man and the dog, and the sword was still flashing with golden light. Max excitedly grasped the flying sword, and an aura of contempt for the world appeared in an instant and then disappeared immediately. Xiaohei lay on the ground whimpering. He could feel the aura of destruction attached to the sword. How amazing! Jinwoo is so handsome. Max praised the flying sword sweetly and stroked the blade with satisfaction. For some reason, the sword had a devouring power, but it also made him feel very familiar. Holding the golden crow tightly, Max tried to activate the sword technique. Suddenly, the whole garden was filled with strong winds, and Max's momentum was rising steadily. In a few seconds, Max's momentum reached its peak, and the golden crow also emitted a dark golden light. The first sword of the listening to the wind sword technique, falling star, Max said with a smile. Then the sword was slashed towards the sky, and the sword was as fast as lightning. The sword mark continued to fly into the sky, and then exploded with a loud bang. Antlon put down the blue and white porcelain in her hand and looked out the window. Who would set off fireworks in broad daylight? How strange. After saying that, he continued to wipe the blue and white porcelain. Max hugged Jinwoo in surprise. The power of the sword moves was far different from what he used yesterday. Moreover, he discovered that Jinwoo could cut iron like mud and chop stones like tofu. Finally, it's time to try out the flying sword's most useful skill, flight. Max controlled the flying sword with his mind and found it a wonderful feeling. The flying sword can fly according to one's will, moving up, down, left, and right very smoothly. He retracted the golden crow and gently let it float at the height of his feet. Then he carefully stood on the flying sword, feeling extremely excited. After he stood firmly, he controlled the flying sword to fly slowly, and he familiarized himself with the feeling of flying with the sword. Wow, look, Xiaohei, I can fly too. Max was no longer so scared at this time, and he controlled the flight speed and altitude faster and faster. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air, Max stood on the golden crow and flew freely in the sky. I was so happy to feel the thrill of flying. Woohoo! Max laughed in the sky. From time to time, he would do a spin, a dive, and some fancy flying. Antlon put down the tea set in confusion. She seemed to hear the young master's laughter. Above the sky, Max rode on the golden crow and flew up to the clouds, overlooking half of the demon city. This is the feeling of looking down on all the mountains and appreciating the prosperity of half the city. He leaned down, stepped on the golden crow, and rushed straight to the center of the demon city. Magic City Commercial Street. It was already evening, and the sky was covered with a layer of fiery clouds. Since they had just got off work, countless people were walking on the streets, discussing what to eat and where to go for fun. At this time, a childish female voice sounded. Mom, look, there's a plane in the sky. The little girl pointed to the sky excitedly, and her mother beside her looked over with a faint smile. There was a small black dot flying at a very high speed in the sky, but it didn't look like an airplane. Reminded by the little girl, everyone looked up at the sky, but the small black that did not look like an airplane. A man speculated, is it a flying bird? But immediately an old man who was well-versed in birds objected. It is impossible for a bird to fly so fast, and the altitude is at least 1,000 meters, so it definitely cannot be a bird. Some people picked up their mobile phones to zoom in and take pictures, and some even took pictures from high above. However, the photos taken after being magnified dozens of times are still very blurry. This outline doesn't look like a bird, but more like a human. Quick, record the video. Tomorrow's hot news is coming. A reporter urged his colleagues to take pictures of the small black spots in the sky, shouting with excitement on his face. Of course, this person is Max. After circling over the magic city, he returned to the manor. When they reached the ground, Max took back the golden crow with a smile. He was sure that the speed of the flying sword was much faster than that of a car. Moreover, this golden crow is only a first-level intermediate spiritual weapon, but its power is so strong. In the memories passed down by the master, there are even legendary, immortal weapons. I don't know what the magic weapon looks like and whether it is very powerful. Xiaohei waited for his owner to come back and happily circled around him. Seeing that it was getting late, the man and the dog slowly walked back to the villa. After a simple dinner, Max returned to his room. Zhao Wenyao reminded him to remember to take a shower. Max replied perfunctorily, okay, and then jumped onto the bed. He doesn't need to take a bath now. There is spiritual energy flowing around his body, and no mortal world can get close to him. After a quick tidying up, Max began to concentrate on his practice. The next morning, Zhao Family Manor received a special package. Chapter 35, Just Try and Touch My Boss. Chapter 0036, The Terrible Beauty Instructor. Zhao Wen-song. Arrive. You are in charge of the finance department. I don't know if Lu Guidao did it on purpose to liven up the atmosphere. When he said the 3 words Department of Finance, he suddenly stopped. What the hell? What's going on? Isn't the principal too naughty? Hurry up and tell me. I'm so anxious. Please don't tell me it's our class 3. Principal, please stop keeping us in suspense, okay? Students from class 2, class 3, and class 8 saw this. It's no exaggeration to say. At this moment, they really wanted to rush up and give Lu Guitao some hard slaps. In their opinion, this is too suspenseful. Sorry, I was just thinking about other things. Fortunately, Lu Guitao didn't delay too long. After laughing, he immediately announced the class. Class 3. Oh my god. After waiting for so long, this is it? When the students in class 3 heard that it was their class, they were almost angry to death. Nervous. There are only 2 classes left. At this moment, everyone was looking forward to it, staring at Lu Guitao without blinking, waiting for the final result. Ahem. Lu Guitao first moistened his throat, then continued, Tang Zhan, arrive. You are responsible. Oh shit. Is the principal trying to keep us in suspense? Just as everyone was thinking this, who would have thought that this time, Principal Lu Guidao would not hesitate at all and directly announce the class. Class 2. Class 2? Is this true or false? Oh my god, doesn't that mean we win? Isn't this awesome? Principal, I love you. As soon as Lu Guitao announced the classes, the students in Qin Huan's class almost jumped up from the ground with joy. How could they have imagined that such a good thing would actually happen to them? However, some are happy while others are sad. At this moment, Qin Huan did not look happy at all. To be honest, he was very suspicious whether this was the result of collusion between the principal and the female instructor. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that she was assigned to his class? The reason why Qin Huan was so suspicious. In fact, the reason is very simple, because the female instructor is his 5th sister Xia Jinxi. To be honest, Qin Huan really didn't expect that his 5th sister came to the school just to be a military training instructor. You know, what Xia Jinxi said to him in front of the teaching building is still vivid in his mind. That is to let Qin Huan eat more at noon. She won't be polite. Qin Huan didn't quite understand what these words meant before, but now he completely understood. 5th sister Xia Jinxi was the so-called instructor, and it was obvious that she was targeting me. You know, just in the past 2 days, Xia Jinxi beat Qin Huan a lot while teaching him how to fight. Now that he is my instructor, how can I have a good time during the next 7 days of military training? When Qin Huan thought of this, his scalp suddenly felt tingling, and it was at this moment. After finishing the announcement, Lu Guidao gave a few more instructions before finally leaving. Next, the instructors then walked towards their respective classes. Here she comes, the beautiful instructor is here. The students in class 8 saw Xia Jinxi walking towards them. Everyone, male or female, had a smile on their face like a blooming flower. Hello, instructor. You are so beautiful. Instructor, what's your name? Instructor, how old are you? Xia Jinxi had just arrived at class 8. Except for Qin Huan, everyone else immediately gathered around with joy on their faces. However, what they never expected was... Next second, Xia Jinxi's face turned serious, and she said in a cold tone, Is this your attitude during military training? Line up right now. Oh my god, what is going on? How could such a beautiful female instructor be so scary when she gets angry? After everyone saw this scene, they were smiling like flowers just now, but in an instant they were stunned. They thought that female instructors would be easier to talk to than male instructors. And this is exactly why they are happy. But who would have thought? This is just their wishful thinking. I told you to line up immediately. Are you deaf? Seeing that everyone was standing there in a daze, Xia Jinsi immediately shouted sternly. Quick, line up! After everyone came to their senses, they dared not stay here any longer. In a panic, they lined up quickly. However, they were not familiar with each other. It took several minutes, but I still couldn't line up the team. Either they are crooked, or they are tall, or short. Xia Jinsi saw this. While frowning slightly, he could only help to give the instructions. After a while, only then did everyone finally line up in an orderly manner, just when they thought that Xia Jinsi would ask them to introduce themselves. But it happened in the next second. But then I heard Xia Jinsi's very stern voice. You can't even line up properly. Everyone do 50 push-ups for me. What? Push-up? Or 50? Oh my God! Isn't this going to cost us our lives? When everyone heard this, they almost stumbled and fell to the ground. You know, they're all academic masters, and their daily routine is nothing but reading. As for exercise, being able to run occasionally is already pretty good. At this moment, Xia Jinsi in front of them wanted them to do 50 push-ups. What's more, it was under such a hot sun. In their opinion, what's the difference between this and asking for their lives? Why are you still standing there? Seeing everyone standing still, Xia Jinsi's whole body was shaken immediately, and he shouted sternly, "Didn't you hear me?" This? After hearing this, everyone immediately prepared to say something. However, when they met Xia Jinsi's cold gaze, the words he was about to say were immediately swallowed back. Just when everyone felt they were in a dilemma, what they didn't expect was Qin Huan, who was standing on the far right of the crowd, had already bent down and lay on the ground. Seeing that Qin Huan had chosen to compromise, how could they dare to have any other ideas? There's nothing they can do. In the end, he could only imitate Qin Huan and do it on the ground. At the beginning, everyone was able to stand up with difficulty. But soon, they all fell to the ground. 38, 39, 40, just as they lay down. Next second, the sound of Qin Huan counting numbers immediately reached their ears. Chapter 0037 Classmates' Nightmare. Fuck, is this true? What the hell? Am I dazzled? Amazing. Qin Huan is so amazing. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. I was so shocked by the scene before me that my jaw almost dropped to the ground. They never expected it. Qin Huan did push-ups like he was on a whim. In just a blink of an eye, he made several more. 48, 49, 50. Soon, Qin Huan easily completed 50 push-ups in front of everyone present. 5. Instructor, I'm done. As Qin Huan stood up, he shouted to Xia Jinsi. Yeah. Xia Jinsi curled her lips and said deliberately, I was distracted just now and didn't see it clearly. Please do another 50. Oh my God. Is this true or false? Didn't see clearly? Make 50 more? Isn't this too bullying? When everyone present heard this, they immediately felt indignant for Qin Huan. But what they didn't expect was that Qin Huan seemed to have gotten used to this. Without any hesitation, he lay on the ground again. Everyone saw this. I was a little worried about Qin Huan's physical strength. But the next scene once again left them dumbfounded. Qin Huan seemed to be doing push-ups even faster this time than before. It only took a moment. 50 push-ups, and that was it. Instructor, I'm done. I didn't see it. Make 50 more. Do you still want to do it? What else? Okay, I'll make 100 this time. Not enough. 200. Can. After the two of them had a conversation without paying attention to the people around them, then Qin Huan started doing it crazily again. This. Oh my God. Is Qin Huan crazy? After seeing this, everyone present began to doubt their lives. In their opinion, it's okay for the instructor to criticize them crazily. I didn't expect that Qin Huan is even crazier than the instructor. 200 push-ups? It's no exaggeration to say. This is simply an astronomical figure for them. If you can agree to this shit, what the hell is that if not crazy? Why are you still standing there? Do you want to be like him? Just when everyone was thinking this, Xia Jinsi spoke to them in a cold voice. Everyone who heard this was shocked. How could he dare to be lazy? He quickly forced himself to do it, tremblingly. About 20 minutes. They finally completed the 50 push-ups by gritting their teeth. Damn it, I'm so tired. How can this be called military training? This is simply a way to kill people, right? Everyone complained while forcing themselves to stand up. It's not hard to find. At this time, they were already sweating profusely. Some delicate girls even looked shaky when they stood up, and it was shortly after they stood up. When they thought of something, they all looked towards Qin Huan. Oh shit! Holy crap! Holy crap! What is going on? Could it be that he had already completed those 200 push-ups? This is too much, isn't it? They originally thought that Qin Huan would have already fallen to the ground from exhaustion by now. But who would have thought? This is fucking like it's never been done before. Compared with Qin Huan, their current condition, it can be said that there is a world of difference. Just when everyone was shocked beyond words by Qin Huan, then Xia Jinsi looked at the time on her watch. He immediately announced to everyone present, "Okay, everyone, take a rest for 10 minutes." Following her order, the people who were still in a daze just now suddenly collapsed. He was lying on the ground in a sprawling manner, his body looking as if it had been hollowed out. As for Qin Huan, he also sat down. Although these hundreds of push-ups are a piece of cake for him now. After all, the third and fifth sisters had trained him a lot in the past 2 days. But this hot weather made him feel very uncomfortable. He took out a few wet tissues from his pocket and wiped his forehead. The already damp paper towels instantly seemed to be washed with water. Damn it, we still have to have military training in such hot weather. It's really unfair. That's right. Military training is fine, but doing push-ups almost killed me. That's right. I was so looking forward to her coming to lead us, but I didn't expect that I would be in vain in the end. Hey, ours is nothing. Qin Huan has made hundreds of them. Not long after Qin Huan sat down, several of his classmates who had recovered from their shock immediately started chatting. And just as they were talking about Qin Huan, one by one, they dragged their bodies and moved towards Qin Huan. "Qin Huan, my name is Chao Fei. Can I ask you a question?" One of them looked at Qin Huan and said with admiration on his face, "What's the problem?" "It's like this." The man didn't waste any more time and asked immediately, "I just want to ask you, why are you so good at doing push-ups?" Yes, I want to know too." "You are so amazing." Of course, hundreds of them are amazing. "I was completely exhausted when I was only doing the 5th one." "Tell me, I want to know too." As soon as that person asked this question, the others immediately echoed him. "Well," Qin Huan raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said lightly, "To be honest with you, I think it's because of my innate supernatural power." "What? Born with supernatural powers? Is that true?" "You can just talk nonsense, but to be honest, although you are really amazing, I still think that you should restrain yourself for the next few days." "Indeed, I always feel like this female instructor seems to be targeting you in particular." "I feel the same way." As everyone was talking, they immediately started talking about Xia Jinsi. "Really? Why don't I think so?" After hearing this, Qin Huan pretended to be clueless and said, "Really? She made you do hundreds of push-ups, and you don't think so? Awesome. Qin Huan, you're not in love with the pretty female instructor, are you?" When they heard what Qin said, they couldn't believe their ears. In their opinion, Xia Jinsi's attitude towards Qin Huan is obviously different from that of others, right? Against, it's really targeted. Chapter 0038, School Beauty Broad Drinks. "You guys don't understand anything. You're just a bunch of bullshit." Qin Huan curled his lips and said lightly, "Hey, we really don't know anything." A few people thought that Qin Huan was just trying to save face, so they immediately changed the subject. "By the way, guys, have you heard of the 4 most beautiful girls in our school?" "Of course I've heard of them. Aren't they Tang Tian and Zhao Zixuan?" "To be honest, my favorite is the civilian school beauty Li Meng'er. She just suits my aesthetic taste." "Then I'm different from you. Only children make choices. I like all 4 of them. It's not hard to find." When these guys talked about the school beauty, the expression on his face was as obscene as it could be. "By the way, have you met those senior sisters?" "Of course I have. When the new students registered a few days ago, I even said hello to senior sister Li Meng'er." "Ha, just brag. I heard from the seniors in the 3rd year that she never talks to boys." "You're so aloof that you don't talk to boys?" "Anyway, I don't expect the seniors to talk to me. If they could just look at me, I'd probably be flattered for a long time." Listen to their discussion. Qin Huan, who was standing aside, just laid down on the ground. Obviously, Qin Huan had no interest in their topic at all. Now he just hopes to finish the military training as soon as possible so that he can happily drink a bottle of ice cola. After all, this weather is really too hot. "Oh my god, look everyone, that looks like senior sister Tang Tang." And it was at this moment. Suddenly, A boy in the crowd exclaimed. Senior Tang Tian? Is this true? Oh my god, it seems to be true. Why is she here on the playground? And what she's holding in her hand, should it be a bottle of iced Coke? Could it be that she's planning to give it to someone? The boys in Class 8 heard this exclamation. Suddenly, as if he had been injected with chicken blood, he quickly followed the boy's gaze and looked towards the place not far away. Shit, here she comes. She's walking towards us. Oh, my dear uncle, is the senior here to bring me Coke? Haha, you don't look beautiful, but you think beautifully. In my opinion. Before they could finish their words, then they saw Tang Tian coming to their side. Fellow students, can I ask you a question? Tang Tian looked at them and said with a smile on her face. Hiss, oh my god, the senior sister actually talked to me? Isn't this too happy? When asked this by the goddess, they almost fainted from excitement. As for the other boys around, they were almost envious at this moment. Junior, are you all right? Seeing them standing there grinning foolishly, Tang Tian couldn't help but ask with a concerned look on her face. No, it's okay, senior. Just ask me if you have any questions. Yes, senior sister, please feel free to ask me. As long as I know it, I will tell you without reservation. And me too. The few people who came to their senses quickly patted their chests and made assurances. In their opinion, if word got out that they were asked questions by the school beauty, wouldn't it be enough for them to brag about it for years? It's like this. Tang Tian did not waste any time and immediately said, I just want to ask, is junior brother Qin Huan here with you? Qin Huan? Shit, the senior sister actually came to see Qin Huan? When everyone heard Tang Tian's words, they were stunned at first. Then he subconsciously looked in the direction where Qin Huan was. Naturally, Tang Tian saw their action. After confirming that the person lying on the ground was Qin Huan, without saying a word, he walked towards Qin Huan with a happy face. Brother Qin Huan. Tang Tian came up to Qin Huan, bent down and shouted. Qin Huan is taking a nap with his eyes closed. After hearing the shout, he opened his eyes immediately. Only, what he didn't expect was, the first thing that caught my eye was Tang Tian's big, ahem. Qin Huan coughed twice, as if he was afraid of getting a sty, and quickly shifted his gaze to Tang Tian's face. Looking at her, he couldn't help but ask in confusion, Senior, why are you here? How could Tang Tian not notice Qin Huan's little action just now? With a blushing face, she directly handed the Coke in her hand to Qin Huan. I saw that the weather was hot, so I brought you a drink. Send drinks? After hearing this, Qin Huan was stunned at first. Then, he immediately waved his hand and said, Senior sister, no need. I'm not thirsty. How can you not be thirsty? Look at your lips. They're already a little chapped. Just take it if you're told to. Tang Tian said this without waiting for Qin Huan to refuse again. First, he considerately unscrewed the bottle cap for him, and then directly stuffed the bottle of Coke into Qin Huan's hand. Oh shit, isn't Qin Huan so awesome? He actually fascinated senior sister Tang Tian to this extent. After seeing this scene, the other people present could hardly believe their eyes. Who is Tang Tian? She is recognized as the third most beautiful girl in Qing University. It's no exaggeration to say. Since the first day she entered school, there must be at least 800 boys pursuing her. However, she has always been aloof and has never given any boy a chance. Now, not only did he send Qin Huan a drink, but he even thoughtfully helped him unscrew the bottle cap. I have to say, at this moment, all they can do is envy. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Tang Tian stood up and prepared to leave immediately. But before she could take a step, suddenly, a sweet female voice was heard from not far away. Hey, isn't this our senior sister Tang Tian? Why are you here too? What the hell? Is this true or false? Why is senior Zhao Zishuan here too? Could it be that he was also here to give Qin Huan a drink? No, the thing she was holding seemed to be a kettle. As soon as the voice sounded, everyone looked over immediately. When they saw who was coming, they almost dropped their jaws to the ground in shock. They never expected it. The #1 school beauty, Zhao Zishuan, actually came here too, and judging from the situation, it seems that he is here to look for Qin Huan. Chapter 0039. Beautiful women come one after another, and I am numb. Snort. Tang Tian snorted coldly. With a look as if he were a love rival, he said to Zhao Zishuan, Does it have anything to do with you whether I come or not? She had just said this. No one expected it. Next second, Zhao Zishuan's words were like a thunderclap. Of course it does. Zhao Zishuan curled her lips and said calmly, Brother Qin Huan, I was the one who pursued him first, okay? What's the matter with you interfering now? Hiss, this, oh my god. Isn't this too bold of Senior Zhao Zishuan? How could you say such embarrassing words in front of so many people? I have to say, at this moment, not only the other people present were shocked, even Qin Huan, who was sitting not far away, widened his eyes instantly. In his opinion, his charm seemed to be too great. Oh, you pursued first? Tang Tiantian sneered and said without showing any weakness. Obviously, I was the one who pursued her first. You, humph. I'm too lazy to argue with you about this. After Zhao Zishuan snorted coldly, he ignored Tang Tiantian and went straight to Qin Huan. Then, in front of everyone present, he directly handed the kettle in his hand to Qin Huan. Huan, this is the mung bean soup I cooked specially for you. I just soaked it in ice water. Have a drink. What? Mung bean pasta? Oh my god! Isn't Senior Zhao Zishuan too attentive? Envy. I'm so envious. After hearing what Zhao Zishuan said, everyone was extremely envious of Qin Huan. You know, this is the mung bean soup cooked by the #1 school beauty herself. Its meaning is incomparable to any other drink. It's no exaggeration to say, if Zhao Zishuan is willing to sell it, it will probably cost thousands of dollars, and someone will pay for it. This also made Tang Tiantian, who was standing by, couldn't help but frown. I couldn't help but think, isn't it just mung bean paste? I can cook it tomorrow. As for Qin Huan, he did not reach out to take it, but shook the Coke in his hand and said, Thank you, senior sister, but I already have a Coke. Qin Huan had just finished speaking. Zhao Zishuan curled her lips and immediately complained. What's so good about Coke? It's not nutritious at all. You should just drink mine. How come it has no nutrition? Is your mung bean paste very nutritious? Before Qin Huan could say anything, Tang Tiantian, who was standing by, couldn't stand listening any longer. After all, this Coke was given to Qin Huan by her. Now Zhao Zishuan said in front of her that her Coke had no nutrition, even though she is very clear about this, asking her to admit it. What's the difference between that and admitting defeat? No matter whether it has any nutritional value or not, just refute it first. My mung bean soup is naturally more nutritious than your cola. Oh, this is hilarious. So, tell me, what nutritional value do they have? No one would have expected this. As they talked, they started arguing. Oh my god, what's going on over there? It seems like the two school beauties are arguing over Qin Huan. Is this true? Isn't Qin Huan too awesome? It's okay that the school beauty senior brought him a drink, but she actually quarreled over him. Why don't we go and take a look? This is the first time I've seen a school beauty quarrel. After a while, the movement here quickly attracted the attention of other classes. What are you guys mumbling about? Nothing. 20 push-ups. Fortunately, the instructor over there immediately spoke up to stop these people. Otherwise, who knows how many people would gather around? Come back here. Seeing that Tang Tiantian and the other two were arguing more and more fiercely. Seeing this, Qin Huan, who was standing by, immediately planned to say something to persuade them. But before he could speak, suddenly, not far away, a pleasant female voice was heard. Wow, what a coincidence. Oh shit, are you crazy? Here comes another one. What no one expected was, Zhang Wenjing, the fourth most beautiful girl in Qin University, also came to Class 8. And she seemed to be holding a kettle in her hand. Everyone saw this. I thought the matter should end here. After all, the 4 school beauties are all here. But who would have thought that this was just the beginning? Next second, then the second school beauty, and also the only civilian school beauty, Li Ming'a, appeared not far away with a kettle in her hand. It's numb. It's really numb. No matter who shows up next time, I won't be shocked anymore. Everyone thought so. However, the next scene slapped them hard in the face. I saw their counselor Shangguan Duo actually walking towards this side with a kettle in hand. This, oh my god. But please don't tell me that she also came to give Qin Huan a farewell drink. Just when everyone was about to doubt their lives. Shangguan Duo, who walked over to them, frowned slightly at first. Then he said to the 4 school beauties unhappily, What are you all doing here? Don't you know that our class is in military training? Get out of here right now. The 4 school beauties listened. Although he was very dissatisfied with this, Shangguan Duo's reputation was too loud. You know, there is a saying in Qingda, that is, I would rather offend the principal Lu Guotao than offend Shangwan Duo. As for the reason, they naturally knew it. No way. In the end, the women could only put the kettle in front of Qin Huan and leave in shame. Huan, come here. Just as the four school beauties left, Shangwan Duo shouted to Qin Huan. I have to say, as a counselor, Shangwan Duo's style is indeed incomparable to those school beauties. They all walked up to Qin Huan in person. And what about Shangwan Duo? But he directly called Qin Huan to come over. Oh, Qin Huan said, oh, and stood up from the ground. Then, he walked up to Shangwan Duo and said, Teacher Shangwan, what can I do for you? Hey, take it and drink it. Shangwan Duo said this and directly handed the kettle in her hand to Qin Huan. What is this? After seeing this, Qin Huan immediately asked, Mung bean paste, what else could it be? I cooked it this morning and just took it out of the refrigerator. What? Ice bean paste again? When Qin Huan heard this, he quickly waved his hand and said, Teacher Shangwan, no need. I still have several pots of this stuff. What do you mean you don't need it? Give those to other students and keep this for yourself. Shangwan Duo said this, and without caring whether Qin Huan was willing or not, she directly forced her kettle into Qin Huan's hands. When the other students heard her words, they almost stumbled and fell to the ground. They really couldn't figure it out. We are all Shangwan Duo's students, so why is there such a big gap? Damn, isn't this too biased? P.S. Please urge for more updates, give 5-star reviews, and give me gifts. Chapter 0040 Fifth Sister. Please spare my life. Why are you still standing there? Drink it now. Seeing Qin Huan standing there stupidly, Shangwan Duo couldn't help but urge him. This? What are you talking about? Just drink it now. Oh well, I really couldn't refuse. Qin Huan gave a bitter smile and immediately prepared to unscrew the cap of the kettle. But before he could take any action, suddenly, a female voice came from behind the two of them. Don't drink. Oh shit, who the hell is this? When everyone heard the voice, they immediately turned around to look. This naturally includes Qin Huan and others. Instructor? It's actually her? What the hell is going on here? Could it be that she is also planning to join in the fun? Just when everyone was confused, Shangwan Duo was very unhappy and asked Xia Jinsi unhappily, Why can't I drink? Who are you? I'm his instructor. While Xia Jinsi answered, she immediately asked, Then who are you? Me? I'm his counselor. Shangwan Duo straightened her chest and said confidently, Oh, counselor? Xia Jinsi curled her lips and sneered. It's military training time now. I have the final say here, so just do what you need to do. When Shangwan Duo heard this, she was immediately furious. He pointed at Xia Jinsi and was about to say something. But before she could speak, Xia Jinsi looked directly at her with a very sharp gaze. Oh my god, this look is too scary, isn't it? When Shangwan Duo met Xia Jinsi's eyes, she couldn't help but gasp. It's no exaggeration to say, this was the first time she had seen such a terrifying look since she was born. It was like a demon crawling out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The hand that was stretched out was quickly retracted. Now, how could she dare to stay here any longer? In a flash, it disappeared from sight. Oh my god, what's going on? Teacher Shangwan? You're just giving in like that? Is this true? Did you notice why she felt like she saw a ghost just now? Looking at Shangwan Duo's departing back, everyone immediately started discussing in a low voice. And it was at this moment, Xia Jinsi walked up to Qin Huan and said to him teasingly, Stinky boy, I didn't expect you to be so charming. How could Qin Huan not understand what Xia Jinsi meant? He smiled awkwardly and was about to say something. But before he could say anything, Xia Jinsi interrupted him. Okay, drink less from strangers in the future. Do you hear me? I heard it. Hey, drink this. As Xia Jinsi spoke, she handed a bottle of energy drink in her hand to Qin Huan. Qin Huan was not polite either. In front of everyone present, he drank most of the bottle of drink. Is this true? Qin Huan actually drank it. Hee. I told you he's in love, but you still won't admit it. Oh my god, is Qin Huan really interested in the instructor? Why else? Why didn't he drink the instructors instead of others? That makes sense. But I always feel like I've seen this instructor somewhere before on the first day of school. Come on, I see you. After seeing this scene, the guys who had been chatting with Qin Huan before immediately started to make up stories about him. Certainly, Qin Huan naturally didn't know these. After he finished the bottle of drink, he distributed the remaining bottles to other students. Okay, the 10-minute break is up. At the same time, Xia Jinsi glanced at his watch and immediately shouted to everyone, "Listen to my orders. Everyone stand up." "What? Is the time up? Are you going to let people live? Isn't this too fast?" After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but complain in their hearts. Certainly, at most, they only dare to think about it in their hearts, and they certainly dare not say it out loud. After all, even their counselor Shangguan Duo had to admit defeat in front of Xia Jinsi. That's all. They endured the scorching sun and were given military training by Xia Jinsi for 2.5 hours. "Okay, today's military training ends here," Xia Jinsi said, first dismissing everyone, and then shouted to Qin Huan, who was about to leave. "Huan, where are you going?" "Huan? Me? Could it be that the instructor really knows Qin Huan?" When the others heard this, they stopped and looked towards Qin Huan and the others. "Fifth sister, can you please forgive me? I've done nearly 1,000 push-ups this afternoon." Qin Huan thought Xia Jinsi still wanted to punish him, so he immediately begged for mercy. "What? He calls instructor fifth sister? Damn it. I was thinking I saw her somewhere on the first day of school, and it turned out to be at the school gate. No wonder she's nice to Qin Huan one moment and bullies him the next. She's actually his sister." After hearing what Qin Huan said, I was stunned at first, and then I immediately came to my senses. "Let me ask you, do you need to be so scared?" Xia Jinsi curled her lips and couldn't help but said with amusement, "Is that even a question?" Qin Huan muttered to himself before replying to Xia Jinsi, "I'm sweating all over. I'm going to go back to the dormitory to wash up." "Why go back to the dormitory? There's plenty of room for you to wash at home." Xia Jinsi said this, and before Qin Huan could react, she pulled him and walked towards the east of the school. After a while, the two of them came to the location of the helicopter. Seeing the two of them coming, Tian Wanqing hurriedly went to greet them. "Wait until everything is ready." Zhao Ming immediately planned to fly the helicopter away. But before he could take any action, Qin Huan suddenly thought of something and said to him, "Deming, can you teach me how to operate this thing?" The reason why Qin Huan asked this question, in fact, he just wanted to see if he was really gifted. After all, the speed at which he had learned skills from his sisters in the past few days was really too exaggerated. To be honest, sometimes he wondered if his sisters were hiding something from him. "Sure," Zhao Ming said without any hesitation, "but I have to wait until we get back to teach you. This place is too small." "Okay, then go back quickly." Speaking of, Zhao Ming was seen operating the helicopter and flying up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared above the school. Chapter 0041. The shocked Zhao Ming and his partner. It only takes about 10 minutes. The helicopter that Qin Huan and his companions were riding in had already landed on the lawn behind the manor. "Fifth sister, aren't you going down?" Seeing that Xia Jinsi was sitting there and didn't seem to want to leave, Qin Huan couldn't help but ask her. "It's okay, I'll watch you learn." Xia Jinsi waved her hand and said, "That's fine." Qin Huan didn't say much. He turned around and looked at Zhao Ming. "Deming, let's get started." "Okay, then you see clearly." Zhao Ming said this and immediately demonstrated it to Qin Huan. "Wait until the operation is completed." Zhao Ming then asked Qin Huan, "Young master, how is it? Do you remember it clearly?" Qin Huan nodded. "Okay, then you can try it." Having said that, Zhao Ming directly gave his seat to Qin Huan. Qin Huan was not polite either. After sitting down, he started to operate immediately, imitating what Zhao Ming had just done. "Oh my God, young master, don't pull it so high." "Young master, you don't have control over this, no? You can't lower it that much. Rise up quickly." "No, it's this one." However, what was unexpected was, Qin Huan had just raised the helicopter to a height of less than 10 meters. The entire body of the helicopter immediately began to shake violently. In that scene, only Xia Jinsi seemed a little calm. Zhao Ming and Tian Wanqing were so frightened that they almost had a heart attack. To be honest, Qin Huan really didn't expect such a scene. After all, he clearly remembered what Zhao Ming did just now. But who would have thought that when it actually came to this, the scene would be like this? Compared with the comprehension he has gained from learning skills from his sisters in the past few days, there is a world of difference. And now he is completely convinced that he is not gifted. Qin Huan thought that the sisters must have some secrets that he didn't know about. For example, cheat codes or something like that. Just as Qin Huan was thinking this, Zhao Ming was really a little scared, so he immediately said to Qin Huan weakly, "Young master, how about I take over?" "Yes, young master. Let's change to Ming." After hearing this, Tian Wanqing on the side quickly echoed. Okay, then you come. The two of them thought that Qin Huan would refuse stubbornly. But who would have thought that the answer would be so readily given? And how would they know? The reason why Qin Huan was so straightforward was actually very simple. Just because he has already got the answer he wanted. That is, he is not gifted at all. But the sisters have awesome plugins. This plugin can not only improve the sisters, but also improve him. Just when Qin Huan stood up and prepared to give his seat to Zhao Ming, Xia Jinsi, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly spoke up. How about I give it a try? Fifth sister, can you do it? After hearing this, Qin Huan couldn't help but said with a look of doubt on his face. What's wrong with that? It's not that difficult. As Xia Jinsi spoke, she stood up and walked directly to Qin Huan. As for Zhao Ming and the other two, they immediately gave up their seats. Others may not know how good Xia Jinsi's driving skills are, but they were all Xia Jinsi's subordinates. How could they not know this? Okay, then you better not turn it over. After Qin Huan made a joke, he immediately gave his seat to Xia Jinsi. However, Xia Jinsi's next move made Qin Huan dumbfounded. The moment Xia Jinsi sat down, he seemed to be in combat mode. Not only was it as steady as a rock, it even circled around the manor. It even hovered outside the villa's gate for several minutes. You know, not everyone can make a helicopter hover. Seeing that the fifth sister Xia Jinsi's driving skills were so amazing, in order to verify his guess once again, Qin Huan immediately said to Xia Jinsi, Fifth sister, can you teach me again? I want to try it again. What? Still want to try? Zhao Ming and Tian Wanqing heard this. They were immediately shocked. You know, they still remember clearly what Qin Huan did just now. In order to prevent themselves from collecting lunch boxes in advance, the two of them wanted to say something immediately. But before they could speak, Xia Jinsi agreed first. Of course. Oh my God. Is the chief crazy? How dare you agree to this? Zhao Ming and the other two heard this. They immediately looked as pale as death. In their opinion, Xia Jinsi was too brave. At the same time, Xia Jinsi also parked the helicopter again on the lawn behind the manor. Huan, come here. I will only teach you once, so you must remember it clearly. The helicopter had just stopped, and Xia Jinsi turned around and said to Qin Huan, Okay. Qin Huan agreed and hurriedly came behind Xia Jinsi. And Xia Jinsi did not waste any time. In front of Qin Huan, he immediately demonstrated all of them to him. It's not hard to find. Although she was just demonstrating this time, her driving skills seemed to have improved by several levels. A casual hovering of the body to the side shocked Zhao Ming and the other man so much that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What the hell? Could it be that the leader still had some reservations just now? Well, that must be the case. Just as they were thinking this, Xia Jinsi directly gave the driving seat to Qin Huan. Zhao Ming and the other two saw this. They were immediately frightened. I thought that what would happen next would be just like before, shaking continuously. But who would have thought? The next scene almost made them bite their tongues in shock. Qin Huan was not only as steady as a rock, but he also performed all the actions that Xia Jinsi had just performed. Even when landing, he even created a very difficult landing maneuver by himself. Is this true or false? My dear uncle, was I dazzled just now? At this moment, when Zhao Ming and the other two looked at Qin Huan again, it was as if they had seen some unparalleled genius. As soon as the helicopter stopped, the two of them couldn't wait to come behind Qin Huan. Young master, you are so amazing. Young master, have you ever flown a helicopter before? Yes. Before Qin Huan turned around, the two of them immediately asked Qin Huan excitedly. I have to say, the scene just now really shocked them. Chapter 0042, Li Mingyu was shocked. No, I just started learning. Hearing the two people's questions, Qin Huan turned around and said, and now he is certain that the sisters definitely have cheats. Are you sure? Zhao Ming asked with anticipation. What's so uncertain about this? Qin Huan curled his lips and said calmly, Didn't you see what it looked like when I opened this thing for the first time? Young master, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it or not. If you have anything to say, just say it. Okay, it's like this. Zhao Ming didn't waste any time and said, Young master, I think with your flying talent, you can definitely join the Air Force and become a Zhao brand pilot. If you want, I can recommend it to you right now. De Ming is right, young master. Why don't you consider it? Tian Wanqing, who was standing by, immediately echoed. After hearing this, Qin Huan wanted to refuse immediately. But before he could speak, Xia Jinsi, who was standing by, took the lead and said, "Of course, you can recommend him later." "Okay, then, it's decided." When Deming heard this, the smile on his face almost reached his ears. "Fifth sister, why don't you just forget it? I still have to go to school." Qin Huan smiled bitterly and said to Xia Jinsi, "What does it count for? It's not like you're not allowed to go to school." Xia Jinsi curled her lips and said lightly, "Young master, this won't affect anything." Zhao Ming quickly agreed. "With your current flying skills, as long as you join the Air Force and temporarily become a non-staff instructor, that's absolutely fine." "Is it still a non-staff position?" When Qin Huan heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little disgusted. "What happened to the extra staff?" Xia Jinsi curled her lips and said seriously, "He is a coach after all, and he must be at least a major." "What? Major rank? Or a major in the Air Force?" "Oh my god, why would I refuse?" Qin Huan thought of this. Without saying anything, he nodded in agreement. "Okay, then let's do as you say." "Okay." Seeing that Qin Huan agreed, Zhao Ming and the other man almost jumped for joy. In their opinion, if talents like Qin Huan join the Air Force, that will definitely contribute a lot to the aviation industry of our country. "What are you doing up there? Aren't you planning on going home?" It was at this time, Li Mingyu knocked on the door of the helicopter and shouted inside, "No, sis, we'll go back now." Speaking of, Qin Huan and Xia Jinsi walked directly down from the helicopter. After they returned to the villa together, Li Mingyu asked Xia Jinsi and the others, "Jinsi, what were you doing there just now?" "Flying around. What else can I do?" "Teach Huan Huan how to fly a plane." Xia Jinsi curled her lips and replied indifferently, "What? Teach Huan Huan to fly a plane?" When Li Mingyu heard this, he was immediately shocked. Then he complained to Xia Jinsi, "Jinsi, don't you know how dangerous it is for a novice to drive this? Why are you still teaching him?" After hearing this, Xia Jinsi was about to say something. But before she could speak, Qin Huan took the responsibility on herself. "Sister, don't blame fifth sister. I took the initiative to ask her to teach me." "Kid, don't you know how dangerous it is to drive that? What do you want us to do if something goes wrong?" When Li Mingyu heard this, he immediately turned his gun around and started to lecture Qin Huan. "It's okay, I feel pretty safe." Qin Huan curled his lips and couldn't help muttering softly, "Safe? You a newbie, no?" Although Qin Huan's muttering was not loud, Li Mingyu still heard it. I was just about to educate Qin Huan again and let him reflect on himself. But before she could finish her words, Xia Jinsi, who was standing by, interrupted her and said, "Sister, please stop talking about Huan Huan." To be honest, with his current flying skills, I'm afraid even the Air Force instructors can't compare to him. "Oh, just blow it." After hearing this, Li Mingyu couldn't help but sneered. "A blue? You should have seen it hovering at the gate just now, right? So, what if you saw it? Do you still want to tell me that it was Huan Huan who did it?" "Yes, it's him." "Are you serious?" When Li Mingyu heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Can it be false?" Xia Jinsi curled her lips and said non-committally, "To be honest, we have just discussed it and plan to let Huan Huan join the Air Force." "Join the Air Force?" When Li Mingyu heard this, he immediately waved his hand and said, "That won't work. He still has to go to college." "What's wrong with that? Just let him be a non-staff coach. It doesn't mean he will stay in the Army forever." "An extracurricular coach? How can it be that easy?" Obviously, Li Mingyu's thoughts at this moment were exactly the same as Qin Huan's before. "Sister, you don't know this?" Xia Jinsi knew what Li Mingyu was thinking, so she quickly explained, "A non-staff coach has a minimum rank of major. If she works full-time, with Huan Huan's current flying skills, her military rank will only be higher. Maybe it's possible to become a general." "What? General?" Li Mingyu almost popped his eyes out when he heard this. "Is this true?" "Don't fool me." "Why would I fool you? You still don't believe me?" "Ha, that's great." Seeing that Xia Jinsi didn't seem to be joking, Li Mingyu couldn't help but laugh out loud happily. "Sister, why are you laughing so happily?" Yes, tell us what you mean." "Look at you, sister. Did you find some treasure?" It was at this time, the other sisters who heard the laughter walked out of the restaurant with confused looks on their faces. "What treasure are you picking up?" "It's like this." When Li Mingyu saw them asking, she told them everything Xia Jinsi had just said. "Oh my god, is this true? Is Huan Huan so powerful?" "That's awesome. If Huan Huan really becomes a general, then I will be the general's sister in the future." "You are now, aren't you? Have you forgotten, Jinsi?" "Fuck you, you just like to argue." After the sisters listened to Li Mingyu's words, everyone's face was instantly filled with joy. In their opinion, Qin Huan is simply awesome. Okay, Jinsi just said that he might become a general after becoming a full-time general, but it doesn't mean he will definitely become one. Li Mingyu first hit them, but soon said with a smile, "Such a happy thing. Shouldn't we go out and celebrate?" "Of course you should. I'm treating you to dinner tonight, so eat as much as you want." After hearing this, the third sister, Zhuang Mingming, immediately spoke first. "Okay, then I won't fight with you." Sixth sister, He Wenwen said, then turned to Qin Huan and asked, "Huan Huan, you have made the sisters proud. Do you have any gifts you want?" Yes, yes, Huan Huan, please tell me now." He Wenwen had just said this. The other sisters' eyes immediately lit up. The next second, they all looked towards Qin Huan. Look at how impatient they are at this moment. If seen by someone who doesn't know the situation, they would probably think they were asking Qin Huan for gifts. Chapter 0043 Come. Let your sister cherish you. It seems not. After hearing this, Qin Huan shook his head and said, "I have to say, this is not Qin Huan being polite to them. With his current conditions, he really has nothing to lack. Not to mention the garage. The clothes and shoes alone filled up an entire room. How could it not be?" When He Wenwen heard what Qin Huan said, she immediately said, "Why don't you think about it again?" Yes, yes. The other sisters immediately echoed. This, I really can't imagine it. Qin Huan took a deep breath and said with a wry smile. Or, just when the sisters wanted to say something, suddenly, the eldest sister Li Mingyu interrupted them directly. "Okay, if Huan Huan can't think of it, forget it. It's getting late. Let's pack up and go out." "Well, okay then." "Sisters, listen." He nodded and immediately stood up and walked towards his room. "Sister, I might need to take a bath. What do you think?" Not long after the other sisters left, Qin Huan said to Li Mingyu, who was about to leave, "You know, he sweated a lot during the military training this afternoon, and now he feels sticky all over. Just wash it." "Why are you telling me this?" When Li Mingyu heard what Qin Huan said, she couldn't help but teasingly asked, "What? You still want me to wash you?" "Well," after hearing this, Qin Huan's forehead was filled with black lines. After a while, he hurriedly explained, "Sister, that's not what I meant. I mean, it might take me more than 10 minutes to take a shower. And when my sisters come out, I'm afraid they'll be anxious waiting for them." "Oh, so that's how it is?" Li Mingyu curled her lips and said calmly, "Don't worry, it doesn't matter if you take 2 baths." "It's okay to take 2 baths? What does that mean?" After hearing this, Qin Huan asked in confusion. "You'll know soon." Li Mingyu smiled mysteriously and said to Qin Huan, "Okay, go wash up." Speaking of, Qin Huan did not waste any time and quickly returned to his room. Maybe he was worried that his sisters would be waiting anxiously. Just less than 10 minutes. Qin Huan had already finished taking a shower and walked out of the room. When he returned to the living room downstairs again, only then did I realize that not a single sister came out. Oh my God, what is going on? Do the sisters need to take a bath too? Thinking of this, Qin Huan immediately took out his mobile phone and started playing. However, what he never expected was, next, he waited on the sofa for nearly half an hour, but still no sister came out. What the hell? What is going on here? No, I have to go up and take a look. Just as Qin Huan was thinking this, suddenly, there was a noise coming from the stairs. Qin Huan didn't think much about it and looked over immediately. This, oh my God, isn't this too beautiful? Looking at Li Mingyu slowly walking down the stairs, Qin Huan was stunned to see her at this moment. She was wearing a snow-white dress and light makeup on her face. In a trance, it was like a fairy descending to earth. "Huan Huan, does it look good?" Li Mingyu came up to him and turned around first. Then he asked Qin Huan, who had a dazed look on his face. "Nice." Without any thought, Qin Huan blurted out, "Ha, I love to hear that." Li Mingyu laughed and sat next to him. "How is it? Are you anxious waiting?" Phoenix. Qin Huan took a deep breath and finally came back to his senses. Looking at Li Mingyu, he asked her, "Sister, can I ask you a question?" "Just ask. It's like this." Qin Huan didn't hide anything and directly asked the question in his mind. "I just want to ask, why did it take you so long?" Children don't understand. Of course, they have to put on makeup and dress up. Li Mingyu smiled slightly and answered immediately. "Makeup and dressing up?" After hearing this, Qin Huan was stunned at first. Then she continued to ask, "Does it take so long to put on makeup and dress up?" "That's nothing. Some girls spend hours on it." "Is this true or false?" When Qin Huan heard this, he almost bit his tongue. He really couldn't understand it. "It's just makeup. Why does it take so long?" "Of course it's true. You'll know when you have a girlfriend. This? After hearing this, Chin Huan wanted to say something. But before he could speak, there was another noise coming from the stairs. Chin Huan heard the voice and looked over immediately. Hiss! This! Oh my god! The next second when Chin Huan looked over, he was stunned again. Although he knew very well that his sisters were beautiful. But I never expected that after putting on makeup and dressing up, she would look like a fairy. The key point is that there are exactly 7 sisters in my family. Aren't they definitely the 7 fairies? Huan Huan, how is it? Does it look good? Just like Li Mingyu before, several sisters had just arrived. He first turned around in a circle and then asked Chin Huan. Nice, Chin Huan replied. So, which of us is the best looking? They all look good. Oh, look at this sweet little mouth. As Lu Shishir said this, she immediately moved towards Chin Huan. She stretched out her hand and said to him with a sly smile, Come, let your sister cherish you. Don't. Seeing this, Chin Huan dodged Lu Shishir's evil hand by turning sideways. He didn't want Lu Shishir to hold his face like the last time he came. That would be too embarrassing. Okay, stop teasing him. Fortunately, at this moment, Li Mingyu spoke up to stop her. TSK, they want me to touch them, but I won't touch them. Lu Shishir curled her lips and couldn't help but mutter softly. Li Mingyu didn't bother to pay attention to her and said to everyone, Is everyone ready? Ready. Okay, let's go. Having said that, Li Mingyu immediately led them out the door. Not long. There were 7 or 8 luxury cars that drove directly away from the manor. At the same time, outside a large shopping mall in the imperial capital, a very handsome anchor is broadcasting live via his mobile phone. Wow, Master Tong is really handsome. That's right, I thought he was just average, but I didn't expect him to be so handsome. No, I have to take a picture quickly, so I can post it on WeChat Moments to show off. Tong Yuhao is Longya's most popular outdoor anchor. As soon as he appeared, several people recognized him immediately. However, Tong Yuhao didn't care about it at all. He stared at the screen of his mobile phone and said to the netizens in the live broadcast room with a smirk, Brothers, today is still the same as before. I will randomly interview 10 couples passing by and try my best to break them up by using my handsomeness. Now let's start the prize-giving contest. How many couples do you think I can break up? If you guess correctly and I take a screenshot, I will reward you with 10 iPhone 14 phones. Tong Yuhao had just finished speaking. The more than 300,000 people in the live broadcast room were immediately blown away. I guess 10 are right. When Master Tong takes action, there is no doubt about his strength. I guess 10 right too. I believe in your ability. Do I even need to guess? It's meaningless. Who can escape your clutches? I've never won a prize before. I guess 10 right. It has to be my turn today. Obviously, everyone in the live broadcast room thought that Tong Yuhao would definitely be able to break them all up. Actually, this is normal. Not to mention Tong Yuhao, he is very handsome, judging from the fact that he has never failed since the live broadcast. Don't guess too much. It would be disrespectful to iPhone 14. And the following scenes indeed prove their guess. Just about half an hour, Tong Yuhao used his handsomeness and wealth to break up 9 couples in front of hundreds of thousands of people in the live broadcast room. In other words, he now only needs to split one more pair, and his undefeated myth will continue. However, what was unexpected was, from then on, whenever a couple passed by Tong Yuhao, the boy would immediately pull his girlfriend away by force. This also leads to, in the next 10 minutes or so, Tong Yuhao couldn't find a target to attack. Oh my god, Master Tong is so awesome, isn't he? The young couple hides when they see him now. That's right. Actually, this is normal. If it were me, I would hide too. This is terrible. It looks like the iPhone is going to be a failure. Just as netizens continued to post barges, Tong Yuhao, who was looking for his target, suddenly stopped. Chapter 0044 Netizens are so mean. What's going on? Why did Master Tong stop? Could it be that a new target has been discovered? Looking forward to it. It looks like there will be another unlucky person who will fall into Master Tong's clutches. Master Tong, don't forget the camera. What are you doing with the plane? Just at the same time Tong Yuhao stopped, hundreds of thousands of netizens in the live broadcast room immediately started to post comments crazily. In their opinion, Tong Yuhao did this because he must have discovered a new target. And things happened just as they thought. Tong Yuhao quickly came to his senses and immediately pointed the camera of his mobile phone at a few people not far away. Oh my god, is this true? Hiss, there's so many beauties here. Is this really disturbing the beauty's nest? Look, everyone, there seems to be a boy among these beauties. Fortunately, Lu Shirshir usually wears something to cover her face when she goes out. Otherwise, that scene would definitely be 1,000 times crazier than it is now. And just at the same time as the last barrage was posted, the netizens in the live broadcast room immediately looked over subconsciously. Fuck, it's true. Isn't this boy too awesome? That's right, he actually went out with so many beauties. Moreover, they were all chatting and laughing with him. You think these beauties are all his girlfriends? As soon as this comment was published, someone immediately refuted it and said, "How is that possible? Although I admit that he is quite handsome, if you say that these 7 beauties are all his girlfriends, no one will believe it." What the above person said is correct. If there is even one of them, then his ancestors' graves would be filled with smoke. How can there be 7? What are you thinking? Everyone here looks like a fairy. But him? Is he worthy? It's not hard to find. The comments from these people are not only full of hostility, but also full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Actually, it's normal. No matter which boy it is, he would probably have this emotion when seeing other boys going out in such a glorious manner. What's more, most of them are single. Ha ha ha. Even if it's as you said, I still want to say that Master Tong is probably going to be in trouble this time. Impossible. Even though that boy is a bit handsome, he is still far behind Master Tong. That's fine. Don't forget, Mr. Tong is not only handsome, but also rich. Let's just wait and see. Anyway, I feel like he's going to fail this time. Just when netizens were having a great time discussing this, Tong Yuhao took a deep breath. He blew on his bangs, which he thought were very handsome. He greeted the people over there with a smile on his face. Shit, it's almost over. I'm so nervous. This is my first time to be so close to so many beauties. Me too, me too. As soon as Tong Yuhao took a step, the netizens in the live broadcast room held their breath instantly. Everyone, can you excuse me for a moment? Qin Huan and his group, who had just finished dinner at a restaurant, were preparing to walk to the largest shopping mall nearby for some shopping. But at this moment, suddenly, a guy with a mobile phone taking pictures appeared in front of me. Who are you? Li Mingyu frowned slightly and asked Tong Yuhao in front of him. As for Qin Huan and others, they stood aside. Wow, isn't this young lady's voice so beautiful? Queen, a true queen. Just as the netizens in the live broadcast room were thinking so, Tong Yuhao asked in surprise, "Don't you know me?" In his opinion, he is now a well-known anchor, so there shouldn't be anyone who doesn't recognize him. Should I know you? Li Mingyu curled his lips and replied indifferently. Okay, then I'll introduce myself to you. Tong Yuhao smiled awkwardly at first. Then he introduced himself confidently. My name is Tong Yuhao, and I'm Longya's most popular outdoor anchor. Oh, really? After hearing this, Li Mingyu asked without comment. So what is the matter with you looking for us? To be honest, Li Mingyu didn't expect that she would run into the anchor of her own platform just after she went out shopping. You know, Longya, the largest live streaming platform in China, is also owned by Li Mingyu. Nothing. I just want to get to know you all and make friends with you. Tong Yuhao blew his bangs and said with a smile on his face. Making friends? Not interested. Li Mingyu said this and immediately prepared to take Qin Huan and the others away. This is really making me laugh to death. Is Master Tong going to fail? It's very possible that they don't even know him. I bet a chicken leg that Master Tong will definitely fail this time. Netizens in the live broadcast room, seeing that Li Mingyu and the others were about to leave, he immediately launched another barrage of comments. And when Tong Yuhao saw these comments, unwilling to admit defeat, he quickly stood in front of Li Mingyu and the others. Wait, why? Do you have anything else to do? Li Mingyu frowned, obviously unhappy. It's like this. Tong Yuhao didn't waste any time and immediately changed his mind and said, It's okay if we don't make friends. Can you let me interview this handsome guy? You know it without thinking. The handsome guy that Tong Yuhao mentioned was Qin Huan, who was standing next to him. Huan, what do you see? Li Mingyu turned around and asked Qin Huan. In her opinion, although Qin Huan is her younger brother, it is better to let him make his own decision. Qin Huan didn't think much about it and agreed directly. You agree? That's great. Upon hearing Qin Huan's agreement, Tong Yuhao almost laughed out loud with joy. In his opinion, Qin Huan was still too young and had no idea what a sinister human heart was. There was no time to waste, and he directly pointed the camera at Qin Huan. But Tong Yuhao didn't know was. Just the next second when he pointed the camera at Qin Huan, The netizens in the live broadcast room were completely stunned. Fuck this. This person looks so familiar. Indeed, I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Brothers, I can be sure that Master Tong has hit a wall this time. This barrage had just been sent out. The other netizens who were just thinking about it immediately thought of something. Damn, I remember now. Isn't this Lu Shirshi's brother Qin Huan? Oh my god, it seems to be true. I watched his video a few days ago. Speaking of which, among these beauties, could there be Lu Shirshir? The netizens who thought of something immediately looked carefully at the screen. However, to their disappointment, Tong Yuhao's camera was only aimed at Qin Huan. Haha, Master Tong, why did he have to interview Qin Huan? Didn't he realize that the equipment she has is worth all of his wealth? I thought Master Tong was really rich, but I didn't expect he was just a country bumpkin. He even wanted to show off in front of the super rich man. Look at the complaints and ridicules from these netizens. Suddenly, a netizen suggested mischievously, "Brothers, why are you still standing there? Quickly refresh the screen so that he won't see our comments. What does upstairs mean? What else could it mean? They must want to embarrass Master Tong. Interesting. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and brush." I have to say, these netizens in Tong Yuhao's live broadcast room are really mean. In just a blink of an eye, the comments they had just sent out immediately disappeared from the screen. Instead, there were rows of words like, "Mr. Tong, I'm optimistic about you." At the same time, Tong Yuhao did not notice these. After pointing the camera at Qin Huan, he immediately said with a fake smile, "Handsome guy, can you tell me your name?" Qin Huan. Qin Huan opened his mouth and said lightly, "Hello, Qin Huan. I want to ask you a question. Is it convenient for you to answer it?" I have to say, the netizens in the live broadcast room were originally worried about what Tong Yuhao might think after hearing Qin Huan's name, but now it seems that there is no need to worry at all. Sure, go ahead and ask. It's like this. Tong Yuhao didn't waste any time and directly asked what he thought was his best move. "I just want to ask you, if you go shopping with your girlfriend and your girlfriend happens to like a luxury bag. So the question is, would you be willing to spend a month's salary to buy this bag for her?" After saying this, Tong Yuhao did not forget to secretly glance at Li Mingyu and the other girls beside him. Obviously, his question was actually setting a trap for Qin Huan. If it were any other boy, he would probably fall into the trap if he wasn't careful. "Won't." Without any thought, Qin Huan replied directly, "What? No." When Tong Yuhao heard Qin Huan's words, he almost stumbled and fell to the ground. He originally thought that Qin Huan had to pretend no matter what, but who would have thought that the answer would be so direct? To be honest, not only Tong Yuhao did not expect this, but the netizens in the live broadcast room did too. Certainly, although Qin Huan's answer was somewhat beyond Tong Yuhao's expectations. But this also made Tong Yuhao feel that he was only one step away from victory. Ahem. He just moistened his throat and continued to ask, "Then can I ask why not?" Chapter 0045, What kind of bag can be worth 400 million? It's very simple. Qin Huan curled his lips and said indifferently, "I'm just a college student now. I don't even have a salary." A college student? Yes, it's only been a few days since I entered Qing University. What? You're still from Qing University? When Tong Yuhao heard this, the expression on his face immediately became unnatural. You know, the thing he feels most inferior about in his life is his academic qualifications. When he learned that Qin Huan was a top student at Qing University, for a moment, I didn't even have the mood to continue asking. Just when he was considering whether to back out, suddenly discovered all the netizens in the live broadcast room were refreshing the screen to encourage him. "Master Tong, don't give up halfway." Yeah, what's wrong with being a top student? Your Long is #1 outdoor anchor. Okay, that's fine. A top student is nothing. I strongly support you to continue asking. Me too. Me too. What is loss? This is it. Tong Yuhao was kept in the dark. After seeing this scene, I thought these netizens were really supporting him. He originally wanted to retreat, but his confidence suddenly surged. Yes. What's so great about being a top student? Can you be richer than me? Can you still be as handsome as me? I'm the most popular outdoor anchor in Dolong Tong Yuhao. He thought of this. After taking a deep breath, he immediately continued to talk to Qin Huan. "Since you are a student, you should have some pocket money, right?" "Some," Qin Huan replied. "That's good to have." Tong Yuhao was delighted, so he continued to ask, it's the same question again. "Will you spend your monthly pocket money to buy that bag for your girlfriend?" "Won't." Same as before. Qin Huan's answer was still no. Oh my god, what's wrong with Qin Huan? Isn't this too stingy? Yeah, yeah. A bag is only a few $100,000 at most. I thought he was a super rich man. Humph. I actually liked him, but I didn't expect him to be so stingy. Qin Huan had just said this. Before Tong Yuhao could say anything, netizens in the live broadcast room immediately started to complain with disdain on their faces. In this scene, Tong Yuhao just happened to see it. In his opinion, Qin Huan was asking for trouble, so it was not his fault. So, he continued to pursue the victory and asked, "Then can you tell me why not? Can't afford it? Or don't want to buy it?" I have to say, Tong Yuhao's question is quite sharp. Qin Huan is a top student himself, so how could he not see that this guy was obviously setting a trap for him? To be honest, if this question were asked to someone else, it would probably be difficult to answer. But if it were Qin Huan, haha, just answer however you want. That's not the case. Qin Huan curled his lips and said calmly, "I just simply think it's a bit stupid. Madness." After hearing this, Tong Yuhao was stunned at first. Then he pretended to be very angry and asked, "You mean your girlfriend asked you to spend a month's pocket money to buy her a bag, which is stupid, right? That's about it. You're also..." Seeing that Qin Huan did not deny it, Tong Yuhao was delighted. He immediately prepared to stand on the moral high ground and severely criticize Qin Huan in front of Li Mingyu and others. Only, what Tong Yuhao never expected was, before he could say anything, Qin Huan seemed to see through him and quickly added, "After all, I really can't imagine what bag can be worth 400 million. 400 million? What does that mean?" When Tong Yuhao heard this, he was immediately confused. Not only him, but the 300,000 netizens in the live broadcast room felt the same. Does anyone know what Qin Huan meant by this? I don't know, it feels a bit weird, isn't it? I have no idea what he is talking about. Just when everyone didn't understand what Qin Huan meant. Then he heard Qin Huan explain, "What else can it mean? My pocket money is 400 million a month." What? 400 million pocket money a month? Is this true or false? Is it so exaggerated? Netizens in the live broadcast room. After hearing Qin Huan's words, he almost bit his tongue in shock. Although they clearly knew that Qin Huan was very rich. After all, he is the younger brother of the Queen Lu Shishir. But I never thought that Nima could be so rich. As for Tong Yuhao in front of the camera, at this time, he had completely different ideas from the netizens in the live broadcast room. In his opinion, Qin Huan was just bragging. 400 million in pocket money? Haha, it would be strange if I believed him. I said, Tong Yuhao was about to say something else. But Qin Huan and his group didn't even look at him and walked straight towards the large shopping mall in front of them. Looking at the backs of the people leaving, Tong Yuhao was struggling over whether he should chase them. "Master Tong, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and follow them." Yeah, that guy's just bragging. If you don't expose him, who knows where those girls will be tricked into going? 400 million pocket money a month? That's bullshit. You can only lie to girls. I don't believe it anyway. Me too. I have to say, these netizens in the live broadcast room really just want to watch the fun and not mind making trouble. Everyone knows this, and with Qin Huan's status, it is impossible for him to be bragging. But on the barrage, they teamed up to instigate Tong Yuhao. After seeing the barrage of comments, Tong Yuhao actually believed their lies. He was a little hesitant at first, but he immediately followed with his phone in hand. In his opinion, even for the sake of the netizens in the live broadcast room, Qin Huan's lies must be exposed today. What's more, the beauties around Qin Huan really made his heart beat. And how would Tong Yuhao know? He's just like someone who has been sold out, but is still counting money for others. This way, after Qin Huan and others entered the mall, since I didn't have anything I wanted to buy, I basically just wandered around. However, Tong Yuhao, who saw this scene, thought that Qin Huan must be poor, so he didn't buy anything. Just as Qin Huan and his friends were shopping in a high-end luxury store called Chanel, Tong Yuhao pretended to follow him in. Only, what he couldn't understand was, all the shopping guides in this store are the same as those in other stores. As soon as Qin Huan and his friends walked in, all the shopping guides immediately surrounded them enthusiastically. "Shopping guide, which bag is the most expensive one you have? Please help me get it." Tong Yuhao looked at the scene in front of him and immediately shouted to the shopping guides who were greeting Qin Huan and the others in a pretentious manner. However, what he never expected was, although what he said sounded very pretentious, but the shopping guides seemed to have not heard him at all and simply ignored him. Oh my god, Master Tong. They don't even care about you. Ha ha ha. Although I admit that what Master Tong said just now is indeed very impressive, I still feel that it is a bit embarrassing. That's right. This really doesn't take our Master Tong seriously. When netizens in the live broadcast room saw this, they immediately became angry. Tong Yuhao felt quite embarrassed when he saw these comments. How could he bear it any longer? So he shouted to the shopping guides again. What's wrong with you? Didn't you hear me calling you? Fortunately, at this moment, the shopping guides finally responded to him. Sir, I'm sorry. We have VIPs to receive here. How about you wait a moment? Have a distinguished guest to entertain? Let me wait a little longer? Damn it. Isn't he just a poor bastard? What kind of VIP is this? When Tong Yuhao heard this, he became even more angry. Who is he? He is Longya's most popular outdoor anchor. All his assets added up to at least 20 to 30 million. In the past, no matter which store I went to, people would lick my ass like crazy. Now what? But he was left aside. If there was no live broadcast, maybe he would have just endured it. But now there are at least 300,000 people watching online in his live broadcast room. If he just waits like this, where will Tong Yuhao's face be? If this gets out, won't people ridicule you to death? His face turned cold, and he said to the shopping guides in a very unpleasant tone, I say, do you still have any vision? Can't you tell who the VIP is? Chapter 0046 Tong Yuhao wants revenge. Tong Yuhao's words had just fallen. Not only the shopping guides, but Li Mingyu and the others also looked over immediately. Only, what Tong Yuhao couldn't understand was, the way these people looked at him was as if they were looking at an idiot. What are you looking at? Is there anything wrong with what I said? Tong Yuhao, who felt a little frightened by being stared at, spoke to them in an unpleasant tone. And the next second after he said this, what no one expected was, one of them, who was obviously the store manager, immediately turned to Li Mingyu and said, Boss, this guy is too noisy. Do you want me to kick him out? Boss? Oh my god. What's going on? Who knows? It's probably a respectful title, right? How is that possible? The store manager's attitude is obviously like he's talking to his superior, right? Oh my god, you mean, is she the owner of the Chanel store? After hearing what the store manager said, netizens in the live broadcast room, there was a moment of confusion at first, and then everything went haywire in an instant. In their barrage, Tong Yuhao, who was angry, did not see it. I said you. Tong Yuhao's face turned pale, and he was about to say something. But wait for him to finish speaking. Li Mingyu said to the store manager with a serious face. Didn't I just tell you? He is the boss. If you have any questions, just ask him. As Li Mingyu said these words, he pulled Qin Huan to his side. Oh well. After hearing this, the store manager smiled awkwardly and immediately asked Qin Huan, Boss, do you think we need to kick him out? Get out. It's really noisy. Qin Huan curled his lips and said lightly, Okay. After hearing this, the store manager didn't say any more nonsense. While nodding, he immediately gave a look to a shopping guide next to him. The shopping guide understood. Without saying a word, he walked straight up to Tong Yuhao. The moment he stretched out his hand, he said to the shocked Tong Yuhao, Sir, I'm sorry. Please go out for a moment. Why are you asking me to leave? Is this how you treat your customers? Tong Yuhao recovered from his shock. Looking at Qin Huan, he couldn't help but said with anger on his face. He is not a fool, so he naturally understands the situation now. But how could he be willing to leave in disgrace like this? In his opinion, so what even if Qin Huan is the owner of this store? Can the boss drive away customers at will? If Qin Huan really answered like this, then he would have to promote this store well today. Who will come to his store to buy things in the future? However, imagination is rich, but reality is skinny. Qin Huan didn't even bother to look at him. Sir, if you don't get out, I'll call security. As for the shopping guide, he naturally didn't want to bother with Tong Yuhao anymore, so he spoke immediately. Call security? Tong Yuhao got even angrier when he heard this. What? Am I afraid you won't be able to yell? Okay, then you just wait. The shopping guide was too lazy to say anything more and just took out the intercom and started calling. At the same time, when Tong Yuhao saw this scene, his face became gloomy for a moment. Afterwards, he raised his phone and started to complain crazily in the live broadcast room. Brothers, did you see it? This is how the owner of the Chanel store in Yida Shopping Mall on Xinxi Street treats his customers. They're so arrogant. We must never take care of their business in the future. I'm really pissed off. What a crappy store. I have to say, Tong Yuhao's words really worked. After all All the netizens in the live broadcast room saw what happened just now. Some of them felt the same way. Next second, immediately, he started to scroll through the comments crazily. It's really too much. They treat Master Tong like this. If we go there, won't we get beaten? What the hell? They're actually chasing customers away. I'll never go to this store again. Me too, me too. Since no one else is going, then I won't go either. Look at the complaints from netizens. Tong Yuhao, who was very angry just now, almost couldn't help laughing out loud at this moment. In his opinion, after such publicity, he didn't believe that Xin Huan's store could still be open. After all, there are at least 300,000 netizens in his live broadcast room. Wait until one person tells 10 people, 10 people tell 100 people. You don't have to think about how terrible the impact would be. If you dare to be arrogant to me, just wait. Just as Tong Yuhao was thinking this with a smug look on his face, several netizens who were shopping in a nearby mall also rushed here at this moment. Mr. Tong, I'm your fan. I was watching your live broadcast just now. Is this the store you were talking about? One of the women, who was dressed very seductively, walked up to Tong Yuhao and asked. Yes, it's this store. Tong Yuhao nodded and replied with an angry look on his face. Sisters, why are you still standing there? After receiving a positive response, the woman immediately shouted to the others, hurry up and take pictures of their store so that we can post them online for promotion. Humph, you dare to bully our Master Tong? Today I must make this store stink. Okay, the others listened. Without saying a word, he took out his cell phone and started taking pictures frantically. When Tong Yuhao saw this scene, he immediately burst into smiles. What are you doing here? Who gave you permission to take pictures? It was at this time, the shopping guide put down the walkie-talkie and shouted at them. What happened to us taking pictures? Yeah, aren't you very arrogant? We have to promote you. We took the photo. What can you do to us? Obviously, they didn't take the shopping guide seriously at all. Upon seeing this, the shopping guide immediately wanted to say something. But before he could finish speaking, suddenly, there was a noisy sound of footsteps not far away. Not long, then they saw dozens of burly men in security uniforms trotting towards them in a hurry. Xiao Zhao, who is causing trouble here? The security guards had just come over, and one of them, a big man who was obviously the security team leader, asked the shopping guide at the door. It's not hard to find. While he asked this question, his eyes were fixed on Tong Yuhao and the others in front of him. And after meeting his gaze, Tong Yuhao and his friends, who had been so arrogant just now, couldn't help but take several steps back. Chapter 0047, Don't Seek Death, or You Won't Die. Brother Biao, it's the shopping guide did not waste any time and pointed at Tong Yuhao and the others and said, Okay, I got it. Zhang Biao curled his lips and said ferociously, So it really is you guys. Just when Tong Yuhao looked cowardly and was about to say something, the girl next to him, but he took the lead and snorted coldly. So what if it's us? Do you want to hit us? Yes, you really think we were scared? I'm not afraid to tell you that today we have exposed this store's behavior of deceiving customers. What can you do about it? The girl had just finished speaking. Her companions immediately followed suit. The clamoring look scared Tong Yuhao, who was standing beside him, quite a bit. You know, Tong Yuhao has been in society for some time, since he graduated from junior high school in his teens. Just looking at the Zhang Biao in front of him, he could tell at a glance that he was a ruthless person. In his opinion, these women were really too impulsive. From what you said, do you want to continue the trouble? Zhang Biao narrowed his eyes slightly and asked in a cold voice. So what? Okay, it seems like you guys really don't know how many eyes Master Ma Zhao has. Zhang Biao was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with them and immediately said to the group of security guards behind him, I'll leave them to you. Just don't beat them to death. What is domineering? This is it. If it were someone else, there might be nothing they could do about them. But to Zhang Biao, they were just a few little karamis. Since they dare to challenge me, I have to let them know why the flowers are so red. As for whether it is a boy or a girl, haha, it's not even within his consideration. Yes. The group of security guards behind him listened. Without saying a word, they surrounded Tong Yuhao and the others, rubbing their hands ready to fight. And it was at this moment, what no one expected was, as the main leader of the troublemakers, Tong Yuhao directly betrayed these girls. Hey guys, I didn't say anything just now. Don't do anything to me. Oh my god, what's going on, Master Tong? Awesome. You just sold the person out. Isn't that too unfair? I am speechless. Is this something a human could do? When the netizens in the live broadcast room saw this scene, immediately, Many people began to accuse Tong Yuhao. In their opinion, Tong Yuhao is not only a coward, but also a disloyal person. The girl was clearly standing up for him, but he actually betrayed her. Certainly, there are still many netizens who express that they can understand Tong Yuhao's approach. I think differently from you guys. I think these girls are just too pretentious. That's right. Not to mention that the other side has so many people. Just now, it seems that we gave them a chance, right? They just insisted on showing off. Who can we blame for this? What the above person said is right. If you are patient, you will have peace of mind. If you take a step back, you will have a bright future. They are just courting their own death. I think they. At the same time, netizens here express their opinions. Zhang Biao, who was not far away, waved to Tong Yuhao. The meaning is very simple, which is, you'd better know what's best for you, so get out of here. Tong Yuhao saw this. While he was delighted, he ignored the contemptuous looks from the women and ran aside in shame. In his opinion, it wasn't that he was being unfair, it was just that they were asking for trouble. And, just at the moment he walked away, the group of security guards immediately surrounded the girls. Kill! The girl who had shouted first saw this. I was so scared that I wanted to shout something immediately. But before she could open her mouth, suddenly, there was a slap, hitting her hard on the face. She didn't stand firmly and fell to the ground. It's not hard to find. When she fell, several teeth flew out of her mouth. This, seeing that the other party was serious, these girls no longer had the arrogance they had before. While his body was shaking slightly, he begged for mercy and shouted, "Don't hit me. I won't make trouble anymore. Me too, please don't hit me. Woo woo woo." Next second, they were so scared that they burst into tears. Brother Biao, what do you think? Seeing this, the security guards immediately turned to look at Zhang Biao, ready to ask for his opinion. Didn't I tell you? Just don't beat him to death. Zhang Biao curled his lips and said lightly, "Begging for mercy now? Too late." Okay. After hearing what Zhang Biao said, the group of security guards immediately prepared to continue taking action. Fortunately, it happened at this moment. Li Mingyu walked out of the store and stopped them immediately. "Okay, stop it. You said stop, so stop. Who are you?" One of the security guards who heard the voice turned around and said to Li Mingyu with disdain. Bah! However, he had just finished speaking. Zhang Biao, who was standing nearby, slapped him directly in the face. "Brother, what are you doing?" The security guard covered his cheek and asked aggrievedly, "Are you blind? Don't you know this is the boss?" Zhang Biao glared at the security guard and spoke angrily. "What? Boss?" When the security guard heard this, he was stunned. "Why are you still standing there? Why don't you apologize to your boss?" "Boss, I'm sorry." The security guard didn't dare to waste time and hurriedly apologized to Li Mingyu in a trembling voice. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Li Mingyu corrected him and said, "Don't. I'm not your boss now. What does this mean? Could it be that the boss refuses to forgive me? Oh my God, what should I do?" When the security guard heard what Li Mingyu said, his face turned pale with fright. In his opinion, Li Mingyu's words clearly showed that she was unwilling to forgive him. Certainly, not only he thought so, Zhang Biao next to him also thought so. In order to save his brother, he quickly said to Li Mingyu, "Boss, Xiao Zhao has only been working for a short time, so he didn't recognize you." Just when Zhang Biao was about to explain something, Li Mingyu interrupted and said, "You misunderstood. That's not what I meant. What we mean is that my brother Qin Huan is your boss now." After saying that, Li Mingyu pushed Qin Huan out directly. "Oh, so that's how it is?" When Zhang Biao and the others heard this, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, just do whatever you need to do." Li Mingyu waved his hand and spoke to Zhang Biao and the others. After hearing this, Zhang Biao and his companions left immediately. "Are you guys okay?" Not long after Zhang Biao and the others left, Li Mingyu asked the girls indifferently. "Chapter 0048, did I tell you to leave?" "No, it's okay." Hearing Li Mingyu's question, the girls, who had already been frightened, quickly shook their heads and replied, "Okay, if you have nothing else, just leave now." As Li Mingyu was talking, she suddenly thought of something, so she continued to say to them, "By the way, delete all the photos in your phones now. Is there any problem?" "No, no problem." How could the girls dare to say anything more? After nodding, he quickly deleted all the photos in his phone, and after deleting it, he did not forget to take a look at Li Mingyu. "Okay, you can go now." Having said that, the women left the place dejectedly, and it was not long after they left Tong Yuhao, who was hiding not far away and watching the fun, immediately prepared to leave quietly. However, he had just started. Li Mingyu turned around and said to him, "Did I tell you to leave?" Hearing Li Mingyu's words, Tong Yuhao stopped immediately. With an awkward smile on his face, he was about to say something. But before he could speak, then Li Mingyu asked, "If I remember correctly, you should be the host of Dragon Fight, right?" Should be, right? Tong Yuhao, who was confused about the situation, could not help but stammer in his response. "Okay, whether you are or not." Li Mingyu was too lazy to say any more nonsense and immediately banned him. "From now on, you can forget about working in the live streaming industry." "What do you mean?" Tong Yuhao immediately became excited when he heard what Li Mingyu said. "You said you won't let me do it? Who do you think you are?" "It's not hard to find." After saying this, Tong Yuhao did not forget to glance in the direction where the security guard had left. "You'll find out in a moment." Li Mingyu curled his lips, took out his cell phone, and made a call. "TSK, you pretend to be so realistic. I want to see what you want to do." Tong Yuhao couldn't help but think so when he saw this scene. And just as he was thinking about these, Li Mingyu's call was also connected. "Boss, is there anything I can do for you?" As soon as the call was connected, a very respectful male voice came from the other end. "Zhou Su, I have something here that I need you to do in person." Li Mingyu did not beat around the bush and spoke to the other end in a commanding tone. "Zhou Su, why does this name sound so familiar?" "Me too. I think I've heard of it somewhere." "How can I not be familiar with it? Aren't we just watching the live broadcast on someone else's platform now?" "Is this true? She called Dolong's boss and gave him orders?" "It must be fake. It's probably just to scare Master Tong." Li Mingyu had just said this. Netizens in the live broadcast room immediately started discussing it on the barrage. As for Tong Yuhao, who was not far away, he naturally heard what Li Mingyu said just now. But at this moment, he had the same idea as netizens. Who is Zhou Su? He is the founder and chairman of Dolong Technology, the largest live streaming platform in China. It's no exaggeration to say his net worth is at least around 10 billion. Let me ask you, who would dare to speak to such a person in such a commanding tone? In Tong Yuhao's opinion, Li Mingyu's behavior was simply ridiculous. And how would he know? Zhou Su, who seemed so awesome in their eyes, was just a chess piece pushed in front of others by Li Mingyu. The real helmsman of Dolong Technology, apart from her, Li Mingyu, there can't be anyone else. At the same time, Zhou Su on the other end of the phone heard what Li Mingyu said. Without any hesitation, he patted his chest and promised, "Boss, just give me your orders. I promise to complete the task." "Very good. That's it." Li Mingyu did not waste any time and immediately told Zhou Su his decision. After listening to this, Zhou Su couldn't help but frown and asked, "Boss, he is one of the top 10 anchors on our platform. Do you really want to ban him?" "Why? Was what I just said not clear enough?" Li Mingyu curled his lips and said in a cold voice, I understand. I'll do it right away." After hearing what Li Mingyu said, Zhou Su didn't dare to ask any more questions and quickly agreed. Not long, Li Mingyu hung up the phone directly. And just at the same time she hung up the phone, Tong Yuhao, who saw the scene not far away, immediately said to her in a sarcastic tone, "Hey, you've just finished talking to our boss. How is it? Did he obey your orders and say he would ban me immediately?" "Zhou Su, huh? I'm dying of laughter. Is it funny?" Li Mingyu raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said with a mocking look on his face. In her opinion, Tong Yuhao looked like a clown at this moment. "Of course it's funny, you..." Tong Yuhao was about to say something, but before he could finish his words, the cell phone in his pocket, which was used for calls, suddenly rang. Tong Yuhao didn't think much about it and reached out to take it out. Only, when he saw the caller's note clearly, his heart beat violently. "Zhou Su? It was Zhou Su who called? Oh shit. Isn't this just too much of a coincidence?" Although Tong Yuhao felt something was not right, he still pressed the answer button immediately. "Oh!" As soon as the phone was connected, Tong Yuhao was about to say something. But before he could speak, Zhou Su on the other end came up and started scolding him. You can say that. Those words were totally unlike what someone of Zhou Su's status could say. Tong Yuhao, who heard the scolding, was also quite embarrassed at this moment. It wasn't just because Zhou Su scolded him, but also because he seemed to have the speaker on. That is to say, the 300,000 netizens in the live broadcast room actually heard it all. "Oh my god, what's going on?" Isn't Su too fierce? He just comes up and starts cursing. Brothers, I think this is too coincidental. What do you think? You mean the call from that young lady just now is really made to Su? Isn't that possible? Can she order Su around? I also think it's impossible. This is probably just a coincidence. Obviously, even until this point, netizens still think that this must be just a coincidence. As for Tong Yuhao, who was being scolded, he actually still held on to a glimmer of hope. In his opinion, the boss scolded him for no reason. It must be because he had done something wrong. She's just a little girl. How could she possibly give orders to someone like Su? Chapter 0049, The Arrogant Little Girl. However, imagination is rich, but reality is cruel. Just as Tong Yuhao was thinking this. Next second, then I heard Su on the other end of the phone say, I'm too lazy to scold you. From today on, you will be officially banned by our dolong. Banned? When Tong Yuhao heard this, he immediately panicked. In his opinion, if this was really banned, how could he live the good life he is now in the future? Fearing that Su would hang up the phone, he quickly asked, Boss, why? I didn't do anything wrong. You still dare to ask me why? After hearing this, Su immediately asked back, Don't you know who you just offended? Who did you offend? Tong Yuhao secretly glanced at Li Mingyu, who was not far away, and said weakly, I haven't offended anyone, it's just that. What is it? I just had a few arguments with a little girl. Little girl? How could Su not know who this guy was talking about? The corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily, and he cursed angrily. Asshole, do you know who the little girl you were talking about is? Who is it? Tong Yuhao was stunned and asked weakly. That's the real boss of our dolong. You know that? Bastard. After Su cursed angrily, he hung up the phone. Beep, beep. I heard a busy tone on the other end of the phone. Tong Yuhao on this side was stunned on the spot. Boss? She is actually the boss of our dolong? Oh my god, how is this possible? At this moment, Tong Yuhao's face was filled with despair. As for the more than 300,000 netizens in the live broadcast room, after hearing what Su just said, the atmosphere exploded instantly. Oh my god, was I hallucinating just now? Is this true? Is it so exaggerated? Su is not the real boss of dolong. Awesome. Master Tong has hit a wall this time. That's right. Why offend anyone else but your real boss? Hey, it looks like we'll have to change the anchor again. At the same time, netizens were frantically posting comments. Li Mingyu took a step forward and said to Tong Yuhao, who looked desperate, How about it? Do you still find it funny now? Tong Yuhao listened. He no longer cared about his face and immediately prepared to beg for mercy from Li Mingyu. But before he could speak, Li Mingyu seemed to see through his thoughts and said immediately, Don't beg for mercy from me. There's no way I'll agree to that. You better leave now. You. Hearing Li Mingyu's firm tone, Tong Yuhao was immediately furious. He was originally thinking of begging for mercy, but he immediately became tough. Snort. He just snorted coldly and said to Li Mingyu, Don't think I will starve to death if I leave dolong. At worst, I can just switch to another live streaming platform. I don't believe that with my abilities, I can't make a comeback. I have to say, Tong Yuhao was not exaggerating. After all, he did have some abilities to become a big anchor in just 3 years on a highly competitive platform like dolong. Oh, change the platform? After hearing this, Li Mingyu couldn't help but sneered and said, I'm not afraid to tell you, there are a total of 27 live streaming platforms in the country, and the top 10 of them are all my companies. If you're planning on going to those little platforms, just ignore what I said. What is shrimp and pork heart? This is it. Oh my god, is this true? Is this young lady kidding me? It shouldn't be. Didn't we think they were joking before? But what happened? Oh my god, this young lady is really too rich, isn't she? Awesome, it's really awesome. I really envy Qin Huan for having such a rich sister. Li Mingyu had just finished speaking. The netizens in the live broadcast room were instantly excited again. They thought that Li Mingyu was the boss behind dolong, which was shocking enough. But who would have thought that they actually have more than just a company called dolong? What are the top 10 live streaming platforms in China? What is the concept? It is no exaggeration to say that it has completely monopolized the entire live broadcast industry. Are you kidding me? Hearing this, Tong Yuhao was shocked and asked Li Mingyu in disbelief. Do I look like I'm kidding? Li Mingyu curled his lips and said lightly, This? For a moment, Tong Yuhao fell into despair. However, what he never expected was, this despair is just the beginning. Then, Li Mingyu continued, "Oh, I almost forgot to inform you. From today on, you are not allowed to enter any Yida shopping malls." "Why?" Tong Yuhao couldn't help, but said with a very grim expression when he heard this. He really couldn't understand it. It would have been fine if Li Mingyu had banned him, but she actually wanted to prevent him from entering Yida shopping mall? Certainly, he wasn't the only one who couldn't figure it out. The same thing happened to the more than 300,000 netizens in the live broadcast room at this time. Oh my god, what does she mean by that? Who knows? This is a bit too much. That's right, the mall is right there. What right does she have to prevent Master Tong from entering? This is so funny. Does she still think Yida Group belongs to her? At the same time as this barrage was posted, the netizens who just thought it was a little funny suddenly thought of something. Shit, could it be that Yida Group is really hers? If I remember correctly, those security guards who appeared earlier should all be from this mall, right? They seem to call her boss? Shit, I think I discovered something really scary. As the netizens were chatting, they suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. In their opinion, if it is really as they think, it would be really difficult for Tong Yuhao to live in the days ahead. Oh, why? Li Mingyu sneered and said calmly, "What do you think?" Tong Yuhao hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but said weakly, "Are you trying to tell me that Yida Group is also your company?" "That's not the case." "Oh shit. Why are you pretending to be so cool with me?" Hear Li Mingyu's answer. While Tong Yuhao was complaining, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. And how would he know? Li Mingyu had only finished the first half of the sentence. Chapter 0050 Revenge from Tong Yuhao. I said you. Just when Tong Yuhao opened his mouth and was about to make a few sarcastic remarks. However, in the next second, Li Mingyu continued, "Although Yida Group is not my company, it is my brother Qin Huan's company." Oh my god, is this true? It should be fake, right? If it's hers, then it's somewhat believable, but if it's Qin Huan's, I feel it's a bit far-fetched. Yes, Qin Huan is obviously a college student. How could a group like Yida belong to him? That's ridiculous. I don't believe it anyway. Li Mingyu had just said this. Netizens in the live broadcast room expressed their opinions one after another. As for Tong Yuhao standing aside, he naturally had the same idea. It's not that he looks down on Qin Huan, but Qin Huan's age makes him obviously a college student. Oh, do you think I will believe it? Tong Yuhao sneered and said sarcastically, "If you say you're the boss of Yida, then you still have a little credibility. But if it's him, ha ha ha." As he spoke, Tong Yuhao burst out laughing. "Is it funny?" Li Mingyu curled his lips and said calmly, "I'm not afraid to tell you that I gave Yida to him not long ago. That is to say, my brother Qin Huan is now the real helmsman of Yida Group." Oh shit, is this true or false? Am I hallucinating? The netizens who were still skeptical just now almost bit their tongues in shock after hearing what Li Mingyu said. What is Yida Group? That's $1 trillion company, right? Just give it to your brother like that? My dear uncle, where can I find a sister like this? Please give me a dozen. Certainly, it's not just netizens who are shocked by this. At this moment, Tong Yuhao in front of the camera also widened his eyes instantly. After a long while, he said in a timid tone, "How is this possible? You must be lying. The boss of Yida is obviously Zhao Linjian." I have to say, this question from Tong Yuhao is exactly what netizens are curious about. You don't need to know this. Obviously, Li Mingyu had no intention of explaining to him. After hearing this, Tong Yuhao immediately wanted to say something else. But before he could speak, Li Mingyu interrupted him directly. "I'll only give you 3 minutes. If you don't get out within 3 minutes." Li Mingyu didn't finish his words, but she believed that Tong Yuhao should know what she was going to say next. And things happened just as she thought. The next second after she said this, Tong Yuhao first glared at them fiercely, and then fled away. After all, the security guards before left a deep impression on him. Tong Yuhao believed that if he dared to continue talking here, he would definitely be severely beaten. And it was shortly after Tong Yuhao left. Li Mingyu then took Qin Huan and the others to shop in the mall for about half an hour. "Sister, I can't walk around anymore. How about we go back?" Sick sister, He Wenwen rubbed her sore calves and said to Li Mingyu, "Yes, sister. I can't walk anymore. Let's go back." Me too, me too." Hearing what He Wenwen said, except for the third sister, Zhuang Mengmeng, and the fifth sister, Xiaojinsi, the other sisters immediately followed suit. "Huan Huan, what do you think?" Li Mingyu did not agree to them directly, but turned to Qin Huan and asked, "Oh my god, Isn't this too biased, elder sister? Seeing this, he won and the others couldn't help but complain in their hearts. Me? Qin Huan, who was asked, was stunned at first. Then he said nonchalantly, "Don't ask me. The sister said to go back, so let's go back." "Okay, let's go back then." Li Mingyu, who originally felt that it was boring, immediately nodded in agreement after hearing Qin Huan's words. Not long, Li Mingyu and his group arrived at the entrance of the shopping mall. And just as they walked out the door, what they didn't discover was, at this moment, not far away, there were 7 or 8 pairs of eyes staring at them. "Brother Tong, you were talking about them, right?" One of them licked his lips and asked Tong Yuhao. After hearing this, the other people also pricked up their ears immediately. "Yes, it's them." Tong Yuhao nodded and said angrily, "We'll follow them quietly later. You guys can handle the women yourself. As for that man, just don't beat him to death." When Tong Yuhao said this, he suddenly thought of something. So he turned around and asked one of them, "By the way, Ajay, are you ready for the things I asked you to prepare?" "It's all here, Brother Tong, look." As Ajay spoke, he directly opened a black plastic bag in his hand in front of several people. "Oh my God, what's wrong with you?" "Hey, Ajay, why did you prepare so many raincoats?" "Yes, you are exaggerating." The black plastic bag had just been opened. Except for Tong Yuhao, the others were all shocked. They never expected that this guy not only prepared ropes and hoods, he even prepared 10 large boxes of small-sized raincoats. Isn't this what Brother Tong specifically instructed?" Ajay chuckled and said to the others, "Please don't tell me that you can't even use up all these raincoats when facing such a pretty girl. How is that possible? I'm very powerful." "That's right, it's just 10 boxes. There are 8 of us, so each person can only get a little more than 1 box at most. You know what? These girls are really pretty, just like fairies descending from heaven." "That's right, but soon." It's not hard to find. As they said this, the expressions on their faces were as obscene as they could be. "Okay, everyone, be smart and don't leave out any evidence. Do you hear me?" Seeing that Qin Huan and his friends were getting further and further away, Tong Yuhao interrupted them directly. "I heard it. Okay, let's follow them." "Okay." Thinking of a scene that happened not long after, they didn't waste any time and immediately followed quietly. Chapter 0051, Unreliable Teammate. Not long, Tong Yuhao and his group followed Qin Huan and his group to an underground parking lot. Just when they were thinking about whether they should take action, suddenly, several small cars drove in from the entrance. There's nothing they can do. In the end, I had no choice but to give up this idea. As for Qin Huan and the others, after walking into the parking lot, talking and laughing, without wasting too much time, they soon got into their respective cars. Then he stepped on the accelerator and drove straight to the exit. "Oh my God, this is too rich, right? If I'm not mistaken, it should be a Lamborghini Veneno." "That's right, the car behind looks like an Aston Martin." "My dear uncle, a row of luxury cars, isn't this too impressive?" TSK, TSK, TSK. I'm so envious. When Tong Yuhao's younger brothers saw the scene before them, while forgetting about the important things, I couldn't help but sigh. I said, "Are there nothing wrong with you guys?" Tong Yuhao, who was standing by, saw this and immediately shouted angrily, "What are we here for? Have you forgotten this?" After hearing what Tong Yuhao said, they finally came to their senses. One of them asked Tong Yuhao, "Brother Tong, what should we do now? What else can I do?" Tong Yuhao curled his lips and said unhappily, "Of course I'll drive after him." "Chase, where's the car?" "Yes, Brother Tong. Do we have a car?" "Of course there is a car." Tong Yuhao raised the corner of his mouth slightly, turned his head, and asked Ajay behind him, "Ajay, where did you park the van I asked you to prepare?" This, when asked, Ajay immediately started to hesitate. "What's this and that? Aren't you prepared?" Tong Yuhao frowned immediately when he saw this. It's accurate enough that it's prepared, but when Ajay said this, he stopped again. "That's it. Can't you just say it all at once? It's just that the parking place is quite far away." "Far? Well, I parked in front of Yida." "Fuck. You were the one who stopped the broken bread at the door earlier?" When Tong Yuhao heard what Ajay said, he almost vomited blood and immediately cursed at him. "You bastard. Why didn't you say it earlier? You didn't even ask." After hearing this, Ajay couldn't help but reply with a wronged look on his face. "I'm asking you a big-head ghost." Unable to hold back any longer, Tong Yuhao went up and kicked him directly. It was because of this kick, Ajay lost his balance and fell to the ground. And while falling, The contents of the plastic bag in his hand scattered in an instant. Just at this moment, suddenly, a young couple happened to pass by them. When the young couple saw the things on the ground, he was stunned at first and then glanced at the few people with a strange look on his face. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a handsome guy before? Get out of here. One of the younger brothers saw this and cursed at them angrily. Seeing that the other party had more people and more power, the young couple didn't say much. But when leaving, the two of them were whispering to each other. It's so disgusting, a bunch of damn bastards. That's right. I can understand two people. But this is actually a group. That handsome guy just now, I think he's the anchor Tong Yuhao, right? That's right. I didn't expect he had this hobby. Although the young couple's voices were not too loud, Tong Yuhao and the others still heard them. Oh shit. Are you stupid? Who the hell is this Jilo? To be honest, if it weren't for Tong Yuhao and the others, they would have important things to do. At this point, I guess I have to teach them a lesson. Why are you still standing there? Put your things away. Tong Yuhao, who was filled with anger and had nowhere to vent, spoke angrily to a Jai who was still sitting. Brother Tong, don't be angry. I didn't mean it. I'm your uncle. Tong Yuhao said this and immediately prepared to kick for the second time. Fortunately, it happened at this moment. The other brothers nearby quickly pulled him away. Brother Tong, business is more important, so don't bother with him. Yes. Our most important task now is to find the car as soon as possible and catch up with him. Chase? What can you chase with? He's been gone for several minutes. After hearing the persuasion of several people, Tong Yuhao said unhappily. After saying, he did not forget to turn around and glare at Ajay fiercely. Brother Tong, have you forgotten what I do? Just at this time, one of the younger brothers whispered to Tong Yuhao. You? Aren't you just a? When Tong Yuhao said this, he suddenly realized, you mean we should steal a car and chase after them? You know, before this little brother of his followed him, he was a well-known thief on the street. It's just opening a car lock as easy as eating. Yeah, what do you think? Isn't this a bit bad? After hearing this, Tong Yuhao was a little hesitant. In his opinion, he was at least a well-known figure before. It would be so embarrassing if people knew that I stole the car. What's wrong with that? No one knows about it anyway. As the younger brother spoke, he did not forget to remind him quietly. Brother Tong, don't forget that the business we are going to do is much more serious than stealing a car. When Tong Yuhao heard this, he felt that there was some truth in it. After just a moment's thought, he immediately decided, okay, let's do it. I have to say, this little brother's skills are really extraordinary. It only took less than 3 minutes. He opened the door of a van in the parking lot. As for why they stole vans instead of luxury cars, in fact, the main reason is that the van is not very conspicuous and is easy to track. And just as they opened the back of the car, they didn't waste any time and quickly squeezed in. As the younger brother stepped on the accelerator, the van quickly drove out of the underground parking lot. Tong Yuhao and others were originally worried that they would not be able to catch up with Qin Huan and his friends. But we had just driven out of the parking lot. What comes into view is rows of luxury cars. Brother Tong, this looks like their car. They may not have left yet. After seeing this, one of the younger brothers shouted excitedly to Tong Yuhao. Yes, they're eating ice cream there. Tong Yuhao first pointed at Qin Huan and the others not far away, and then said to his brothers with a serious face, let's wait. Don't lose them again this time. Brother Tong, don't worry. Speaking of, Tong Yuhao and his companions began a long wait. Chapter 0052, The Terrifying Crippled Guard. As time slowly passes, just when Tong Yuhao and the others were about to fall asleep from waiting, Qin Huan and his group finally got back into the car. Brother Tong, they seem to be getting ready to leave. Seeing this, the younger brother sitting in the driver's seat hurriedly shouted to the sleepy Tong Yuhao. Tong Yuhao hummed and rubbed his face vigorously. Then he said, hurry up and catch up, don't lose it. Okay. While saying this here, Qin Huan and the others immediately stepped on the accelerator and drove straight forward. As for Tong Yuhao and the others, they naturally followed immediately. About half an hour. Oh my God, Brother Tong. Why are they driving in a direction that is getting more and more remote? Yeah, it seems like we have reached the suburbs already, right? That shouldn't be the case. How could such a rich person live in such a remote place? I saw Qin Huan and his car actually driving out of the city. Several younger brothers sitting in the van couldn't help but ask Tong Yuhao in confusion. You know nothing. Tong Yuhao, who was standing by, couldn't help but sneer after hearing this. Do you think all rich people are as vulgar as you? If my guess is correct, they must have built a manor nearby. What? Manor? Oh my god. This is too much fun, isn't it? When everyone in the car heard this, they almost bit their tongues in shock. Originally, they thought that the most rich people could do was buy a villa in the city to enjoy themselves. But who would have thought? TSK, TSK, TSK. Poverty really limits our imagination. That's right, I've only seen what the manor looks like on TV in my life. Who said it wasn't? But it's good this way. We can just see it for ourselves later. The few people who came back to their senses immediately started chatting with a look of longing on their faces. And they don't know what it is. Their tracking was completely exposed at this moment. After all, this road is too remote. How could it not arouse suspicion when there was a van following behind? Jinsi, why do I feel like there's a van following us? Lee Mingyu, who felt something was not right, immediately called Xia Jinsi. But after hearing her words, Xia Jinsi was not surprised at all. She curled her lips and replied calmly, "Yes, I had already spotted them when we came out of Yida earlier." Them? When Li Mingyu heard this, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Do you know who they are?" "Yes, it's the anchor from before." "So what should we do now? Should we notify others?" After hearing this, Li Mingyu immediately thought of something. In his opinion, the reason why Tong Yuhao and the others followed him and others was definitely for revenge. No, just let them follow. Xia Jingxi raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said nonchalantly, "That's fine." Speaking of, the two of them hung up the phone immediately. The reason why they are so calm, the reason is actually very simple. First, there are already several masters among them, such as the martial arts master Zhuang Mengmeng, the frontier war god Xia Jingxi, and now Qin Huan. It's no exaggeration to say, picking any one of the three of them to deal with Tong Yuhao and his gang would be as easy as eating. One more. At the foot of the mountain where their manor is located, there is a group of retired special forces guarding it. If Tong Yuhao and the others want to follow in, it would probably be no different from climbing to the sky. That's all. Another 10 minutes passed. Li Mingyu and his convoy finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. After giving a few instructions to the guard at the door, they did not stay here for long and drove up the mountain in a flash. "Brother Tong, what should we do now?" The younger brother sitting in the driver's seat looked at the checkpoint not far away and couldn't help but ask Tong Yuhao. "This?" After hearing this, Tong Yuhao frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, he finally made up his mind and said, "Never mind, let's see if we can get through first." Okay. The younger brother didn't think much about it and immediately followed Tong Yuhao's instructions and drove towards the checkpoint. However, they had just arrived at the checkpoint. Immediately, several guards reached out and stopped their van. "Brother Tong, what should we do?" After seeing this, the younger brother turned around and asked Tong Yuhao again. As for the other people in the car, they all looked at him. "What else can we do? There is no other way." Tong Yuhao narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a cold tone, "These people all look disabled. Why don't we just go all out and tie them all up?" "What? Tie them all up?" "Brother Tong, are you sure you are not kidding? There are 15 or 16 of them, and they have electric batons in their hands. Can we be their opponents?" When everyone in the car heard Tong Yuhao's words, they could hardly believe their ears. "What are you not a match for? Can't you even beat a cripple?" Tong Yuhao curled his lips and said unhappily. But after hearing this, everyone wanted to say something else. But before they could finish speaking, Tong Yuhao interrupted them directly. "Let me ask you one question. Do you want to have some fun tonight? If you don't want to, just pretend I didn't say anything, and let's turn around and leave now." After Tong Yuhao finished speaking, he glanced at the few people. "This? Okay, I'll listen to you. Damn it, let's fight. They're just a few cripples." They hesitated for just a moment, and then quickly agreed. No way. Li Mingyu and the other girls were simply too tempting for them. As the saying goes, dying under the peony flowers is also romantic. Their mood at this moment is a perfect interpretation of this statement. Should we go down now, or wait a while? Wait a minute, I'm already horny and thirsty. Hey, me too. They're just a few cripples. Let's deal with them as soon as possible. What are you waiting for? Let's go. As these guys spoke, they immediately prepared to push open the car door. But at this moment, Tong Yuhao quickly stopped them and said, "Are you all crazy?" Chapter 0053. Send a blind man out to make people laugh? Oh shit. What does this mean? Didn't you ask us to deal with these cripples? Why are you saying we are crazy now? When they heard what Tong Yuhao said, they immediately looked at him in confusion. Call! Tong Yuhao took a deep breath and explained speechlessly. Put on the condoms before getting off the car. Do you understand? I am really impressed by you. What the hell are you wearing that for? Brother Tong, what's wrong with you? We are not interested in men. Yes, yes. The key is that they are a bunch of cripples. If it were you, I could barely consider it. I have to say, Tong Yuhao was so angry at what they said that he almost vomited blood. He had seen stupid people before, but this was the first time he had seen guys as stupid as these. Damn it, who told you that it was that set? I'm talking about a hood. Do you understand? You're still considering me? I think you're really fucking disgusting. I really couldn't help it. Tong Yuhao immediately swore a series of foul language at them. You need to explain clearly. Otherwise, who would know what you were talking about? Yes, yes, Brother Tong. You can't blame us for this. It's you who didn't explain it clearly. I say, Uncle, put on your hood and get out of the car. Okay, speaking of, the few of them didn't waste any more time. After putting on the hood, he walked directly out of the van. And just as they were walking down, one of the guards at the door saw this and said to them coldly, Who are you? This is private territory. Get out of here. You said private territory is private territory? You stinking cripple. This is really interesting. They found a bunch of cripples to guard the door. I'm surprised they came up with this idea. That's right. Look at this kid. He doesn't even have a right hand. And he has the nerve to be a security guard? That's nothing. Look at that cripple over there. It looks like both eyes are blind. Isn't it even more ridiculous that he can be a security guard? Tong Yuhao and the others heard what the guard said. Without saying anything, he immediately started mocking them. The words that were spoken were extremely hurtful. You know, these guards were all soldiers from the 001 SD Army group. The reason why they are disabled is that they were injured on the battlefield while defending their country. Now, they are being hurt by the people they once protected. How could they endure this? Asshole, what are you talking about? What's wrong with us being disabled? Who says disabled people can't be security guards? Humph. Even though we are disabled, at least we are kind. I have to say, soldiers are soldiers. Even though he had just been humiliated by Tong Yuhao and the others, his words of counterattack were still quite polite. Oh, that really makes me laugh to death. Tong Yuhao sneered and said with disdain. So what if they are kind? They are still a bunch of useless people. When the guards heard what he said, they were immediately furious. I was just about to continue saying something, but at this moment, Tong Yuhao's younger brothers, however, couldn't wait any longer. Brother Tong, in my opinion, we should stop wasting time talking to them. Yes, yes, business is more important. What's there to talk about with these cripples? That's right, wait till we give them a good beating, and they will be in good hands. After listening to this, Tong Yuhao also felt that it made a lot of sense. Without wasting any more time, he immediately said to them, Let's get started and make it quick and decisive. Okay, next second. Then I saw a group of guys wearing masks, waving their fists and rushing towards the guards at the door. In their opinion, dealing with a dozen disabled people is just a matter of time. Isn't it easy and enjoyable? However, imagination is rich, but reality is cruel. How could they possibly have thought of that? The disabled people who seemed vulnerable in their eyes were once soldiers who could fight against hundreds of enemies on the battlefield. Even if our current combat power is not as good as before, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. Just deal with those bugs. It's no exaggeration to say. Any one of them can solve it in just 1 minute. Humph, you overestimate your own abilities. One of the guards saw this, snorted coldly, and immediately prepared to attack. But just at this moment, the guard who was previously mocked as blind by Tong Yuhao and the others called out to him, Brother Zhao, how about letting me do it? Okay, then you come. Without any hesitation, the guard immediately agreed. And this can be seen. How confident is he in the strength of his comrades? However, when Tong Yuhao and the others saw this scene, they stopped in their tracks instantly. Oh my God, what is going on? Are you planning to send a blind man out to fight us? Is this true or false? Are you kidding me? Just as Tong Yuhao and the others were thinking this, the blind guard stepped forward and challenged them. Aren't you mocking me for being disabled? Then I want to see if you are worse than a cripple. Look, can you see it, you cripple? Why are you still arguing with him? Let's beat this cripple to death together. You idiot. Look how I beat you so hard that your mother won't even recognize you. Tong Yuhao and the others were talking. Without wasting any more time, he rushed towards the blind guard with his fists. Just as their rain-like fists were about to hit the blind guard, The next scene, however, left them dumbfounded. The blind guard just casually turned sideways and immediately avoided the attacks of all of them. What the hell? This? How is this possible? Isn't he blind? How could I possibly escape? Just when Tong Yuhao and the others were shocked. The blind guard also launched a counterattack immediately. Bang! 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 All that was heard was the sound of several punches hitting flesh. Next second, Tong Yuhao and his group flew backwards in an instant. Puff, 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 accompanied by streams of blood spurting out. They flew almost 7 or 8 meters away before finally landing on the ground. If it weren't for the blind guard who deliberately reduced the force. At this moment, Tong Yuhao and the others were probably breathing in more than out. Humph, so vulnerable. The blind guard snorted disdainfully, then turned to the previous guard and said, Brother Zhao, you can report to the commander now. What is domineering? This is it. Chapter 0054, Can You Fly a Fighter Jet? After a while, Xia Jinsi, who had just returned to the manor, received a report from the foot of the mountain, and she didn't say much. The guards at the foot of the mountain simply chose to call the police. The result is predictable. Tong Yuhao and his group not only had to stay in the hospital for half a year, even if you were discharged from the hospital, you still have to report to the police station. After all, this time, they not only broke into other people's territory as a gang, but also stole a van. It will be impossible to get out of there without 3 to 5 years. Certainly, this is the consequence they deserve. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, a night is over. The next morning, after Qin Huan finished breakfast with Xia Jinsi, he quickly got on the helicopter again. And it was shortly after the helicopter started, Tian Wanqing, who was standing by, immediately said to Qin Huan, Young master, do you still remember what we told you yesterday? What's the matter? After hearing this, Qin Huan was stunned. Obviously, he had already forgotten what he said yesterday. It's like this. Seeing that Qin Huan seemed to have forgotten, Tian Wanqing immediately reminded him. Didn't we tell you yesterday that we hope you will join the Air Force? Oh, you mean this? Qin Huan suddenly realized and asked calmly. Why? Is there any result? Yes. Tian Wanqing nodded, but seemed to be hesitant to speak. But what? After seeing this, Qin Huan immediately frowned and asked, Could it be that they are not interested in taking me in? That's not the case. Tian Wanqing waved his hand and explained, It's like this, they want you to go to the Air Force Base in the Imperial capital this weekend, and then decide whether to accept you or not. It's not hard to find. After saying this, Tian Wanqing looked at Qin Huan with a nervous expression. It seemed as if he was afraid that Qin Huan would refuse. Is that so? However, Qin Huan agreed immediately after hearing this. No problem. I'll go when the time comes. In Qin Huan's opinion, this is not a trivial matter at all. It is understandable that the bigwigs at the Air Force Base have doubts about his ability. After all, who would believe that a college student could fly a helicopter better than a professional instructor? Really? That's great. When Tian Wanqing heard Qin Huan's words, the stone in his heart finally fell. Just when he wanted to say something else, Qin Huan suddenly thought of something. So he turned around and asked Xia Jinsi, Fifth sister, can you fly a fighter jet? Yes, Xia Jinsi replied. That's great. After hearing Xia Jinsi's answer, Qin Huan was excited and looked at Tian Wanqing again. Moreover, she made a request to him. It's definitely okay for me to go, but I want to bring someone with me. Take someone? Oh, who else could it be? Of course it's my fifth sister, Qin Huan said, then turned to Xia Jinsi and asked, Fifth sister, are you willing to go with me? Okay, Xia Jinsi agreed without any hesitation. How about it? Can you agree that my fifth sister can go with you? Seeing that Xia Jinsi agreed, Qin Huan turned around and looked at Tian Wanqing again. Of course, but I still have to talk to them. In Tian Wanqing's opinion, since Xia Jinsi agreed, how could he dare to object? Okay, let's do as you say. Just as the two of them were chatting about this, the helicopter they were riding on finally arrived above Qingda. Wait until the helicopter lands. Xia Jinsi was about to stand up when Qin Huan called her. Fifth sister, can I ask you for a favor? What's the matter? After hearing this, Xia Jinsi was stunned. It's like this. Qin Huan opened his mouth and said aggrievedly, Can we change the way of today's military training? It's really boring that you always pick on me and make trouble for me alone. You know, Qin Huan did at least 800 push-ups yesterday afternoon. I'm not tired. I just feel extremely bored. Yeah. When Xia Jinsi heard this, she immediately said with a sly look on her face, Don't worry, I will definitely change the way you do things today. I guarantee that you will never forget it. After saying, without waiting for Qin Huan to react, he stepped down from the helicopter. Change the pattern? Still unforgettable? What the hell? What the hell is this going to do? Qin Huan felt something was not right. He didn't dare to stay here any longer and immediately chased after him from the helicopter. Fifth sister, what did you mean by that just now? After catching up with Xia Jinxi, Qin Huan hurriedly asked her. You'll know soon. However, what made Qin Huan speechless was that Xia Jinxi had no intention of explaining to him at all. Fifth sister, after seeing this, Qin Huan wanted to say something. But before he could finish, Xia Jinxi interrupted him directly. Don't ask, I won't tell you, you should go back to the classroom. After saying, without waiting for Qin Huan to continue speaking, he walked directly towards the teaching building. Looking at Xia Jinxi's leaving back, Qin Huan could only smile bitterly and shook his head. Not long, Qin Huan came to the door of the classroom, and it happened the next second after he entered the classroom. The other students in the class immediately surrounded him. Qin Huan, you are finally here. We have something to discuss with you. One of the students looked at Qin Huan and spoke to him seriously. What's up? Seeing this scene, Qin Huan couldn't help but ask in confusion. We just want you to discuss with the instructor and see if we can stop doing push-ups today. It's really too tiring. Yeah, in other people's classes, the instructor only asked them to stand for 10 minutes at most, but we had to do push-ups for the whole afternoon. Who can stand that? Qin Huan, this matter depends on you. She will definitely listen to you. After all, she is your sister. Qin Huan's words had just fallen. The classmates in front of me immediately started complaining. It is not difficult to hear from their words that they are still frightened by the military training yesterday afternoon. After hearing this, Qin Huan couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, I'm afraid I can't help you. Chapter 0055. Is 19 years old considered premature love? Can't help us? What do you mean? Qin Huan, don't be like this. Just help us talk to your sister. Besides, we are tired. Aren't you tired too? Obviously, all the students present thought that Qin Huan was unwilling to help. It's not that I don't want to help. How could Qin Huan not understand what they meant? She immediately said helplessly. To be honest, I just talked to her about this, but she ignored me. When everyone heard this, they were immediately filled with disappointment. Fortunately, it happened at this moment. Qin Huan couldn't bear it, so he revealed a piece of gossip to them. But I can tell you secretly that today's military training probably won't let us do push-ups anymore. Oh my God, is this true? That's great, thank God. Haha, I finally don't have to do push-ups anymore. I'm so happy. Everyone was still very disappointed. After hearing what Qin Huan said, he immediately became excited. But in the next second, Qin Huan said in a disapproving tone, Of course, don't be too happy too soon. My sister just said that she will change the way we deal with it today. Anyway, based on what I know about her, I don't think anything good will happen to her. I have to say, ever since Qin Huan was bullied by Xia Jinxi yesterday, he now felt that every word Xia Jinxi said was full of hidden meanings. Is this true? Don't scare me. Oh my God, if you say that, am I going to be exhausted again today? Help, I just want to ask if I can change classes. Your sister is so scary. The crowd wasn't excited for even 3 seconds. This time, he immediately fell into despair. They would not doubt what Qin Huan said. After all, Qin Huan is the instructor's younger brother. What brother wouldn't understand his sister? Just when Qin Huan wanted to say something, suddenly, Shengwan Duo appeared at the door of the classroom. What are you all doing here? Go back to your seats. Seeing this, everyone dared not stay here any longer. In a flash, they all returned to their seats. Certainly, this naturally includes Qin Huan. Okay, I'll call the name first. Shengwan Duo did not waste any time. After saying this, she immediately called out the names. I saw that there were no fewer people. After nodding with satisfaction, he said to everyone again, Go downstairs to get your clothes, and then go to the playground after you change. Do you hear me? I heard it. Everyone responded in unison. And it was at this moment, one of the students asked, Teacher Shengwan, can I ask what the costume is? After hearing this, the others also pricked up their ears. What else could it be? Camouflage uniforms. Shengwan Duo curled her lips and said calmly, I was going to send it to you yesterday, but I didn't get there in time. You can just wait and get it. Any other questions? There is none left. Okay, let's act now. Okay. Everyone was talking. As he stood up, he walked towards the classroom door. Just when Qin Huan was about to catch up, what he never expected was, Shenghuan Duo called him again. Huan, wait a moment. I have something to tell you. Oh, Qin Huan said, oh, and just stood there. As for the other students, he didn't even glance over here, as if he had already gotten used to it. And it was not long after they left. Shenghuan Duo changed her attitude from being a strict teacher and came in front of Qin Huan in one step. Before Qin Huan could react, her slender fingers directly grabbed Qin Huan's ears. You little bastard, tell me quickly, what is your relationship with that instructor? Ah, that instructor? Qin Huan pretended to be in great pain and asked in confusion. You little brat, you're still pretending with me, right? As Shenghuan Duo spoke, the strength in her hands suddenly increased. Don't! I'll tell you, isn't that enough? Humph, you're smart, kid. Shenghuan Duo snorted coldly and finally let go of her hand. Hurry up and tell me. Teacher Shenghuan, why are you asking this? However, Qin Huan did not answer immediately, but asked Shenghuan Duo back. What else can I do? Of course I am here to supervise you on behalf of your seventh sister. Shenghuan Duo put on a righteous look and said to Qin Huan, Supervise me? After hearing this, Qin Huan was stunned. What does that have to do with the instructor? Still pretending with me, huh? Shenghuan Duo said this, and immediately prepared to reach out her hand again. Come on, I'm not pretending. It's obviously you who didn't explain clearly, okay? Didn't I make it clear? Okay, then I'll explain it to you clearly. I just want to supervise you on behalf of your sister to see if you are in a premature love relationship. Puppy love? Qin Huan was speechless when he heard this. Teacher Shenghuan, I'm already 19. Is this still considered a premature love? I said yes. Shenghuan Duo didn't allow Qin Huan to refute her and immediately urged him. Hurry up and tell me. What is your relationship with her? You really want to know? So are you going to tell me or not? Shenghuan Duo said this and raised her right hand again. Say, I'll do it. That's my fifth sister. Fifth sister? Is this true? Shenghuan Duo couldn't help but said suspiciously after hearing this. Are you lying to me? Why would I lie to you? If you ask my seventh sister, you will know. Okay, then I'll trust you for once. But you have to remember this. If you dare to fall in love prematurely at school, I will have to tell your seventh sister to punish you. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll leave. Qin Huan was speechless and prepared to leave immediately. He really couldn't understand it. Shenghuan Duo is just her seventh sister's best friend. Why does she care about her own affairs? You are really bored, etc. However, before Qin Huan could take a step, Shenghuan Duo called him again. Anything else? Qin Huan took a deep breath and then turned around and asked, Why? Are you impatient? Where is that? That's good. Shenghuan Duo raised the corner of her mouth slightly and immediately said to Qin Huan, Remember to go to my room at 10 o'clock. Do you hear me? Chapter 0056, Class 8 being ridiculed. What? Go to your room? That's not good, right? When Qin Huan heard Shenghuan Duo's words, he almost stumbled and fell to the ground. In his opinion, this is a bit too direct. No wonder I just felt like something was not right. What are you thinking, little brat? Shenghuan Duo knew what Qin Huan was thinking. He immediately said unhappily, I just want to tell you to go to my room and drink mung bean soup later. Do you understand? That's it? What else? No, I got it. Qin Huan scratched his head in embarrassment, and his toes seemed to be digging out a villa. Okay, that's all I have to say. Go ahead. Okay. Speaking of, Qin Huan didn't stay here for long. In a flash, he disappeared from here. Wait until he gets his camouflage uniform downstairs. The next second, he became confused again. The reason why he was confused was actually very simple. It was because he had no idea where he could go to change his clothes. You know, Lu Guodao had already said that he would arrange a separate dormitory for him. But even until now, Qin Huan still doesn't know where this dormitory is located. Let him ask Lu Guodao now. To be honest, it's still unclear whether you can find it. After all, the president of a university is much busier than you think. Just when Qin Huan didn't know what to do, suddenly, a key was extended from behind him. Here, little bastard, Teacher Shenghuan. When Qin Huan turned around, he was stunned. He really didn't expect that Shenghuan Duo, who was in the classroom just now, would also appear here. Why are you still standing there? Take it. Seeing Qin Huan in a daze, Shenghuan Duo immediately shook the key in her hand. What is this like? Qin Huan came back to his senses and asked in confusion. A key? You don't even recognize this? No, I mean, what is this key for? It's in my room. Shenghuan Duo curled her lips and said disapprovingly. And what she said The students who were not far away were instantly shocked by what they heard. Oh my god, what's going on? Awesome. Qin Huan is so awesome. That's right. He is the first person in our school to get teacher Shangwan to give him the room key on his own initiative. I'm so envious. I'm so envious. While everyone was discussing in low voice, he cast an envious look at Qin Huan, who was not far away. Well, Qin Huan, feeling a little uncomfortable, immediately asked Shangwan Duo in a low voice. No, why are you giving me this? What else can you do? Don't you have a place to change your clothes? Take it. I have to say, Shangwan Duo is really thoughtful. She even thought of this. This is not good. Qin Huan listened. While feeling touched, he couldn't help but speak hesitantly. What's wrong with that? Just take it if I tell you to. Shangwan Duo would never let him do that and directly stuffed the key into his hand. Moreover, he did not forget to add to Qin Huan. With this key, won't it be convenient for you to come to my place in the future? Well, okay then. Qin Huan had no choice. In the end, I could only nod and agree. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll go get busy first. Shangwan Duo said this without waiting for Qin Huan to speak again. He walked straight towards the faculty and staff office building not far away. Qin Huan sees it. He smiled bitterly and shook his head, then quickly left. About 10 minutes. After changing his clothes, Qin Huan finally rushed to the playground. Just when he had just walked to the area where Class 8 was located, the students from the next door Class 7 immediately started making fun of their Class 8. Hey, Class 8, you guys are not going to do push-ups today, are you? Of course, I guess it'll take a whole day. Haha, you guys are so unlucky to be assigned such an instructor. Our instructor is really good. He lets us play games every half an hour. It's awesome. It's not hard to find. When the students in Class 7 said these words, their faces were filled with gloating. As for why they wanted to make fun of Class 8, the reason is actually very simple. It's because when Class 8 was assigning instructors yesterday, they stole the show. Now that they have finally found such an opportunity, they naturally want to vent their anger. Certainly, that's why they don't know that Xia Jinxi is Qin Huan's sister. If I knew, I'm afraid even if they were given 3 courages, they certainly wouldn't dare to say so. Huh, what's wrong with doing push-ups? We just like doing push-ups. You're right. Only sissies think push-ups are bad. You guys are just jealous. Aren't you upset that you didn't get a beautiful instructor? Obviously, the students of Class 8 also saw what Class 7 was thinking. Although deep down, they also hate doing push-ups. But how could they admit defeat when faced with the ridicule of others? Haha, I see. You're just being stubborn. That's right. It really makes me laugh to death. Then why don't you just die? And you're still being stubborn with us. Aren't you just jealous that we got a beautiful girl as our instructor? You're right. If you're jealous, just say it. Why are you talking nonsense? We are jealous? I'm not saying. What no one expected was, as the 2 classes were talking, they started arguing. And look at this trend. It seems that the quarrel is getting more intense. What are you guys arguing about? Pretty idle, huh? Fortunately, at this moment, a very majestic voice suddenly came out and interrupted their quarrel. Fuck, the instructor is here. When the people in Class 7 saw this, they exclaimed in surprise. How could he dare to complain? He turned his head away immediately. However, when they turned around, they did not forget to cast a very mocking look at the people in Class 8. Hey, what they said is true. We are really unlucky. Who said it wasn't? I was actually quite happy yesterday, but I never expected the result to be, oh, it's obvious that we will become a laughingstock from now on. Just after everyone in Class 7 turned their heads, the students in Class 8 immediately started discussing in low voices in groups of 3 or 4. And it is not difficult to hear it from their words. At this moment, they were actually quite desperate. Chapter 0057, Who is the Mysterious Big Shot? That's all. The students in Class 8 waited for almost 10 minutes. Seeing that Xia Jinxi had not shown up yet, they immediately prepared to find Qin Huan to ask about it. But before they could take any action, then Xia Jinxi appeared not far from the playground, walking leisurely. Fuck, the instructor is here. Everyone line up quickly. For a moment, the crowd, who had been very lazy just now, immediately got ready. From this point, we can see how majestic Xia Jinxi is in their hearts. And when Xia Jinxi came to them, to everyone's surprise, today, not only did she not let everyone continue doing push-ups, but she also made them all sit on the ground. What the hell? What is going on? Why do I feel like something is not right? As the students in Class 8 sat down, they couldn't help but think so. Certainly, not just them. Qin Huan and the students from the next door class 7 were all confused. After a while, finally, someone couldn't help but ask the question in his heart. Report. Explain. Instructor, can I ask you what our military training is about today? The student had just finished speaking. The others present also quickly pricked up their ears. You'll find out in a moment. While Xia Jinsi was keeping it a secret, she added slyly. I promise you will never forget it. Oh shit. Don't scare me. Why do I feel like there is a cold wind blowing? After everyone heard Xia Jinsi's words, thinking of Qin Huan's previous reminder, he couldn't help but shudder. Just when everyone was filled with anxiety, suddenly, there was a faint roar coming from the sky not far away. It's finally here. Xia Jinsi heard the voice and immediately said these words. Finally here? What finally came? However, after hearing what she said, everyone felt a little puzzled. And it was at this moment. The roar seemed to be getting louder and louder. Oh my God. Did anyone hear any noise? Did you hear it? It sounded like a helicopter. It's indeed the sound of a helicopter. Damn it. Look up at the sky. For a moment, everyone on the playground looked up at the sky. Oh my God. There are too many helicopters, right? 1, 2, 3, 8. There are actually 8. Speaking of these helicopters, why are they all military green? Could they be military helicopters? Oh my God, look. Why do they seem to be flying towards us? As soon as these words fell, then 8 military green helicopters landed directly towards the playground. Hiss. Did it really stop at our playground? Can anyone tell me what is going on? When everyone on the playground saw this, they couldn't help but gasp. They really couldn't understand it. Why are these military helicopters parked on the playground of my own school? Logically speaking, this is simply impossible to happen. And it was at this moment, Xia Jinsi, who looked calm, shouted to everyone in Class 8. Everyone, stand up. Well, after hearing this, everyone in Class 8 was stunned at first. Then, he quickly stood up from the ground with a confused look on his face. Oh my God, what are they going to do? Who knows? Maybe I need to do push-ups. Do push-ups? Really? This is ridiculous, right? The people in Class 8 just stood up. Students from other classes immediately started to mock in 2s and 3s. However, they didn't have time to mock for long. Next second, but they were simply stunned. Xia Jinsi once again ordered everyone in Class 8. Listen to my orders. Everyone run towards the helicopter. Shit, is she crazy? She actually wants to take them to the helicopter? Are you crazy? That's a military helicopter. Aren't you afraid of being shot down? You're killing me with laughter. Have you never seen a helicopter before, or what? I have to say, in their eyes, Xia Jinsi's order was just like a clown's. Certainly, they're not the only ones who think so. In fact, everyone in Class 8, except Qin Huan, believed that Xia Jinsi was simply a psychopath. Why are you still standing there? Didn't you hear my order? Seeing that the people in Class 8 did not follow his orders, Xia Jinsi could not help but speak in a cold voice. There is nothing the Class 8 can do. In the end, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and obey Xia Jinsi's orders. After jogging all the way, we soon arrived at the helicopter. Damn it. What is the instructor trying to do? I'm speechless. This is so embarrassing. That's right. Everyone is laughing at us. Hey, why am I so unlucky that I was assigned to Class 8? Shoo, keep your voices down. Don't let Qin Huan hear you. The people from Class 8 just arrived. They couldn't help but start complaining in low voices in groups of 3 or 4. You can hear it from their words. At this moment, they were full of resentment. At the same time, more than a dozen soldiers quickly got off the helicopter in front of them. And in the shortest possible time, they lined up directly and stood straight in front of Class 8. It's not hard to find. At this moment, they looked as if they were waiting for some important person to come and inspect them. Oh my God, look, that looks like a colonel, right? Colonel? Is that true? Damn, it's true. What's that? Look at the one on the far left. He looks like a major general. Huh. Hiss. Is it possible that I am dazzled? The guy next to him seems to be a major general as well. These soldiers had just stood up on the playground. Immediately, many people recognized their military ranks. As for the dozens of military training instructors, they were also shocked at this moment. How dare we delay any further? After exchanging glances, they quickly lined up and trotted towards the helicopter. Oh my God, what happened to the instructors? Why are they heading towards the helicopter? Do I even need to ask this? They're all soldiers, and there are big guys over there. Do they dare not go and say hello? Really? But why do I feel like those military leaders are waiting for some important person to come and inspect them? You know what? I feel the same way. He saw all his instructors heading towards the helicopter. Everyone on the playground immediately started discussing in low voices. The only thing they couldn't understand was those military leaders who got off the helicopter looked like they were waiting for an inspection by some important figure. Isn't this too weird? Chapter 0058. She was actually scolding those big guys. Hello, leaders. The dozens of military training instructors had just arrived at the helicopter. While saluting, they immediately shouted in unison. Who are you? The major general on the far left looked at the instructors in front of him and couldn't help but ask curiously. In reply to the commander, we are soldiers from the Army XXX. Our current mission is to conduct military training and education at Sheen University. Hearing the major general's question, they hurriedly responded. Oh, I see. The major general said, oh, and didn't say anything else. Well, what does this mean? The instructors were stunned upon seeing this. And it was at this moment, Xiaojinsi finally walked over here at a steady pace. Oh my god, what's wrong with her? Didn't she say she was a soldier too? How come he still looks so arrogant even when meeting so many leaders? Could she be a fake soldier? Just the next second after Xiaojinsi appeared, the instructors who were standing straight on the field were stunned at first. Then, I couldn't help but think so in my heart. In their opinion, if Xiaojinsi was really a soldier like them, how could I not salute and greet so many leaders nervously? Certainly, not just them. Except for Qin Huan, basically all the students in Class 8 have the same idea. At the same time, what no one expected was, in their eyes, those military leaders were the ones who changed their minds the moment Xiaojinsi appeared. In front of everyone present, while raising their right hands, they shouted in unison in the direction of Xiaojinsi. Everyone salute the commander. What the hell? What is going on? Salute to the leader? Aren't they the leaders themselves? And why are they saluting towards Class 8? After seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned. I don't understand. What is going on? As for the students in Class 8, they were even more confused at this moment. What's going on? Why are these big guys saluting us? Who knows? The key is to call us the leader. Isn't this too weird? That's right, it's totally inexplicable. Just when everyone was confused about what was going on. Then Xiaojinsi took a step forward. Facing the group of military leaders, he scolded them and asked, can you please answer me? What time do I set for you to arrive at Qingde University? This, am I dazzled? She was actually scolding those big guys? Xiaojinsi had just said this. The others present couldn't help but gasp. They never thought that Xiaojinsi would dare to reprimand these big guys. Who are these big guys? It's no exaggeration to say. The lowest military rank among them is Lieutenant Colonel. In the eyes of everyone, it seemed that Xiaojinsi was a little too bold to scold such a person. And just as they were thinking this, what had happened in the next second, the major general on the far left actually looked like he had made a mistake and answered Xiaojinsi. To reply to the commander, the time you set is 9 a.m. Oh shit. This, chief? He actually called her chief? Oh my god. Isn't he a major general? How dare he call someone else the chief? How terrifying must the instructor's rank be? For a moment, everyone who just thought Xiaojinsi looked like a clown. While I was shocked, I instantly felt a burning pain on my cheeks. In their opinion, Xiaojinsi was not the clown at all. It was obviously them who were the clown. Slap in the face. It's really embarrassing. As for the students in Class 8, when he looked at Xiaojinsi again at this moment, his expression immediately turned into one of admiration. After all, his instructor is someone that even a major general has to call his chief. It's no exaggeration to say. After this, they can brag about it for at least several years. Since you all remember the time, I don't need to tell you what to do next, right? After hearing the major general's answer, Xiaojinsi immediately spoke. To reply to the commander, no need. Okay then, let's get started. Yes. Everyone was talking. He didn't care about the expressions of the other people present. In the blink of an eye, they all fell to the ground. Everyone, 300 push-ups, starting now. Following the order from the major general. The big guys lying on the ground immediately started doing push-ups. What the hell? Is this true or false? Do the big guys also want to do push-ups? After seeing this scene, everyone present almost stumbled and fell to the ground. As for the students in Class 8, suddenly I felt a lot better inside. After all, even the big guys have to do push-ups, so what do they have to complain about? And it was from this moment on, they all made up their minds. In the next few days, Even if Xia Jinsi asked them to do push-ups every day, they would not have any complaints. I have to say, soldiers are soldiers. When doing push-ups, not only are the movements very standard, even the speed is quite fast. Even compared with Qin Huan, he seems to be on par with her. Just less than 5 minutes. They have already completed 300 push-ups. Report! Just after they stood up and straightened their clothes. The major general from before shouted immediately. Explain, Commander. We have completed all 300 push-ups. Xia Jinsi hummed and said seriously, don't think you can relax just because I'm not here. Did you hear me clearly? I heard it clearly. Everyone responded in unison. Okay, you should have brought everything I asked you to bring, right? Xia Jinsi looked at the people in front of him and asked them. Yes. Everyone replied. Okay then, you guys stay where you are and wait. After Xia Jinsi finished speaking, she turned and looked towards Class 8. He immediately gave an order to everyone in Class 8. Don't just stand there. Everyone has it. I'll give you 10 minutes to unload all the stuff on this helicopter and move it over. Is that a problem? No problem. After hearing this, everyone in Class 8 responded in unison. Okay then, let's get started. Xia Jinsi had just said this. Everyone in Class 8 hurriedly trotted towards the helicopter. They would like to take a look. What on earth are these helicopters loaded with?